Good evening, guys. Good to see you this Saturday evening, as usual. And I have CR and Magic Chef Tech.
Hello,
It's
everybody.
nice to have you guys on my panel. We have Shannon Barrett in the house for Food Forest Permaculture, aka Howie. Good to see you, brother. And we have also CB in the house, so that's also nice.
Hi, Shannon.
Nick
Howie.
O.
CB.
Prepper in the house as well. Good to
Hello,
see you,
hello.
brother. So we wait a couple of more minutes before we get into today's topic. And we also have
Right.
Shannon Barrett.
Yep. And this topic's brought to you by who? Who came up with it?
Venerable Owl, to be more specific.
Awesome.
Today's topic. An introduction to preparedness for folks that are just starting. Yeah, and that was Venerable Owl's top suggestion for topic. And I thought it was a good idea to choose this topic for today's stream. So that will be pretty awesome.
Well, I might as well walk into the kitchen, everyone. Because clearly we're going to talk about food. I could just tell.
Yeah.
It'll be I could just tell.
I can put the bacon back
Right?
up.
See, I was going to say that. I was just about to say that, too.
Hey,
You put the
Rebecca,
bacon
good
back
to see
on.
you.
You hungry yet?
Yeah, see, I
Hi,
always
Rebecca.
get hungry.
And that's not turkey
Hey.
bacon.
Hey, PV, good to see you, brother. PV, I sent the link to you here, buddy. There you go, PV. If you're up for it, just join us. Click the link. And I will remove it as soon as you got up, buddy. And we have Nick Miller in the house. Good to see you too, brother.
Just don't let anybody else in besides PV if anybody hops on. Just leave him in the basement.
Yes.
Yeah, I will.
I doubled up on my other login.
Yeah. Good to know.
Get those metrics
And
up.
yeah, and how we eat. Yeah, we have the PV in the house.
There he is.
Hello. How you doing, Shadow? You all right?
Yeah, I'm
PV!
doing good.
And Magic Chef
Hey,
Tech.
you can call me.
How you doing? All right?
You can call me Mark, but yep, we're good. Thank you.
All right, so
An eclectic mind. Welcome to the stream, my friend. So, how are you doing, PV? I hope your week has been great.
yeah, good. Let me bug out location and checking things over, restocking things. It's been it's a non-stop thing, isn't it? You know, you're checking food, water, fuel, the whole shebang. You know, I found a wasp's nest right at the entrance, so I've been getting rid of that this morning.
Yeah.
Apart from that, yeah, good.
Good. And I think you will like today's topic, PV, an introduction to preparedness for folks that are just starting. Well, it was Venerable Owl's suggestion for a topic, so I decided for today I choose this topic. So this will be interesting because we can talk about this for a very, very long time.
8-hour live stream, everyone.
Not an 8 hour. I don't have
I
time
don't
for
think
that.
so. There's not enough bacon for that.
No, you need a lot of bacon for that, my friend.
Well, it's a massive subject, isn't it? Because you can literally it depends how deep you want to go into it, because you can actually just finish it all in like 20 seconds and say store food, water, and fuel, and that for 3 days.
Good to see you, ma'am. And Shawnee, good to see you as well, ma'am. How are you doing?
Hi, Johnny. Hi, Teresa.
We have 12 people in the house at the moment, and 5 minutes and 43 seconds in. So that's good. I can't complain about that. And we have Columbia Fan. Welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
It's strange how every now and then you get a sudden burst or reminder from the government. This week we had a big national drive from the government to say that everyone now should be prepared for at least 3 days self-sufficient. Okay. There was no reason for it. It just, we had the same last October and, and all this sort of stuff. And it got people kicked into touch for about 2 or 3 days, talking and stuff like this, and then no doubt everyone just go back to where they were.
We have the grumpy old guy in the house. Bacon is the first step in all preparedness operations. Well, not in my operations.
Yeah, I got enough bacon. I could eat a pound a day for probably about a month.
Yeah,
as long as the freezer stays running. And if I cook it, I can make it last a little longer. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think we can get into for today's topic. I have showed that before. It's if crisis and war comes. Well, the pamphlet mentions the 5 basic needs: food, water, warmth, information, sleep. Okay, so I take up that, share that nice little on my screen, if I can find it. And where are you, my little friend? Not there. I have to do like this then. And then we might try to share it again. I need to find the correct tab. There we have it. Well, we are not going to the beginning and through all this. Not that. Home preparedness advice. I think we can begin with the food. Then we have water, warmth, communication, which is basically information.
It's interesting to see. Just go back up there to see what the actual categories they've got listed in this, because this is aimed at what's the main threat? An invasion from Russia, is it?
You mean this? Or well, Russia is
the categories you had. Yeah, the home preparedness advice page. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Then that part.
So, what was the purpose of this booklet then? Was this aimed at
the government? The government wanted us to have at least for 3 days, but they changed it from 72 hours to 7 days to 10 days instead. So.
And does this booklet get revised often? How many editions are there?
No, actually, it will be revised this year. It will come out they will release the new one in October, I believe.
Right. I've got a copy of this one, yeah. So this is so it's for invasion, was it?
Well, it is if different crises happen. It could be grid goes down or natural disasters, things like that.
Right.
And this is their
Yeah,
recommendations,
interesting to
what
see.
they want us to have, basically.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Can I
It
just
was
chime in
interesting
real
to see
quick?
what categories they got there. Yeah, go on, Chef. See ya.
I was gonna say these categories cover a lot. They overlap a lot of the situations. Like the grid goes down, some sort of invasion, you're still gonna need the food and water. If it's flooding, you're still gonna need a clean source of water, and so forth. Right? Tornadoes, gonna need a clean source of water, some food to work with. Right? In the meantime, and a way to stay warm on communications and such. So, well,
Um,
all four of these would overlap on
Yeah,
many
there's
of
a
the
basic.
situations. That's how I would start.
There's a
If I
basic
start again,
sort of information distribution.
yeah.
yeah.
Because
Um,
if you got these squared away, then it overlaps many of the situations, right? So regardless if it's this or that or this or that, right? Because some of us, it's not just one situation we're preparing for. Sometimes it's a little bit more than just that. So all these overlap the situations, if not all the situations. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
so the first category is food. And it mentions here it is important to have extra food at home that provides sufficient calories. Use non perishable food that can be prepared quickly, requires little water, or can be eaten without preparation. Um, we
Yeah,
have potatoes, cabbage, carrots, eggs, bread with a long shelf life, tortillas, hard bread, crackers, rusks, cheese spread, soft whey cheese in other spreads in tubes, oat milk or soy milk, milk powder, cooking oil, hard cheese,
hungry.
quick cooked pasta, rice, grains, instant mashed potatoes, uh, pre-cooked lentils, beans, vegetables, hummus in tins, chopped tomatoes to, for example, cook pasta in. Tins of bolognese sauce, mackerel, sardines, ravioli, salmon balls, boiled meat soup, fruit puree, jam, marmalade, prepared blueberry and rose ship soup, juice, or another drink that can be stored at room temperature. And the basics here at the last coffee, tea, chocolate, energy bars, honey, almonds, nuts, and nut butter, seeds. That is the first category. And in my opinion, if you're new to it, begin with food and water. That's
Yeah.
what you need. That's
Oh, and just to
important.
chime into that, as other people have said in the past from our preparing streams and channels, store what you will eat, not what
Yeah,
or would actually eat normally, right? The staples, as they say. If you don't like rice, then store something else, like pasta. If you don't like pasta, then store rice, right? Because there's no point in storing stuff if you're not actually going to eat it when you have to anyways, right?
if you don't like sardines, don't stock up on sardines.
Yeah, exactly.
Stock up on mackerel or another kind of fish instead that you
Yeah,
like or
Everybody
yeah,
prefer.
jumps on board with I'm going to go buy a 50-pound bag of rice and two 25-pound bags of beans, and I'm going to store those. Well, great. You still got to soak them, cook them, and add something to it. Yeah, rice and beans make a complete protein, but you really going to that's all you're going to eat is rice and beans? Sure, you could survive on it, but
you're
is that
not
what
gonna thrive.
You will suffer from food fatigue at some point. So,
I'm a chef and I
sure.
suffer from food fatigue.
I'm hungry. I like to eat and I suffer from food fatigue. No.
I mean, this is target. If you're targeting someone for 3 days, then I wouldn't even bother getting any of this myself. Really, I'd just get, say, 3 days worth of MREs. It's nice and simple. But if you're delving into a longer term, 7 days plus, then fine, because you're cutting down on facilities, cooking facilities, you're washing up and stuff like that, water, all this sort of thing. So it depends. I mean, yeah, these pamphlets, you got to look at them in sort of a generalized view. They got to cater for the whole population. So not everyone's taste is going to be there. They're just suggested items. People are going to be in different situations. Yeah, if you're trying to apply this sort of, I mean, this is a Scandinavian one for Sweden, and it's Shadow. So if you're trying to apply this to someone in a more temperate region or a
you have to change.
Place, yeah,
you have to change out the.
Adapt it to your own region, your own location, your own country, right? These are only guidelines.
Yeah, based on what we're talking about here on the channel today, it's where you got to start somewhere. We all started pretty much with most of the stuff on that list. I mean, but for me, after 20 years, it's grown into more of a hobby than just a quick. Let me have enough food for 7 days and water. Well, I always have that in my house. Even if it's just canned goods out of the
lifestyle.
Canned peaches, soups, whatever's in the cans. Sure, I probably got enough for a month for me and my wife, and I'm not worried about it. Plus, then I started home canning. Then I got a seal a meal. Then I keep upping the game on that. But this is not in the course of a month or a week or a year. This is over the course of a decade or two of, okay, I had a dehydrator forever, loved it, still use it. Certain things are great. Well, now I bought a freeze dryer. So did I up my game? Oh, hell yeah. Now I'm making my own MREs. And I'm upping my game. I'm not canning as much, but I still can tomatoes and stuff. But because when you freeze dry it, you need water to rehydrate it unless it's a snack food. But even then, I'd freeze dry just a bunch of like apple fritters. You put one of those in your mouth, you better have a cup of coffee to go with it because it'll suck the moisture right out of your head. There's nothing in there. So you're going to dehydrate yourself just eating freeze-dried, unrehydrated food. So then you got your water and filtration. I mean, you got to start somewhere. And this is a great list for that. I mean, it's just basic stuff. You want to get by 7 days, the power goes out. There's some kind of national emergency, regardless of what country you're in. Yeah, just have 7 days to start with. And then start to think about, well, if it goes a little longer, what else would I like to have? Not let me go take a mortgage out from the bank and get a couple $100,000 and go out and buy everything I need right now. And I mean, I'm still working on.
And not everyone can do that. Not everyone can do that, right? Not everyone can just drop like $1,000 on stuff. Some people paycheck to paycheck, or they're on fixed income. So you're gonna do this at a certain pace that's comfortable for yourself, for your own situation, right? So maybe you started within the 72-hour window, 7 days, and then you build upon that foundation of stuff, right? It's just like you add 2 cans in, next time you go back out again, get another 2 cans, and slowly rotate that in, consume it, but you start stacking that up so it becomes like a pyramid. And next thing you know, it's like, hey, I got like 16 cans, and they're still good.
Yeah, or you wind up 3 years later going, hey, let me buy some more beans. You get home to put it away. It's like, oh my God, I found 10 cans of beans buried on the back of the shelf that I never rotated. Are they expired because of what the can says? Yeah. Are they expired because they don't taste good anymore? They're not good for you? Probably not. They might have a slight metallic flavor to it or just taste a little off because stuff doesn't stay nice and fresh forever. And so, either start eating it or donate it or give it away or something. But you got to rotate some of your we'll call it a perishable, even if it's in a can, it has a date on it. Doesn't last forever.
Well, even water is good to keep it fresh by rotating it whenever possible. And besides, in a situation like good it down or whatever, right? You'll be more confident that, okay, this stuff is still relatively good because I've been rotating it and stuff like that. So because you should always want to check the stuff too, right? Don't just assume because you're good to go, right? Because things happen, rats, mice, bugs get into it, whatever, right?
Yep.
The can starts to rust, right? So you want to make sure you're checking upon this stuff every so often. That's what. That's what. I think this is why they. I was gonna say. I think that's why they say to make this part of your lifestyle within time, right? So it just becomes second habit. It's like, you bring stuff to your pantry or whatever, and then new stuff's brought in. You're checking on the old stuff. It's like, and you're rotating out, so the old stuff becomes on the front of the shelf, and you put the new stuff in the back, and you just keep doing that cycle. And eventually, in time, you build up that stockpile or buffer zone, as I like to say, of like food, water, for example.
Yeah, I bought 20 bags of jasmine rice back in 2010. Forgot, but they were in a 5-gallon bucket they were sealed up in a bag. And I started going through my stuff going, I better check some of these old stuff. I opened one of them up. I'm like, oh shit, it's rice. Didn't even smell like jasmine rice. I cooked a cup of it. It tasted terrible. It was mushy because it slowly just went bad. So I threw it out. I mean, I only paid like $12 or $15 for it. Now it's like $30, but I threw it all out, went and bought more. Now I got a chamber sealer instead of a vacuum sealer. And so I made them in 1 pound packages and sucked the life out of them, threw an oxygen absorber in there. Now they're probably going to be good for 10, 15 years in individual 1 pound bags. I never separated it because I was just in a hurry to try to stock up, which is what a lot of people fall into the pitfall. So did I. So did probably most of you.
Yeah, I think many of us can go through that it's like, we're going to do something right now, right? Yeah, do something now. But remember, that situation might not happen for another month, 2. It may happen today, but most likely it won't happen today, right? But give yourself some time, because you want to give yourself enough time to actually do this and actually do it, quote unquote, the correct way. As much as possible, right? So you avoid making common mistakes, like, I didn't check on the food, now I gotta throw out like $20 worth of food, right? For example, like you, Mark, right? Something like that, right? You learned that lesson, right?
That's not the only. I mean, I threw a can of number 10 can of fruit cocktail in a bucket with other things, and I didn't label the bucket. I'm like, wow, this is awfully high. I pick it up, that fruit cocktail can was bulged. I was like, oh, that would have been ugly for the other things. I mean, I got honey and stuff in there in jars. I would have had to rinse it off. Honey never goes bad. Real honey, not the fake crap you buy at the local supermarket that just says honey from 27 different locations. But yeah, I threw it out. I mean, I was scared to pick it up. I mean, it was bulging bad. I just dropped it in my big trash can, prayed it didn't explode while it was still in my driveway in the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, continuing on.
Let's go to the next part of it. Water. Clean drinking water is vital. Allow for at least 3 liters per adult per day. If you're uncertain about its quality, you need to be able to boil the water. If the toilet is not working, you can take strong plastic bags and place them in the toilet bowl. And good hand hygiene is important for avoiding infection. Bottles, buckets with lids, plastic bottles to freeze water in. Do not fill it to the top, as the bottle will crack if you do. Mineral water. Jerry cans, ideally with a tap to collect water in. You can also have a couple of clean jerry cans that are filled with water as a reserve. These are to be stored in a cool, dark place.
Away from light, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Water.
I mean, one of the things that I started to do, let's say if it's a bottle of water or something like that, right? I actually cover it with a dark garbage bag, so light can't actually get into it as easily, anyways.
Right.
That's something really easy that most people can actually do, right? Just put a dark tarp or garbage bag over top. Yeah.
I stored up shit, but this water I got down under my stairs, I got 9 15-gallon. They had chlorine bleach in it from like commercial laundries and that. And they're white, so they're semi-translucent. They're under the stairs, but I put that in there knowing, for the first maybe month I could probably drink it. I mean, I flushed all the bleach out. It's just chlorine, and it was all gone anyway. And I did that. Okay, first month or so I could probably drink it if I want to chance it or cook it. Now it's just toilet water. The jugs are still full 14 years later. They're just sitting there. And that's literally toilet water, hand hygiene water. That is not drinking water. Yeah, you can bathe in it. If you have to, add a little bit of bleach to it. Here's a fun tip I bought Pool Shock, because Pool Shock is a powdered form of sodium hypochlorite or disodium mono. I forget the other name for it. But a teaspoon of that will sterilize 50 gallons of water. I got 40 pounds of shock. It'll last forever. So you could literally sterilize your own water with that, and that's just stored away in a tote somewhere. I know I got it. I know about where it is. I don't need it right now, but if I have to collect rainwater or something else, I could always sterilize it if I really had to drink it and filter it with just a basic sand charcoal filter. But yeah, water, you need water. You got to have water, but don't buy those.
Yeah, water equals life.
The gas station has sitting out in the sunshine for weeks on end out at the local gas station. They just got them stacked up there. Yeah, they've been in the sun.
Yeah, by the window.
Yeah, by the window. Yeah. No.
Yeah. Try to avoid that whenever possible. And also remember what was I say? Damn it! It just slipped out of my mind there. What I was about to. Just keep going on, Mark.
Oh, whatever. Go ahead,
yeah.
Shadow.
No. No. Now I remember. If you're gonna reuse something to store water in, try to make sure it actually was storing water beforehand.
Right.
Yeah, it's better that way overall. You don't have to deal with, something lingering behind.
Yeah, chemicals leaching out of the plastic. I have a lot of blue barrels I got from a dealership. They had windshield washer concentrate, which is just, and I read the MSDS sheet on it. It's a methyl alcohol or ethyl alcohol, one of the alcohols. I think it was methyl alcohol, some water, and blue dye. That was it. And it was blue dye number, whatever it was. Now, whether it's healthy or not, I don't know. But the alcohol washed everything out. I just use them for rain collection and water in my garden. Never had a problem with it. But I won't store drinking water in there because that's not it wasn't a food safe container unless you get one of the ones that had like olives in it or something. Then sure, it's food safe. Your water's going to taste like olive juice, but hey, at least it's water if you like olives.
Yeah. Yeah. So, for example, if you've ever bought like those big, I guess you would call it, in the US, they would call it a water cooler, like in the office setting, right? Something like that that had water in it. That would be pretty good for a free option, right? You're not buying something like some sort of water brick or water cube type of thing. That's, some of the preppers out there have because it stacks better, right? You're on a fixed budget, right? So you buy this water cooler container with water already. You used it up. You refill it with fresh water and you store it away in a dark, cool place. Yeah, and just cycle it out every so often. Let's say 6 months, for example.
Yep. And if you do like me, just use it for flushing if you got water for flushing the toilet, great. But also know where your property is if you're in a house, apartment, where you're not at the low side. My neighborhood, I'm at the high side. So if the septic system stops functioning, gravity's my best friend right now because I just feel bad for the guy at the bottom of the hill because he's going to be dealing with everybody's shit at that point.
Yeah, exactly. I live on a higher level compared to other people. But
and it doesn't hurt to have a good water filter as well.
Yep.
Well, not just water filters, but knowing it's just something, just like how knowing having multiple sources of ignition for fire and multiple ways to make water safer to consume for yourself, right? So water filtration, distillation, I don't know, reverse osmosis, there's UV, there's the water purification or water treatment tablets, all the stuff, right? Solarizing it, all the stuff, right?
Just got to watch your water source, because if your water source is contaminated with a chemical pollutant, distillation is about the only way it's going to get that. And even that might not do it because certain chemicals have a lower boiling point than water does, or about the same. Yeah. And it'll distill right out with the water, and you'll still have chemicals in there. So then you need all kinds of other filtration things, which without power, most of them don't work. So just watch your source.
Yeah.
There are water tests you can buy and test your water. It's for heavy metals, it's for bacteria, viruses, cryptosporidium, and those parasites. So that you can buy those tests.
Yeah.
It depends, and remember, you choose which kind of test you want and need, by the way.
Yeah. And remember, when boiling is for generally only for biological contamination. It's not going to change anything if it's got lead, arsenic, but chemical contamination in it, because boiling does not change that.
No, for that you need a specific filter that can handle that type of
let's say reverse osmosis distillation. So this is why I said about knowing and practicing and knowing these different methods. So depending on the contamination, whatever it is, right? Pesticide, right? Imagine like a hurricane, a flood.
Hey, McBean, good to see you, brother. And CB.
Yes, of course, sir. But I think that's the more important thing to always remember. Where is this water actually coming from? Was it rainwater? Was it sewer water? Was this toilet water? Was this like runoff? Is this a standing lake, a standing pool, a river, a lake, an ocean? Right?
Yeah.
So it all depends.
Yeah, it all depends.
Yeah. And it depends where you are, right? Because we got to remember, during a flood, usually sewer water backs up. Or you get infiltration from ocean water, salt water onto fresh water, right? So something as a simple thing like a Lystra, a soy or whatever is not done credit for that, because there's salt contamination. It's not done remove that.
Salt, you can't filter salt out without desalination, which is ridiculous expensive, or distillation.
Yeah. So you got to keep that in mind if you live on the coast or something like that, right? So fresh water is, going to be really important, because if that contamination from the ocean comes in, you're not going to be able to per se drink it. It'll dehydrate you because the salt level's way too high. And of course, there's air contamination in it, probably too, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, plastics are in everything, just like Dor said. I mean, it leaches in over time, depending on the type of plastic. Some leach faster than others. If it's short-term storage and you're going to rotate through it, not really a problem. If it's long-term storage, that's why my jugs downstairs, they're only for flushing the toilet now. I'm not dumping the water down the drain to do it again. They're not going anywhere. That's just toilet flushing and personal hygiene at that point. I won't drink it.
Yeah. And for example, if you label something like that way your family members or people just know right away. It's like, this is 14 years old. Do not drink it, flush, or something like that only, or cleaning only.
And if you do home preserving, home canning, even water bath, you have extra space in your thing and an extra jar you're not worried about, fill it up with water and throw it in a water bath canner. You're going to sterilize it, assuming it's your tap water or your own well water. You're going to sterilize it. It's in a glass jar, and it has the sealed lid. There's no acid. It should be pH neutral. That'll virtually last forever on your shelf. So at least you'll have sterile water for washing off, say, injuries, wounds, stuff like that you may get, and you need something is sterile. That's not going to.
Yeah, and maybe you keep it at the lid in a dark, cool place, so sunlight doesn't hit it and all that stuff.
Canned goods, keep it in the back somewhere in your canned good area.
Yeah, maybe put a box over top of it so it's in the dark, right?
Yeah,
all the time, something like that, or use a garbage bag like I have. I've used that.
Use garbage bags for too many things I don't want to know about.
Well, it's my trash talk. It's my trash talk, everyone.
He's just trash talking. Don't mind him.
Okay. Anyways, going on here.
Let's get into the next part of it. Warmth. If the electricity goes off at a cold time of the year, your home will quickly become cold. Gather together in one room, hang blankets over the windows, cover the floor with rugs, and build it in under a table to keep warm. Think about the risk of fire. Extinguish all candles in alternative heating sources before you go to sleep. Air in the room regularly to let in oxygen. And here is the suggestions. Woolen clothes, warm all weather outdoor clothing, hats, gloves, scarves, blankets, sleeping mats, sleeping bags, candles, tea lights, matches or fire lighter, alternative heat sources, LPG heaters, paraffin heaters. Um, that is just suggestions for what you can.
And can I chime in real quick?
Yeah.
Real quick. It says warm, but it should be more controlling your own core body temperature. So, because if it's really hot out, you need to cool down, right? Because you can overheat heat exhaustion, right? These heat waves that are going at times, right? It's summertime, generally speaking, right? So,
Yeah.
He can get to you too, right? So sometimes because you don't want to, because warmth would be like if you're suffering from hypothermia, right? Below body temperature, but there's a thing called hyperthermia, which is above body temperature, right? Above that 30, 37, 98.6 degrees. Yeah, exactly.
Heat stroke.
And then that can hurt or worse, right? So just to keep that in mind, right?
Yeah.
Because
but these are just suggestions, so
yeah,
you have to use your mind and think for yourself.
For heaters, read the box. Some of these heaters need to be vented. People like to bring their barbecue grill inside or just light their gas stove to warm the house up. Well, you got no venting. You're sucking all the oxygen out and creating carbon monoxide. It'll kill you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that happened. The silent killer.
And for that, you should have a carbon monoxide detector.
Yeah, battery powered.
And a smoke alarm. Yeah, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Let's remember because I'll throw in real life scenarios and real life events that have happened. Look at Texas, 2021. CO got to them, right? Some people, and people were like in one bedroom, right, making a mini fort in a bedroom, or let's say in a kitchen area to keep warm, right? So microclimates, right, to reduce the space that you have to heat up. So, if you had a tent, for example, popping in the kitchen or living room wouldn't be such a bad idea if it came down to that, right? Because you have this microclimate, right? So you're heating up less room. You're not heating up the whole house or apartment, just this localized area to keep warm with, for example.
There it is.
I swear I didn't
inside the room your house in. As long as you circulate the air you can stay really, really warm. Yeah.
Yeah, most houses aren't hermetically sealed like a laboratory, so they all leak air to some extent somewhere. It's just some more than others.
To some extent, yes.
Yeah. But just don't seal just don't cover everything with plastic and duct tape and seal yourself in a room, and then you have no air at all because I don't want to let the cold in. Well, now you're just going to die. So okay.
Yeah, you do. It's okay to be a little bit cool, but have a little bit fresh air versus being really, really warm and no fresh air.
Yeah, and what makes body heat again? Oh yeah, calories. That's where the food comes in.
So,
food, when you eat, you increase your core temperature by 10%.
Yes, because the blood has to rush to your stomach to digest it, right? All that reactions of breaking it down release heat.
It's funny, nobody believed me when I told them that during COVID. I had to go into a couple customers that were healthcare facilities, and they take my temperature. I just finished eating this massive submarine sandwich, and I go and sit down. They take my temperature, like, oh, you're at 100 degrees. I'm like, I just ate. They're like, that won't do that. I'm like, fine. Let me sit here for like 10 minutes. I'd sat there for 10 minutes. Boom, temperature went right back down again. I'm like, I just did. And I did it 4 times in a row. The other time I went in there, got my temperature. It's like, okay, you're 98.7, whatever. I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to go out in my car and eat something here a second. And it was like 60 degrees outside. Ate a big old sub and a bottle of water. Came inside. 5 minutes later, temperature, 99 degrees. I'm like, see? I'm not sick. I'm just full.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if we dive into keeping cool, right? So the water aspect would come involved, right? To keep cool, because obviously water can pull heat away much more than other things, and it'll hydrate you up, keep your blood flow, the amount of liquid in your blood, so it's not thin thick, right? But if your blood gets too thick, then it's harder for your heart to pump it around, and water will cool you down as you're drinking it, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, if you're hot and here's a tip: if you're hot and dehydrated, and really hot, really dehydrated, the last thing you want to do is drink cold water, because cold water goes down your throat into your stomach. It will constrict the blood vessels and not cool you off, and it won't rehydrate you very fast. If you drink room temperature water, not hot water, if it's 100 degrees outside or 35 Celsius or whatever, if you drink just room temperature water and you're really thirsty, you can actually feel it. If you're that thirsty, you drink a little bit, swallow it, you can actually feel all of a sudden, you just feel a little bit better each time. It's not going to cool you off, but it'll rehydrate you. Once you're rehydrated enough, sure, then grab that bottle of water you had sitting in the freezer for 45 minutes. It's almost ice, and chug that if you want to feel better. Just rub it on your forehead or your neck. But
oh yeah. Remember these core areas like your neck, your groin that are actually have bigger blood vessels, right? And try to keep those cool whenever possible. Hence, something like a cool bandana over the neck. Oh, of course, that only works better when it's the ambient temperature is below body temperature.
Good to see you.
Hi, Peace Journey. Welcome.
Working and getting containers ready for the hot season's veggies. That sounds good.
And we could dive into that. We'll dive into that probably too, right?
Yeah. And if we go to the communications, then in the event of a serious incident, you need to be able to receive important information from the authorities, primarily Swedish radio. And that is commonly station P4, that is the nationwide emergency broadcast channel.
Yeah.
You also need to be able to follow how the media are reporting events, remain in contact with relatives and friends, and be able to reach the emergency services. And here they have some suggestions for that. A radio powered by batteries, solar cells, or winding. A car radio.
Like this one right here?
A list of important telephone numbers on paper. Extra batteries, power bank for devices such as mobile phones, mobile phone charger that works in the car, cash in small denominations, medicine cabinet and extra medicines, wet wipes. Sorry, that was the other. Sorry, we take that later. Or we can take the other now as well. The others suggestions is spirit stove and fuel, torch, head torch, batteries, cash and small denominations, medicine cabinet and extra medicines, wet wipes, hand sanitizer, nappies and menstrual products, paper, printouts of information such as insurance policies, bank details, registration certificates, fuel in the tank. That's the others. Mm-hmm. So anyway, no matter what, information is crucial. You need the information. With the information, you can make good decision or proper, correct decisions. And that will keep you from getting injured or worse, turn out dead. The more you know, the better decisions you can make.
Yes, because you can actually take in all the variables and make a rational decision what's going on.
Yeah, and if you don't have any information, that is a stressful position you are in.
Yeah,
because you have no idea what's going on, and that can create panic situation, and you don't want to be panicked. that is a bad idea, because that can get you really in a situation that is really bad, and that can get you injured or worse, dead, because you can't make rational decisions when you are when you have all the information, because the information can make you really more relaxed and make you think rational.
Exactly.
So, those are good. Also train yourself on things like rocket stoves, etc. Yeah. Write down recipes on a notebook, basic maintenance info on vehicles and gadgets. PV are the one who knows things about that, on how to do that. So PV is awfully quiet today.
He's just letting us talk.
Yeah.
He'll chime in.
Also have a practice session to have a routine when SHTF. Yeah.
Just to chime in on something, right? I mean, for example, I know Shawnee said something a while back, like half an hour ago or whatever, near the beginning of the stream when she came in, right? And she said that I'm trying to remember what she said here. Something about she had some sort of power outage and realized that she was missing like some coolers or something like that. So if situations do happen, and let's just say it's short term, let's just say a couple hours or whatever, right? Always try to remember the lessons that you're learning when situations happen, even if it's really, really short term, an hour, 2 hours, or something like that. Try to learn from that experience too, right? So the next time around, you're not caught with your pants down, as they say, or So if you realize this wasn't adequate enough, or I was lacking in this department, something like that, then you try to reinforce that the next time. So next time it happens, you're more prepared for it. You're more proactive versus reacting later again to the same thing again. Right?
Yeah.
Just like how see Gil from Family Compound would say something like, if you're in a hurricane area, right? If you have like storm shutters or the wood that you're using, right? If it's possible to reuse that for the next time around, keep that around, right? And label it and be like, this is where I put it, this shutter or piece of lumber, wood over this window, right? That way, it's just the next time around it happens again, you'll be even more ready, because it's like, oh yeah, I know exactly where I put this, or I already got the screws ready for it. It's already ready to go, for example. That way, if it happens again, you're more ready for it because you learned the lessons, gained experience from it and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, because experience is important too when it comes to preparedness.
Yeah, exactly.
I think a big
that one right there. Yeah.
Yep. I think a big problem for people who are just starting, trying to keep on topic here, is they watch too many of the wrong videos and get too much of the wrong information. They run out and buy a bug out bag with all full, ready to go. They have no idea what they're doing. And then, well, somebody said I should get plywood for my windows. Well, you don't live in a storm area. I mean, plywood's not going to stop somebody from breaking into your house if you're worried about, like, the shit hit the fan totally. That might help, but not really. I mean, people just go out and they get involved at the last minute with the wrong things, and that's a problem for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is like panic buying or something like that, right? That kind of thing, right? Because you just want something right away that you're just like, whatever's on the shelf kind of deal, and you realize that's not inadequate, or that's the wrong thing to get for this situation.
I apologize. I was afraid I would just spout off stuff. I just know so much more from the experience these past few years and have been researching over a decade the things I don't know. Yeah, do some research on your own. That is another good thing. Um, if you need to, speaking of bug out bags, if you are going to make one, make it make one that fits your needs. In uh, sure, you can buy a fully equipped bug out bag, but that the equipment in there might not fit you. Uh, you need to have you, and if that equipment doesn't fit you, you need to change it. So, so in that case, I prefer to build it on my own because that is a better option. And if you are going to buy one completely filled up, those are expensive. So it is better to build it on your own and put things that you really need for yourself. And you get if you build it on your own, you get the equipment you really like. If you prefer a special type of knife for your bug out bag, well, you put it in there. Put your favorite knife in there, or favorite water filter, or whatever you prefer. So
this is the problem with this is the problem with people just starting out. They've got no sort of reference point or anyone to go to. So one of the first points of call is they go onto YouTube or social media or the internet, and all they see is people trying to sell them stuff. They see people trying to militarize their preps with some sort of, full-scale escape and evasion kit and all this sort of stuff, and it's just complete garbage in most cases. People have got to get realistic. If someone's starting out, the last thing I'd advise anyone to do is go into YouTube and tell them to watch programs on, bug out bags and this sort of stuff, because they're just wasting their money initially. They've got to find their footing first and develop their sort of progression, dependent on their skills, the location, all this sort of stuff. I'll say to someone who's starting out, you've got to determine what you're preparing for. So there's generic threats and there's specific threats. So a specific threat would be an earthquake threat, for instance. I don't live in an earthquake zone. Some people might do. Generic threats may be, social disorder, the power grid as the end result through many threats. So, location is everything when we're considering things. I mean, preparedness isn't cheap. It's an involved subject, and many people can just overspend. And this day and age, a lot of people haven't got that much money, so you've got to do it. Start off slow, decide what you're preparing for, and it's literally just go back to basics. So, there's nothing wrong with starting out. Start out with 3 days worth of supplies, then build yourself up to a week over time, then gradually over 2 weeks. And if if the threat determines it that much, you can extend out to a month, 3 months and beyond. To be honest, I wouldn't even bother. If you're thinking about the 3 month and beyond point, then you're really seriously talking about hunkering down, staying where you are, and you're involved into growing your own stuff then, and sustainment in the long term is key. But anyone who's starting out, anyone can be prepared for 3 days. They just all it is one. one shopping trip would see you through 3 days. Buy a load of bottled water, load of canned food, etc., toilet roll if you need, if you need to, and then that's it. That's your starting point. Not very, not very expensive. It's an extra week's worth of shopping as a baseline, and then you can start developing and molding. If you don't want to store bottled water because you're concerned with plastic leach and this sort of stuff, then look at alternative storage containers. You don't have to have canned food. You don't have to have dehydrated food. You can have a mixture. It depends on where you are, what you're doing. So, it's all about your own personal developmental journey, if you like.
Yeah.
I'd say to someone, reserve an area for some extra provisions to start with. It could be a cupboard, a drawer, a complete room, or a different location. The key is initially not to overstretch yourself, not to overpower yourself. Don't make it too complex.
Everybody keeps watching these shows. Everybody keeps watching these shows like, oh, I'm going to bug out. Where the hell are you going? Why are you leaving what you got? I mean, unless you're like in a really bad area to begin with, maybe you just shouldn't be there. Maybe you can't help it. But where are you going? I got a bug out bag in my truck. Okay, for what? Well, in case I have to bug out, to where? I carry a bag. I have a little backpack in my truck. I keep enough stuff in there for a day's worth of food, just calories, nothing spectacular. And I change it out a little bit, whether it's hot or cold outside. It goes in my truck. If I have to walk home and I know my locations when I'm working, I'm on the road. If I have to walk home, my worst case scenario is a 3-day walk. And that's if I can keep up the pace. Okay. And I'm passing a lot of areas and things. Will I be able to scrounge some food or some water? Probably. But for a day or so, no problem. But that's for me to get home. I call it my get home bag, not my bug out bag. Wintertime, I throw extra blankets in there. Summertime, I throw extra water bottles in there. I mean, and it weighs like 30 pounds. Can I handle it? Yeah, I can handle it. It's going to get lighter as the day goes on because I'm going to be drinking and eating this stuff. So,
yeah, exactly. You'll be consuming the consumables like food and water.
Yeah, but where are you going?
When people start out, I think that, reserve a alternate location, friends or family that you can stay with temporarily 1 or 2 days, and then decide where you're going to spring off from there. Or you could have a separate house or location, holiday home somewhere, boat somewhere that you can temporarily stay in there. Because a lot of people's vision of bugging out is different as well. I mean, to me, you don't bug out. My primary sort of plan is, stay where you are until your location becomes unreliable.
Yeah,
exactly, because you got everything there.
If you don't have no water in your location, no food, the security, the threat level is really high. You can't secure it, or your home.
Yeah.
For example here, right? Because in the U.S. this week there was tornadoes down in, I think that was Iowa, wasn't it? In that state, right? These people don't actually have a home because for some reason, right? So they need to actually go somewhere else, even temporarily, right? So, things like that may dictate having something like that when possible, right? Because some things like fire, flooding, or something like that will force you to leave. Unfortunately, but other things like,
what are we prepping for? What's going on around the world? What's going on in your neighborhood? What's going on in your small city, in your county, in your state? I mean, you got to think about you where you're at right now and what you need to stay in good shape for a day or 2, 3, 5, 10, and then work out from there. I mean, if the crap really hits the fan, you're not really going to know it until it happens. And everybody's like, oh, I'm going to get in my car and drive to my cabin 4 hours away. The hell you are. Everybody's going to be on the road and running out of gas. You ain't going anywhere.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And let's remember the real situations that have happened, let's say even in the last 5 years, right? See, like here in Canada, right, we've had forest fires that force people to leave, right? Towns to leave. It's happened at least twice, right? What they actually do now is they'll actually have, I wouldn't say checkpoints, but points along let's say a main artery of road that leads out of said town or city, whatever, right? And they'll actually set up like, I think with tanker trucks, a place that you can actually refuel up, right? Because if you're stuck on the side of the road, right, you're not going anywhere, right? Because they want people, if people are leaving, they want them to actually like not be on the side of the road clogging traffic, right? Because if there's a jam, then no one's getting out.
Yeah, emergency vehicles are getting through to save the rest of it. Yep.
Yeah, exactly, right. So they want if people, they know people are going to be leaving, right? So they're going to set up points along the route, like almost like caching, right? So there's places where you'll be able to pick up fuel, right? Some people are nice, you know, they'll offer you it, right? Even at cost. Just at cost, that's it, right? They're not making anything happen. They may be nice and give it to you for free. Yeah.
Depends on where you live.
Yeah. Depends where you live, right? Depends where you live. People are different in different countries and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and where I live, we have hurricanes, we have floodings. In my area, we have a lot of forest around us, so forest fires can really happen here too, and it happened. So
yeah. I mean, like, if you look at Forehaven Farm, right? He's had issues out east, right? We've had issues with forest fires out west here. So, I mean, stuff like that will. I'm not saying you'll bug out, but you might have a bug out bag, but you might have like some sort of go bag or evacuation type of bag, which is slightly different, right? So you might have cash in there to get a hotel, right? Stuff that, you know, more important things like insurance papers, deeds, and stuff like that, your ID and all that stuff. So, you know, you can, because you'll still come back to a life. You might not have per se a home, but you'll at least have this other stuff, right? Because you're not per se bugging out to the woods per se. You're going to a hotel, motel, a friend's place, relatives, right? As Forehaven would say.
As Thor says, he has not a bug out bag. He says he has a get home bag.
That's what I said.
Instead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because for him, it is better to have a get home bag rather than a bug out bag.
I mean, my get home bag, it has a Bic lighter in there. Can I start a fire? Yeah, I can start a fire. What am I going to cook on? I'm not carrying pots and pans. If I need to stay warm, sure.
Yeah, that's probably the reason for something like that, right? Just so you know, something that weighs under an ounce. So just in case you need an option, it's there, right? It could be just as simple as stormproof matches, something nice and lightweight. You'll be able to start a fire to keep warm if you really had to, if it came down to that. Yeah.
I keep one of those little itty bitty sewing kits I got years ago. The thread is okay. I also carry a little bottle of alcohol because if I got to stitch my ass up, which I've done before, I got a needle and thread and some alcohol to sterilize it. It'll keep that sucker shut for a while if it's that bad. And then I can put a bandage over and stuff like that. But I don't carry around this massive first aid kit with 400 Band-Aids, a piece of gauze, a roll of tape, and a first aid book. No, I know what kind of injuries are going to put me down permanently and which ones I can get by on until I get better help or may not need better help.
Because you have the knowledge to supplement the gear, the resources, right? And not just the resource.
I'm glad
not
you
just
said
the resource.
That's the one thing that people really need. You need some knowledge of stuff. I mean, I feel bad for
skills and experience.
Yeah, they just went to college for basket weaving. That's all they know how to do. That's all they ever did. They don't know how to start a fire. I mean, and that's a problem. I mean, in itself, some people just don't want to. Everything will be fine. The government will give me everything I need. Okay, well, sorry for you, but I'm not going to sit here and try to.
Remember, look at these forest fires, flooding, hurricanes, right? Even FEMA, government aid, whatever, still takes time. Those resources still have to migrate over to the affected area, right? Look at Hawaii, right? Look at these places that have happened, right?
I don't think we want to get on the Hawaii topic right now.
But I'm just saying how long it takes to actually arrive, right? Because sometimes it's remote. Sometimes the roads are blocked, flooded out, the ridges are gone in some places, right? So the only way is maybe through like a helicopter. That still takes. There's only so many helicopters, right? Compared to vehicles.
So much load they can carry. I mean, you can get
Yeah.
detailed on stuff, but what's in it? What do you need? What's in it for you? Is what it boils down to. What do you need to do? What do you think you're going to have to do? That you
To
know,
buy
you're
yourself
just
time.
doing.
You got to buy you're buying yourself.
Yeah.
Let's say you're waiting for this help, right? You're gonna give yourself the best chance by actually giving you a sufficient amount of time until that aid comes. Let's say a couple of days, right? I think this kind of 3-day Windows 72-hour kit, as some people call it, right? That's so you can actually have something to sustain yourself, keep you safe, fed, warm, hydrated until help can come, right?
Yep.
That's the more important thing to remember, right? Because
and that's all we're talking about here is just the basics to start up on.
Yes,
Not the
exactly.
long-term guys like me that.
Yeah, we're not really talking about
hobby.
Beyond a month right now. You want to be able to secure yourself for that short term to start off with, right? Then in time, like yourself, working
Look
that long
who's here,
term.
guys. We have Venerable Owl in the house. Good to see you, brother.
Oh, here we go. Now it's a party.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm late. Been a busy week and day. Lol. No problem. I'm glad you're here. It's your
Welcome.
topic, by the way.
Your suggestions,
Yeah, exactly.
Good topic, right? Because I think people, it's too easy to look on like YouTube or whatever, like Preparedness Veteran said. You look on YouTube, right? You see these kit videos, I guess, for lack of a better term, obviously with bags and stuff like that, right? But you also got to remember the basic stuff, right? The food and water, for example, right?
Yeah, there's like I say, anyone starting out, just do not overcomplicate things. If you look at all the most nations that provide governmental advice or leaflets or booklets, they all sort of generally follow the same thing. Have at least 3 days food, 3 days water, non-perishable food, 3 days water, whatever form this lot comes in, first aid kit, and then the other common aspect which they all throw in is keep informed. Hence the hand crank radio business, because if most systems go down, like the internet and stuff like this, then your only source of information is going to be broadcast. Yeah. So a self-sustained, solar-powered hand crank radio, or even battery radio, get some spare batteries, and so on and so on. But
that's a good start.
After you got all this, so after you got all this stuff in, you can then start adopting your own sort of little system of rotation, and then look at things, extra things. Start thinking about single points of failure, sanitation, an alternate sort of toilet system. How you're going to keep yourself clean, wash yourself, keeping the radio going for information updates and so on. And then start looking at things like, get some basic training in things.
Knowledge,
be prepared to, but like you say, be prepared to leave where you are and effectively bug out to wherever you're going to, bug out to. I mean, some people's bug out locations could be friend's house, family's house, it could be a motel or a hotel. Your route, how do you get there? Some people would just grab a wad of cash and just jump on the train. It depends on the actual scenario. It could be a low-level scenario or right up to a wide-scale scenario. So keep some form of cash with you, in your house at all times as well. So
because let's look at
if it's any form of cyber attack, for instance, or any sort of electronic event.
Yeah, because let's go. And again,
if there's any sort of electronic event where all the ATMs have gone down, or any transaction fails, your cards are going to be useless. So have a wad of cash to see you through the immediate future.
And just to chime into that, by bringing up real world situations that already have happened, because these things have happened, right? Here in Canada, we had a service provider go down just for a day, right? But if you can then have cash on you, you had no access to your card because it was tied into that network, right? So you wouldn't, if so, for example, right? So if you had to do shopping or grocery shopping, right? If you didn't have cash for you would have to either wait, borrow money, or not have it for the time being. And that was just for one day, right? Imagine if it actually lasted longer.
Effect to that. There's an unfortunate side effect to that going down, even a service provider or just your communication grid for a day. You may have all the cash you want. 99% of these stores that have food and stuff, they don't know how to do basic math. They're not going to do it on paper. It messes up their inventory. They just shut the doors because their computers don't work. Their cards don't work. Nothing works. Their touch screens, all that stuff. If that's not working, you might get lucky and a store might be able to figure out because they don't have the price stickers on everything anymore. It's all on a barcode.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
They don't know how much it is. So it's like, what do you do then? Everybody's lined up at the store. It's like, oh, sorry, our registers are down. It's like, okay, I'll pay cash. Well, we don't know how to add up. And these kids these days don't know how to count back change anymore. They just read the screen and count the change.
So, basic math to go with it.
Yeah, but it's not going to change. That's not going to change. So, cash is great if you're passing somebody, it's like, hey, I need a bottle of water. How much you want? Give me $5. Great. Here's a $5 bill. Thank you. But you're not going to go to the store. That's when the raids start right away and everybody just starts rolling their carts out the door. Who's going to stop them? Cops aren't going to be at the grocery stores. They're going to be at the banks and protecting their own. So, it depends on how bad you want to go down this road. There's just so many different scenarios. There's just no way to plan for any one of them. You just got to plan for yourself, short term, start local with yourself, your family. That's it. And then slowly think about it from there. There's just, we can go on for years talking about everything, and we're not going to cover it. You can't. And it'll make everybody crazy and have to go spend $1 million and still not have everything you need.
And just to chime into that, like, imagine food, water, security, keeping your core body temperature, communication is a circle, right? Try to widen that circle, and so these circles overlap, because then that way, because certain situations will require certain things to be more of a priority. For example, right? So let's just say flooding, for example, something like that, storm surge, for example, that does happen, right? Water is probably the most important thing next to shelter, keeping safe, right? Because you could go a little bit longer without food, but with a couple of days without that clean water, you're done, right?
Yeah, water is really crucial.
Now, if you have that water,
if
you have that water, that also means that if it was a heat wave, you have extended use of water just in case. Let's just say a brownout, a power outage that kind of causes a blackout to occur, and that can happen because people are using a lot of AC fans, drawing so much from the grid that causes them to actually have to rolling blackouts or brownouts, right? So having that water also means that you can cool with, drink it, cool yourself off, bandana, whatever you want to do with. So that circle is overlapping multiple scenarios, and if you widen that circle, that means that you can overlap more of these scenarios. For example, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah. I think what people overlook in general, you've got to look after get yourself physically fit and dentally fit as well. So these things you can just do by book an appointment, go to the dentist, get your teeth sorted out. Last thing you want is some sort of bad toothache or infection. When everything's gone. Exactly. In worst case scenario, it can kill you. Get yourself fit. Start adopting a fitness regime, make yourself more injury resistant, more robust, this sort of stuff. Because, there's a lot of people out there overweight, lack of exercise, and it's not very good for you, really.
Rule number one is cardio, right?
Exactly.
Well, then it's just...
And then just build yourself up from there. Adopt some sort of monitoring.
I was going to say real quick here is that if you don't have this get home bag or a bug out, like whatever kind of go bag, If you're going to be transporting water around, you got to be fit enough to actually carry the said backpack, said what this water container, whatever, gallon of water, or be able to bring it from the basement all the time. And this stuff you might have to continuously do, right? Move the water around because, you know, you don't have access to solar for your pump and your battery banks are dying. You have no way to recharge it. Your generator's dying, so you got to manually move the water around. You got to be fit enough to actually want to carry it to your toilet so you pour it or bring it from another room and all that stuff. You got to be fit enough to keep doing it.
Yeah.
You know, old school methods kind of deal.
Yeah, functional fitness. You know, so if your plan is if your bug out route is say 60 miles away, you've got to be prepared, worst case scenario, to walk that distance. Hence, so this is when the bug out bag comes into it. You know, fine, you monitor all the lines of information, and you want to get out as quickly as possible if you're going to bug out, so you can jump ahead of all the traffic and queues. But you know that you're in a vehicle at the end of the day. If that vehicle breaks down or gets taken out or stolen or whatever, then you got to consider the last option is to walk on foot. Are you physically able to walk on foot? You know, your feet. So build your bug out bag with a contingency for that to be factored in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's a lot of moving parts, and this is what overwhelms people to begin with. I think, like someone said there, you know, Chief Tech 86, you know, keep it simple, stupid. You got to go back to basics. You've got to, because at the end of the day, you got all these plans, all these systems in place, etc. And you know, if you're in a location with so many stores in there and so many years worth of food and all the spare gear and all this sort of stuff, half the time you'll forget what you've got anyway. So you just keep it simple. You just can't beat it. Allocate. You know, you can actually, if you're in a family of 4, for instance, allocate other members of the family to be in charge of a guardian of various aspects to that to your plan.
What's up, GP?
And then, yeah, just keep an eye over the whole system to get.
Hey, Guardian, good to see you, brother.
But fitness has got to be, you know, people have got to look towards that to begin with, straight away. And if you're not fit, if you're on medication, for instance, think about it straight away. How many other systems or threats are going to affect the supply chain for your medication? And if your medication means that you will die after 3 or 4 weeks without the medication, then you got to start building up a reserve of that medication or alternate systems, avenues where you're going to get it from.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, 70%, 90% of all medication that we get in Britain comes from India and China. So, you know, single points of failure. It's not good. It's not good at all.
Yep.
Yeah, Higgy Homestead said, yeah, water systems in the U.S. aren't up to par. Neither's the electrical system. Neither's about anything. The roads, the bridges, nothing's up to par anymore. I mean, nothing stable anymore. It's just getting worse. So where are you going to, like I keep saying, where are you going to go? I mean, unless you're close to your bug out location. Yeah.
So
keep it simple.
I would say have backup plans for each of the systems you've got. So you know, someone might have got a month's worth of food, water, and a first aid kit, and all sort of stuff. Yeah, as Daryl says there, make a basic priority list. So people got to start thinking of: is there an alternate toilet system? You know, get a portaloo or a porta potty or something like, or a chemical toilet or a composting toilet, a collapsible toilet in case your main one goes. As soon as that goes, that's it. You're talking hours before someone wants to take a leak or take a dump. And, you know, when you got to go, you got to go. And if you haven't got anywhere to go, it's going to get pretty grim pretty quickly. You
better have a shovel and some dirt you can dig in.
Exactly. Yeah. So
maybe some sawdust.
Well,
it
you know,
depends
so
on
that's
what
a
you
toilet.
want to do. Lime. Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like
and then go into, you know, if the lights go out, have some alternate lighting solutions. It could be as basic as a hand cranked lamp, or if you want to go down the candle route, have candles, etc., etc.
Yeah. Can we
alternate forms of heating and go on? Sorry, CR. Go on.
I was going to say, can we actually dive into that specific scenario? Because if you think of it, a power outage is something
Which one?
Is in general a power outage, because the power outage can be caused by different things. Instead of a hurricane, even fire can knock out the grid, right?
Yeah, even
a drought, a heat wave can knock out the grid because people are consuming a lot of power, rolling blackouts, brownouts, right? Because it's that kind of thing that can affect us right away. Because without power, you're not running the stove, for example. If you have a CPAP machine, unless you got emergency backup power, you're not running that, right? Because it doesn't keep your fridge cold because now you don't have power, right? For example, so because if we focus on something like that, because more likely people will probably experience something like that initially. I mean, look at Shoni, right? She had a power outage, right?
I mean,
even a car accident can cause a power outage.
Someone hits the transformer, your power's out in the neighborhood.
Feeds up to the substation, wipes out a county. It's just dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, so many. Like I said, I keep saying, so many things can happen. Power outage is generic, which is great. We can talk about that because as long as we don't get too specific on the whys and wherefores. I mean, there's a million.
Well, let's say we don't even know why or where it just happened in our area. Yeah, power's out. What are you gonna do, right? And let's just say you managed to get some information. It's bad, guys. It's gonna be a couple of days. Hopefully, you'll have something a backup option, right? Alternative or contingency plan in place for that. So, if we were thinking about the food, water, warmth, or coolness and communications, right? If it comes back down to something like that, right? So non-perishable, something you can eat right away, ready to use water, right? Not just the water filter, not just a distillation system, but actual water, right? Because nothing replaces actual water. There's no replacement for that. There's no, substitute for that, right? And of course, something like candles, solar lights, so you can keep, you can actually see in your place still at night, right? For example, the communication part that could be wind up radio.
For so long.
No. Of course. We're talking about within this window of, right? Because this is something that people can experience at any time. Remember, a power outage can actually almost happen at any time, right? And sometimes it's without warning, right? There's no warning.
At the wrong time. That's when it is.
Yeah, exactly, right.
You're in the shower like my wife was about a month and a half ago. She was dyeing her hair. She got in the shower to rinse it out. The water went out because somebody struck a water main. And now she's scrambling into the basement with goo in her hair, trying to find the jugs of water I had down there so she could rinse her hair out before it fell out of her head. But it's just dumb stuff.
Yeah, see, this is why I'm a huge proponent. If you have a washroom, especially without a window, always make sure there's a light source in there, so people can, just in case something happens. It could be even as simple as, hey, the bulb went out for some reason. Okay, now I can finish my shower in here. Then I'll get out and change the bulb afterwards, right? So it's just a minor inconvenience, right? Because you've already staged things in advance, right? Like a flashlight in a washroom that doesn't have a window, for example, right? That way you can at least have something to start with. Because I think if you look at your wife, for example, she's scrambling to their room, right? Which means, you're scrambling, you're rushing it, right? The next thing you know, you're stubbing a toe. It's like, oh, my toe, no, oh, the shampoo's still in my hair. The next thing you know, you're tripping over the toys, and it's just like, I should have just put a flashlight in this room, in this washroom. It would have been very easier.
The power didn't go out. You could see just fine. She just had
no. But I'm just saying something like that. Something like that. All right. Because I have a washroom that doesn't have a window. I keep a flashlight in there because if I take a shower and it happens, that's not gonna make my day. I'll be like, great. I still get to rinse the shampoo.
You can always practice getting around your own bathroom with your eyes closed to see if you know where things are. I mean, unless your bathroom is that much of a disaster like my wife's is.
No, but what I'm saying is,
you're gonna break a toe trying to get out in the dark.
No, but if you're trying to feel your way out and something like that, I'd rather not have to deal with that because it could be some situation where you're like, it goes out and you're like, oh, I gotta find out what's going on, but I gotta rinse the shampoo out of my hair first before, right? And you still have to get changed, obviously, right? So it'll be quicker if, because if your clothes are sitting like on something, right, you gotta feel your clothes to see what it is, right? It's like, do I have the shirt the right way and all that stuff? Because I think if you could see what you're doing, then you can actually do those actions faster. Because if you're in the dark, then you're just like scrambling. It's like, do I have the shirt the right way? Wait, my hoodie's the wrong way. I mean, you're feeling stuff out and all that stuff.
Yeah, well,
and next thing you know,
you're not going to die if you walk downstairs naked out of your shower or wherever.
No. I'm not saying like that.
To get a little bit of light, I don't need to get dressed. It's like there's nobody in the house, or if it's my wife, who cares? I walked down, she's like, power's out. She's like, yep, look at me. Yep, you're naked. I know you couldn't see what you're doing in the shower or whatever. You still got soap in your ears.
No, but what I'm saying, Mark, is let's just say if it's already dark out. What happens if it's already dark out? Yeah, then that would be more important, right? Because there's no daylight, for example, right?
That's just that's a one-off thing, yeah. But I'm gonna scroll up to 5 above here. Durlove Survival even said it. Are you spiritually ready? And we're not talking for a short-term 1 or 2 day, but over a period of time, you really need to be right with yourself and God or whatever you believe in, because you're going to start having, after about a week or so, that's when the people start knocking on your door. Please help, please help. What do? We can go down that rabbit hole. I prefer not to, because that's
I don't. Since we're talking about beginning in preparedness, that's something a little bit more intermediate to consider.
Yeah,
because you still need the food and water in the first place, right? Exactly. Even if you wanted to help them or didn't want to help them, you still need the resources if you want to help people anyways, right? So you need to square yourself away. If you want to help people, feel free, right? But you need to actually make sure you actually have it so you can actually help people, for example, right? You can't give water away that you don't even have.
That's what I tell you on an airplane. If the oxygen,
exactly.
Depressure, the first thing you do, put your mask on, because you ain't helping anybody if you can't breathe. And same thing just in life. You can't help anybody else.
That's the same thing I say too, right? That's the same thing I say too.
You're not helping yourself first.
Yeah, because if you're
good to see you.
Yeah, because it just makes it worse, right? Now I'm in a vulnerable spot, that kind of vulnerable spot too, right? So it doesn't help anyone if you're in danger too, right? So, but if you're safe and can do, you're good to go, then you can start helping other people if you want to, right? Anyways.
I agree.
Yeah. Anyways, continuing on.
I think the priority for most people, if the power goes out, is we can all handle quite light is no problem at all. Get a torch, flashlight, candles, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Radio for information, hand crank radio, etc., etc., etc.
Relatively simple, relatively cheap, relatively inexpensive for most people with various, even on fixed budget to acquire, right?
Yeah, even for your phone, everyone's got a phone stuff, power banks, etc. But as soon as the power goes out, my thinking would straight away be drawn to the fridge and the freezer. All that food you've got in the fridge or freezer, how are you going to keep that going and keep that powered? So after everyone's got their initial, priorities of food and water, etc., alternate means of cooking, etc.,
venerable Al.
Keep your start looking at how you're going to maintain your freezer and your fridge.
Hey, JHT Survival, good to see you.
Whether that be, you get yourself your own little generator, solar panel system, whatever, you got to start looking at how you're going to preserve what's in the freezer
and the options you have available, right?
Yeah,
like let's look at Texas, right? That was during the winter, right? So eventually people had the good idea, I can just put it outside. It's cold enough outside, right? But let's just say it's in the middle of summer or the rest of the year. You don't need that. You don't need some sort of option to keep that going. And let's just say it's the power outage is longer than a couple hours, right? In a couple hours, you're still probably good, right? Let's just say within the 4 or 6 hour range, you're probably still good on the fridge and freezer. Because if you go
And then it's
camping, right,
pretty
you
good
have a
for
cooler.
5-6
Yeah,
hours.
you're still good as long as you don't open it, right? I think
Yeah.
one of the things to keep in mind is in a power outage, or you don't have a way to uh, keep it cold, limit your activity in the fridge. Not just, let's just open the fridge door and look what I have, right? You know, for example, because every time you open it, you're letting the heat in, and you're reducing the amount of time that you can keep that food cold for what it is.
Thermodynamics is a bitch. Cold air sinks, hot air rises.
Yeah. Keep that in mind too, right?
Yeah.
That's why I have chest freezers. Just don't
Yeah.
open it really fast. You can open it nice and slow and get some stuff out and shut it.
Yeah.
And 90% of that cold air stayed there. A full freezer is a happy freezer. If you got a lot of frozen stuff in there that's been there for a long time or whatever, long enough to freeze, it'll stay cold for a while.
Yeah, it has that thermal mass of
cold.
Yeah. It has that thermal mass of cold, right? So it's just like, because for anyone that's gone camping with a cooler, right, you know how long it can go for, right? Even if it's just ice, right? And one of the things that one always says is like, for camping purposes, you keep it out of the sun, you keep it in the shade all the time, right? If you open it, you close it right away. You think before you open it. It's like, what am I getting out of the fridge, right? That way it limits your, if you want to get that a bottle of milk, right? You open it, grab it, close it right away. Just keep the duration nice and quick, all right? That way it limits the heat coming into the fridge.
Yeah, if you have a chest freezer or any kind of freezer, and you're worried about other things besides just the power going out, water, stuff like that, freeze water. If you have space in your freezer that's not doing anything, thermal mass.
I think
Throw a gallon jug in there, let it freeze, and the power hasn't been on for a week. What do I got in there? Oh, I got a gallon of water. It may not be cold, but it's a gallon of water.
Yeah, I think this is one of I think this is one of the tips that some channels out there are videos that for hurricane areas, prone areas, to keep in mind, right? Because especially obviously a hurricane, it's foreseen, obviously, right? It's not like a tornado or something else or an earthquake that it's more sudden, unexpected, for example, right? Or hurricane, you could see it coming, right? It's forecast way days in advance, right? So if you have room in your fridge or whatever, you expect the power to go low, freeze some water, keep some cold water in there in the fridge, right? So it's nice and full. So while the grid's on, the power's on, it's keeping that stuff cold. So when it goes out, that cold stuff will keep it cold, a little bit colder for a little bit longer, compared to if it was totally empty.
When all that food starts to thaw, you better have the barbecue ready because you're going to be cooking everything just to eat it and get everybody else to eat it before it goes bad, which it happens. Just start cooking everything, and there'll be barbecues out in the street with everybody cooking everything they got. You just pray it wasn't bad before they started cooking it.
Yeah, I think that happened in Texas too, right? Some of the videos I saw, a couple of days later, people were already barbecuing, kind of using up the food. Because obviously you don't want to waste the food and stuff like that. So.
Nope. If I know that's going to happen for more than 3 days, I got 4 pressure canners and I got 2 of those Big John stoves with a lot of propane. Oh, I'll be canning my food to preserve it further. But that's me. But that's not you can't I'm just going to go to the store and buy $1 million worth of stuff to do that just in case. There is no just in case. Everything's just in case.
Yeah. I mean, this is why you have you diversify the food, right? You just don't have things in the freezer or in the fridge you have non-perishables, cans, dry stuff that don't need, or home canned stuff, dehydrated, freeze-dried stuff that doesn't need that cold to stay preserved, right?
Yep.
So that's more like, because I can imagine if you had, Mark, for yourself, right? If you had issues with your chest freezer, generally you can get fuel, something happened to it, your backups weren't working too. I always imagine that I would consume the stuff in the fridge and the freezer first, let's say in a grid down scenario, before reaching over towards the perishables like cans and stuff like that. Because the cans, the dry stuff, And that's still good weeks later with all refrigeration, right? But this fridge stuff, if it goes down, I just wasted the food, right? That I could have consumed during that time. That way you still have food for later, right? You have the dry stuff, the canned stuff, the home canned stuff, the
pretty much anything in a can or a jar. You don't have to heat it up. It's already cooked. It was cooked in the can or the jar. You can open up a can of peas and just eat it. Little fun fact. Don't dump the water out. Drink it. You need it.
Yeah, that's how I would prioritize the food in terms of how, especially if the grid or power outage was extended period of time, and you know it's going to be an extended period of time because the nature of the situation, like a hurricane, some sort of major storm that caused a twister or something, earthquake, right? Because that's going to be much longer than that 72-hour window. Because it's not just like, someone hit the transformer or something like that. You know this is going to last longer than a few days, right?
I was like the East Coast, the blackout we had in the East Coast and back in the 70s where something happened up in Canada. Or what was even we had one in the 70s.
89. There was that 89.
Yep. And it wiped out the whole Eastern Seaboard was without power.
There was that 2003 blackout on the eastern side, right?
Yep.
And stuff like that.
Nobody knows. No, we're working on it. Thanks.
Yeah, because if they're saying they're working on it, just plan for the worst, hope for the best, as they say. As much as possible.
And the lab survival says salt.
Yes.
Also, sugar is another two things that is, because salt and sugar, if you store it properly, it will last forever, basically.
Yeah.
It's unlimited shelf life. You can store it for 100 years, 200 years, and the sugar will still be good.
Yeah.
So,
personally,
and of course, honey.
If I was, advising someone who's just starting out, I wouldn't even mention anything like salt, sugar, honey, or anything like this. They've got to keep it basic. Let them build up their own little supply from 3 days up to a month. Then you can start throwing in all this extra sort of tips and tricks. But for them,
maybe the more intermediate advanced stuff, I guess, right?
Exactly, yeah. For them,
because I always assume like a generator, let's just say solar panels, even the salt, sugar, maybe more intermediate or advanced stuff, right? Because it takes a little bit more knowledge, a little bit more money to have a freeze dryer or have a dehydrator or have extra solar power that's not just, a little solar light, for example, right? They're more intermediate advanced stuff because, the knowledge behind it, the skills you need for it, and the experience you need for it, and obviously the funds, the cash you need to pay for it. Because then everyone's going to be able to get the stuff, right? Let's look at some people are on a fixed income or whatever,
Yeah, exactly.
Tight budget.
It's not cheap.
Yeah, I mean, these resources take something.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, people have got to, as anything kicks off, or you get the inclination something's happened, or it could be a fast-moving event, then people have got to be able to get in contact with the rest of their group or family, to let them know what's going on, let them know they're safe, let them know where they are, and come up with some sort of plan to get them back home, for instance. For instance, the kids might be at school. They could ring you up and say something's happened, or you might have found out, right, stay there, I'm coming to pick you up, etc. Have some sort of
stick to the plan,
communication plan between you all to meet up and consolidate yourself in one location. And this sort of stuff, have contact cards with each member, and above all, with this sort of thing, they've got to practice it.
Girl, good to see you.
Practice. Practice their plan. Practice and get everyone conversant with who knows what, where they've got to be. Exactly. Well, everyone's got to be on the same page, so there's no grey areas. And it like I say, it can be as simple as if anything happens, we'll all meet at X location, or stay there, I'll pick you up. or they could have extra money with them to get their own bus back or train back or however. It all depends. You know, you mold it to your own sort of situation. But they've got to practice their own plan and their own sort of training regime, really.
Yeah, yeah.
And include things like pets as well, because a lot of people may miss that out. You know, it's another member of the family and so on. It may just not be just your guardian. It could be, you know, your beloved dog, your beloved cat, parrot, whatever. That have contingencies for that as well. Like you say, you know, people have got to start small at the 3-day mark minimum, and just gradually work up from there. It's you know, it's not hard to think about for many people. It's just, I think what swamps a lot of people is they get thrown so much advice by people, or they don't want to adhere to the government. That they think, you know, the government guidelines are so generic that it may not apply for their particular situation. So keeping it really simple is the way ahead, even for advanced people. You know, you could have so many preps, you don't know where half the stuff are. It's a real bind sometimes. And like, you know, Daryl just says there, having drills, you know. Yeah, right. So have hand tools, alternate methods of having tools. So instead of your power drill, have your backup hand tools as well, screwdrivers.
But if you don't have the skills and never had a power drill to begin with, that's the other half of it. Is if you don't have the skills, don't go buy something you don't know how to use. That's just a waste of money.
So if you're considering, you know, if the particular event is going to be destructive or anything like that, you should gain the knowledge and skills to repair your own abode.
I still think that would still be intermediate, because without the food and water knowledge of like more basic level of having it of something, right? These more intermediate advanced things are kind of,
yeah,
I mean,
true.
because the hand tools you gotta buy too, right? Because you know you're getting these probably secondhand or something like that, right? Because you might already have the power tools. You already have them because you do stuff already, right? So buying this extra hand tools that you don't always use, yet you're keeping it for a rainy day, right? It seems like a more intermediate thing because you're gonna purchase it, and you're not always using it too, right? So you're not always getting your bang for your buck because you don't always use them all the time too, right? So that's the thing about gear. You know, people sometimes don't want to just have things lingering around not being used, right? I mean, because it's just like it's just collecting dust, you know, and stuff like that. So I always think of it. Yeah, go ahead.
There are a number of things that listening to preparedness channels and preppers and for advice, they do ring true. You know, a lot of them does the basic things like people think about your main assets you use every day, like your vehicle and your car and your bike, your push bike, and stuff like this. So a lot of people, because many people live in hand to mouth, they, you know, concentrate on keeping their fuel tanks and their vehicles topped right up as well, which a lot of people talk about a lot, but you know, it goes amiss sometimes. Have some spare fuel. Another thing I just thought of there is firefighting equipment, a decent fire extinguisher capable of putting out a small fire, fire blankets, smoke alarms, all this sort of basic stuff. And
I think the smoke alarms and the carbon monoxide detectors are kind of like, I still consider those more as a basic type of preparedness item. Because generally they're going to be useful in many different scenarios, right? And you know, let's just say it's a very localized thing, some sort of random spark or whatever, you know. I mean, it could be as simple as a grease fire on your stove, right? That's the you might be you'll see that more commonly. It'll be more common to expect that to happen in a different
when people
day
start
to
to use alternate means of cooking and heating because the power's gone out, then You're talking open flames and carbon monoxide risk. And you know, the gear that they might be using, they might have not have used it for a while, could be faulty. So yeah, carbon monoxide detectors, smoke alarms, definitely. I mean, even in normal times, a lot of people die from that sort of stuff per year. The best of times, you know, and it don't take a lot to take your eye off the ball under stress and duration. You think about all sorts of other things, and you know, it can become quite a bit of a mind melt.
Mind melt.
Hey, going back to lighting for a second, and it just occurred to me, I'm staring at 10 of them right now for the last 5 years. Those little outdoor solar lights, I have them all around my deck. They charge up all day. The batteries those things come with, the rechargeable batteries, are crap. They're just enough to get through a few hours and they're done, and they don't last very long. I bought these, and I went out and bought a bunch of rechargeable good AA's like Duracell's Everready. I forget who it was, Saft, and I changed them out. And is that what you got right there?
Yeah. Solar light.
Yep. So I put those in there. So now they just.
Yeah, I was just going to say this was a
grab a
4-pack
bunch
for
of my
like $40, $35, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I just bring them in the house.
Even on a fixed income, you can get something similar to this, for example, right? And this could be a basic. I would consider it a basic thing that you can have, and it would help you in a power outage in different scenarios, right? You know, so yeah. I just have a different battery in here because I'm trying to charge it, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's
okay. I got them
on my deck, so if the power goes out at night, they're on. It's like, oh crap, I have light right here. I just pop them out of their little hole, bring it in the house. Now I got light.
Yeah, I mean, and
you can turn them off if you want.
Yeah, I mean, like, I remember 1 year back in 2021. See, this is actually the same year that we had the heat wave / heat dome here in Canada, right? I lost power for a couple hours, right? But I wanted to take a nice cool shower to cool myself off because it was really hot. In a shower, I just used the solar light so I could quickly take a shower, right? It was just like, so I was just like, I didn't even have to worry about, is this battery good? Where did I put the flashlights or something like that? And I just grabbed the solar light from outside, brought it inside, and just took a quick 3-minute cool shower to cool off. I was like, no fuss, no muss. It's nice.
Even without buying extra batteries, just the solar lights you keep outside that you can pop out of the ground, not all wired together, that falls into the basics.
I would think so too, because you can even get that from the door store, although it's not as good in my opinion, but it's still under this kind of, relatively, it's not an arm and a leg. It's still cheaper than, let's say, a dehydrator or a generator or anything like that, right? It's still cheaper than those things.
You're not running either your dehydrator or refrigerator if the power's out, so there is that. I'm not going to waste my gas or my generator or solar batteries to run that if I'm not worried about it. I already got enough food. It's like, okay, well, it was a good run. Power ever comes back, I'll do it again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why I've been using these solar lights for a long time. Even I've even mentioned this to CB here. She knows about it and stuff like that. And I've had these for a while, and I'm just like, to me, these are not just to help me day to day or to light the path outside. I can use them in an emergency if the power goes out, for example. Right? I can still have the lighting aspect covered. Then that way I can start worrying about other things like the fridge or whatever, right? I don't have to worry about not being able to see at night. I've already squared that away, right? I have the contingencies, right? Candles and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So back to basic stuff. I mean, that's basic. It becomes a little bit more intermediate after a time, but even just with the batteries they come with, that's basic. End of season sales are great at the dollar store and Sam's Club and Home Depot, whatever your Ace Hardware, whatever your Canadian Tire. Yeah, they go on sale because it's like, well, we got to get rid of this stuff, so they go on sale. You buy them, don't turn them on or put them outside and let them charge, then shut them off, leave them in the house if you're not going to use it for the season. Then you got it already. It's a cheap battery, and at some point maybe get some better batteries. But that's just one of a multitude of the infinite amount of things that you can try to think about But if it's cheap and you have the extra couple bucks and you have nothing else except for your cell phone for lighting or a couple, old ever-ready flashlights, yeah, you might want to get something else just to have it if you've already had power outages. But like I said, there's so many things. We can go on rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, but it's just going to confuse.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to keep it kind of more like...
Yeah.
Most of us have commonly expected or seen already in our lifetime that kind of more likely to happen, right? Because if you I'm always trying to focus on things that are more likely to happen, right? Because some things like food and water overlap on, well, pretty much all the scenarios, right? Obviously, all the scenarios you need food and water for sure, right? So
you're not going to continue down any scenario if you don't have food and water. So I don't care what else you got. If you don't have food and water, you could have $1 million and nobody within 100 miles. They ain't going to help you. Yeah,
you're done. And then you don't even have the skills to do any of this other stuff or grow a garden. I mean, still growing a garden is kind of more intermediate. I wouldn't say beginner, but a little bit more intermediate.
Depends on what you're growing. You're not growing a taker. You're just growing, a couple different plants that you plant at different times of year. So you have some kind of fresh vegetable, not much, that over time. But
the reason why I say that is because you need water, right? Because during a power outage, right, if the water in time doesn't get pumped to your place, you don't have water to water the plants. If it's not raining, you got no water to water those, and they're done. Without the water, the plants are done. All right. Only a couple days without water, right? Some of those plants, some of them can handle less water, but in time they need water, or else they will wilter and they're done. And you won't get a harvest.
Yeah, but I'm not going to waste my drinking water on a tomato plant.
No,
I'm going to get 6-8 tomatoes out of
it. Yeah. But that's just why stuff like water catchment in time would be a little bit more advanced because you got to source that out, right? Stuff like that. And have that ready to go. Anyways, continuing on. Continuing on here. So.
Their allowed survival says basic self-defense.
Yep. Personal security.
Well, I mean, that could be a different racket.
Got on your list there, Shadow.
Well, I'd say, after 3 or 4 days, things are going to start to descend into real chaos. And there's people going to start going out looking for other assets, other resources, etc. And no doubt you'll get people banding together. You'll get an increase in crime. I mean, a classic example is in the 70s, the big blackout in New York. It just took a matter of hours before the police were consumed into other tasks, and then crime just started to rise exponentially. So basic self-defense is key. As soon as you should be basically prepared anyway. You should be monitoring the radio for updates, and then just keep a watch out all the time, whatever your defense plan is, to be on the watch for intruders, burglars, etc. So that's a valid point.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that.
I mean, if someone there's a lot of people who do the work for you out there in terms of the risks. So all you got to do, anyone starting out, to understand what risks they're likely to be faced with, you just go to their government's website somewhere. There'll be a national risk register. For instance, in Britain here, we've got a national risk register, and there's classified as 86 different risks on that register. I've looked at a couple throughout the world, the Danish one, the British one, etc. And one of the most generic one that always comes up in the top 3 or 4 is either a terrorist attack, or the other one that comes up as a cyber attack. So anyway, regardless of that, the key to understand it is someone else has done the work for you, and they've spent lots of money into delving into what the risks are, and they keep on top of it, is to look at that risk register, and it will give you some idea as to what you're likely to be faced with on a large scale. Obviously, you can drill down from there onto a personal level, because personal level SHTF could affect everyone else. It could be a death in the family, bankruptcy, all sorts of stuff like that. So, it's different levels of actual risk and events.
I agree.
But, regardless of all this, what we haven't talked about yet, have a collective sort of resilience, get to know your neighbours, speak to your neighbours, establish if you're on the same page, establish what resources they can offer you, etc. Establish what skills they've got. I mean, next door to me lives a doctor, for instance, and a plumber next to him. So
I know some gardeners now.
Safety
I know
in
someone that
numbers and all this
fabricates
sort of stuff. Exactly. So it's not just the people have got to consider, and especially they get this image from the internet as well, is that anything happens or the drawbridges go up, everyone grabs their guns and it's all every man for himself and self-defense sort of thing. Community resilience will probably prevail over the individual in his
eventually
lone house.
You gotta sleep.
You've only got so much resources. You can you got to sleep. You can only defend your own property for so long. It's at the best of times. It's hard to establish.
And you only know so much, or you can only do so much, right? Other people may be more proficient at doing something. Let's say fabrication, gardening, or something like that, right?
You might even find yourself in a community disaster shelter that's not factored into your plans, for instance.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
Whether that's
let's say a church or something like that, that this muster point of, something like from flooding or something like that forces you out.
Yeah, I mean, the local community centre might be there for you to stay for a couple of hours, gather your thoughts, etc., because you've just had to evacuate from a mudslide or tornadoes demolish the whole town, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, anyway, community resilience, get to know your neighbours, get to know the people in your surrounding area, and
for the first time and start telling them everything you've got.
Keep your cards close to your chest.
Did you know I have this? They're going to be like, yeah, and I got guns, and now I know where I'm going to take my food from when a crap hits a fan because I got nothing. So, yeah.
I never mentioned preparedness towards these people I talk to. I always related to it like as gardening, some sort of fabrication type of thing, because that's what they do, right? So, and I just kind of I garden too, and I've tried fabrication too and stuff like that, just so kind of get them thinking about it like that, right? Being ready like that, right? I'd never say, how much water do you got stored up? I don't quite bring it up like that at times, right? Some people I can, but yeah.
There's some people I tell I have a freeze dryer when I make it.
I'm trying to feel it out. It's just because I don't want to push too hard, but obviously there's a thing called operational security and stuff like that. I mean,
never talk about what kit you've got, what food you've got, etc. That's just silly,
Yeah.
People will do anything when the resources go down. So
yeah. I have a bunch of friends. They know what I do, but they're not close enough. And some of them, if you can get your ass over here, you have need between the three of us, you, me, and my wife, or your wife, whatever. We can survive a little better with the skills we all have combined. But other people are like, "Oh, you have a freeze dryer?" It's like, "Yeah, what do you make?" It's like, "I make Skittles." "Oh, those are really good. I love Skittles." I'm not telling them I'm making MREs and stuff. Like, "Oh, you make food?" It's like, "Oh, yeah. I freeze dried some shrimp. Pretty cool. It's weird, but I do this and that and the other thing, but nothing overly detailed because ain't none of your freaking business."
Yeah, I'll probably establish the fact. Get onto the level where you can establish what their mindset is. The type of
exactly.
Flies off the handle.
Feel it out, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, anyway, I've got to go in a second. Another 5 minutes. I'm shooting.
Wow, 2 hours went by fast. That went by fast. Dang. But yeah, when I do it now, I never mention about the preparedness aspect. I try to relate it in terms of like, like, oh, you're fabricating it. That's cool. That's cool. Try to do some sort of bartering. It's like, hey, if you fabricate it for this, maybe I'll offer you some seeds or something like that to grow something. Or if they're a gardener or whatever, maybe do a seed exchange, right? Something to start with, right?
I wouldn't even go that far. Yeah.
Nah.
It depends on who your neighbors are.
Months into the apocalypse, that's when you're worried about seed
No.
exchanges.
I'm talking about beforehand. I'm talking about now, way before anything actually happens.
Yeah.
Sure.
Once the cat's out of the bag, it's out of the bag. There's no going back.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because they know I garden, right? So I'm not hiding that from them. All right.
Yeah. I think part of getting people on some sort of preparedness journey or getting them started initially, it also helps them mentally prepare for anything that's going to happen. And it's varying degrees of people's reactions to situations, but at least it gets them starting to think about their own sort of plan, mortality, how long they can last, their own skills, and all sort of stuff. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, Shadow, I've got to shoot off. So
yeah, no problem.
I'll catch you
Take
in
care,
a while.
baby.
Yeah, don't worry. Mark, I'll catch you in a bit, and CR, have a good one.
Hey, PV, thanks.
Yeah, no worries.
Take care, PV.
Well, don't everyone talk at the same time now?
Well, we figured you were just going to chime right in and start rolling again. Just let me say this one thing real quick. 20 minutes later. Yeah, desperate times.
No, because
measures.
Yeah, but I was honestly because there's so much on especially on the YouTube side, right? You can see videos after video after video about preparedness. You can see video after video about a bag, a kit, and stuff like that, right? There's countless. I know I've probably watched many of them, right? I've seen, you name it, I've probably seen the channel. Oh, this kid, yeah, I've probably seen that. Oh, that one item, yeah, I've seen it drifting around. Maybe I have one. I have some Stormtroop matches too. I've tried them out and stuff like that, right? But sometimes at the end of the day, you're gonna realize that you're gonna do what's right for you in your area. If it gets super cold, then consider that. For me, it's winter, right? There's two things that concern me at times. It's in the winter time. It's the tornadoes in the summertime. Because the winters, I cannot dodge that. There's no way I'm dodging that here in Canada. It's an eventuality. Eventually, it's gonna get cold. It's just a matter of time. The tornadoes or the twisters can happen in this area because it has happened because history has shown that in this area already, right? So yeah, I prepare for those things, right? So obviously blankets, sleeping bags, stuff like that. Obviously the water and the food, obviously, right? So for someone,
it's where
someone
you are.
on the coast,
everybody's different.
Yeah, the priorities of what you're preparing for scenario, right? So someone on the coast would say Florida or Carolinas, right? Hurricanes are probably going to be common enough that you want to plan for that, right? It's an eventuality, right? Maybe it misses you this one season, the next season, right? But it comes back the next year, the year after, right? Full force, for example, right? If you're living along, let's say, California, along fault lines, right? Consider an earthquake, you have no idea when it's going to happen. Eventually, it will happen in time. In time. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next year, but in time, it could happen in your lifetime, right? So being ready for that as well. Now, let's remember, California can suffer through heat waves too, right? So having that extra food, water, some sort of alternative means of power for that would be useful too, and that would help you if there was an earthquake. So these items, like I said about the circle overlap, right? These things would overlap in air scenarios too, right? So if there was a local power outage, you still have items because you planned for some sort of earthquake scenario or grid down scenario anyway. So these things would overlap anyways, right?
Right.
I hope
Hey,
that makes
Shadow,
sense.
what else you got on your list, Shadow? You had a big old list. Oh, my dog's barking.
Yeah, I can hear that. My list.
I thought you had like a whole bunch of stuff on a little file thing below that first list of items to have from Sweden there.
I can open it up.
Or was that
again.
just the rest? Was that just the rest of the book that was giving you more details, or the pamphlet?
Yeah, I can open it again.
I mean, that would be a good starter point. That'd be a decent starter point.
Yeah. We can open and share it again. This is all the suggestions they have in this pamphlet. And then it's they mention a lot of other things too. What would you do if your everyday life was turned upside down, for example, your emergency preparedness? This one, it says your municipality is responsible for ensuring that services continue to function even in the event of a societal emergency. This includes services such as the care of the elderly, water supply, and the fire and rescue service and schools. As private individual, you also have a responsibility. Preparing correctly and can enable you to cope with a difficult situation, regardless of what has caused it. In the event of a societal emergency, help will be provided first to those who need it most. The majority must be prepared to cope on their own for some time. The better prepared you are, the greater the opportunity you will also have to help others who do not have the same ability to cope. What is most important is that you have water, food, and warmth and are able to obtain information from the authorities and the media. You also need to be able to make contact with relatives. There are checklists on page 10 and 11 with foodstuffs and items that are good to have at home. That is.
I do have something to add to this. I think about it. Just to relate it back to a different topic we talked about in the past with you, Shadow, is that, and I've mentioned this before. If the Yoris is still here, he would probably chime in with the same thing he was in with us about. They'll let's just say it's a power outage or something. For example, they're not prioritize certain things before you're a home. They're not prioritize like a hospital, water treatment plant. They're not get those back up first, way before, let's say, a residential neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
That's why you need to be prepared and have a buffer zone of supplies, as I call it, so you can make it until they get it back into your neighborhood, for example, right? Let's say the power, for example. Because they're going to prioritize certain things first. If you think about it, right? Just like how we're prioritizing like water, food first. They're not, let's say, a city, town, whatever. It's not prioritized like water treatment. Let's say something like that, the water treatment plant, right? Because without that, without water, the town's done, right? Clean water, it's done, right? Everyone's not only be able to go so far or so long. A hospital, for example, right?
And we have a little square here that says, think about what risks may affect you in your local area. Do you live in an area that is sensitive to landslides or flooding? Is there some sort of hazardous industry or something else in your area that may be good to know about?
Yeah. So, yeah, for me here, it's winter, right? I mean, it's eventually going to get cold here in Canada, for example, right? For some people in the U.S. that live down south, where it's more, arid or tropical, these heat waves or the heat will eventually come. Summers eventually, you should expect that, right? So things like, hey, maybe if I'm on the grid with this and that, and once I'm using, it's really hot out, and once I'm using AC, maybe consider there could be rolling blackouts or brownouts because the demand on the grid, right? Because they have to do it, or else they have to roll out these rolling blackouts or brownouts or else the whole system would go down, right?
Yeah.
So you want something to help you with those situations, right? So in the cold, blankets, heater that runs on propane, for example, or whatever, candles for lighting, sleeping bags to keep warm. In the heat, water, obviously. Maybe a handheld fan or a battery-powered fan to keep cool. Maybe you have a basement you can get into or a cellar to keep cool because you can't run the AC because you don't have the power to run that, right?
We're going deep again, CR. So look at basic things. So if there's an emergency situation in your town, city, county, state, FEMA shows up, or in America anyway. You kind of hope they don't, but they do. What's the first thing?
Well, we have the Canadian Red Cross.
The Red Cross, whatever. But the first things that they bring are first aid and water. They don't show up with the food trucks and start having parties and feeding. No, they bring first aid and water, and those are the things you need: first aid, water, then food. So we're talking about the basic stuff here, not the incidental or whatever goes on in a particular region. Everybody's different. We've already established that. So yeah, it's what are your first primary needs? Water, period, and first aid if you need it, and then food, and then shelter, and then security and stuff. And you just build forward from there. You don't need everything all at once. And if it's a short-term thing, like, well, hurricanes are not necessarily short-term. You might have no house for a year. An insurance company doesn't show up for another 6 months and another year before you get a check. So that's not even an issue. It's what do you need right now? What do I need right this second? Uh-oh. Oh, that's CR. I thought somebody got on board.
No, it's CR.
Playing with his liquid mercury again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you said water.
Yeah.
Well, I said stage props examples. Not just saying it, right? Not just saying it.
Yeah. Well, we got the list right there. I mean, water should be first, not food. But
yeah,
water, food, temperature control, if you want to call it that. Warmth or cool.
Yeah, I think that's
or not. Better and it depends on where you are. And then communication, so you know what's going on. I mean, it's a pretty standard list. But I think the main topic here today was just where do you start? And I wanted to ask that to can't remember what his name was now. I wanted to ask where did you, not UCR, Scout, what was the first thing you ever did to prepare when you first even started thinking about it? I mean, you just run to the store and buy a couple cans of food and say, okay, that'll help me for a few days. What was the first thing you did?
Food and water.
Yeah. And not a lot of it. You didn't go out and stockpile for the apocalypse day one because you can't afford it. So, I mean, we're looking at the basics for people who are just starting. What do you need? Yeah, make sure you just have water, food, and then build from there. Follow a list and build off your list and what you particularly think you need. There is no just, cat sheet of here's everything you need. That's all you need. You're good. Have a nice day. Bye.
So
it's not quite
this is basic.
Right.
This is basic information they mention in this pamphlet. So
Yeah,
it's not level 2 preparedness or level 3 preparedness.
Yeah, it's not
This is
intermediate or more advanced.
This is a recommendation, more or less. So,
and it's and they're good recommendations for somebody who's never really thought about it. You know, a lot of people just like, oh, the food, oh, the power went out, I can't go to my restaurant. Well, I'll just go to the store and buy something, or I'll just go to the restaurant and buy something. You know, how come there's no food in the stores? They don't think that the trucks stop because there's no fuel, there's no electric and all that. I mean, yeah, there's a rabbit hole everywhere, but they don't think about that. But if you just sit back for a second and be like, okay, let me just, I only live in an apartment, 1 room, 2 room. Let me just make sure I have some water and stuff, at least for a couple days, just in case the power goes out. Just start with the simplest of the simple. And then over time, if you're into it, you start building a little bit more. It's like, okay, I have water. Maybe I should get a little bit more canned food. Okay, well, I know that's good for 2-3 years. I better rotate through it. We've already gone over all this. And then slowly build up on your particular needs. I said, there's no one all, here's your list, go get it, you're good forever. I mean, I've been building my own list for over probably 2 decades now. And my dog is getting shitty again. Hold on.
Yeah.
Mark's having a rough time over there.
Yeah.
He's a German.
Bob's gonna fire me for sure.
Yeah, he'll get me in trouble because he barks if I'm not paying attention to him or talking to somebody else.
Yeah.
Medicine, if no one else has said it. Working on planting my seedlings, listening in. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the basics. It is mentioned about the medicine as well, over-the-counter medicine, but or prescription medication. But here it depends on where you live when it comes to that. Here in Sweden, you only can take out medicine for 3 months only.
Right. They're not going. You can't go to the doctor and say, hey, give me a year's supply. They'll be like, no, it doesn't work like that.
This is exactly 3 months on my blood pressure medicine. So.
No, Prepper has high blood pressure like me. Really? I thought I was the only one.
So, well, so this is 3 months.
Right.
And that is all I can take out. And when I have at least maybe 1 week or left, maybe 2 weeks, I can take out another one. So
I feel bad for the people that have medicines that can only get once a week or every couple weeks, or one as needed, diabetes, stuff like that, depending on what you're on. That's where the biggest, that's a huge health concern in a long-term scenario.
Yeah, that'll be your
short-term scenarios. It's like, yeah, what do? You got nothing. They're going to be standing at the pharmacy and they're closed.
Yep.
Or worse, they don't have the insulin you are used to have. Yeah. And that is, they run out of that. So they have to give you another insulin that you are not used to. And you don't know how much of that type of insulin you need to take.
Yep.
So you take probably less of that or the same amount, and that doesn't work because you need to increase the dose to get the same result.
Yeah. Hospitals will get overwhelmed with people with medical needs. I mean, people who can't get around. I mean, there's just so many. You can I can, you can, CR can. We can foresee so many problems after about a week or so that, I mean, it just goes on, and you bring it back home. Keep yourself safe. Then your neighbors, then, keep it as possible. Don't try to branch out to the world and, I'm going to run 20 miles away and see if Sam's Club is open. No, if your local store is not open, Sam's is not open. And they're all
probably not. Even if it was open, just assume that people have already gone there. There's probably a very small amount of supplies, if any at all, right?
Yeah, they're not getting resupplied.
Yeah, because people aren't. people are smart enough to know, okay, if this ain't open, there's other places, right? People know other places, let's say in your town or city or whatever, county or something like that. People know the area, right? They know there's other stores out there. They're gonna be like, venture over there too. Be like, oh, okay, this one's not open. Let's go to the next one.
Look at the things that, like, okay, there's a hurricane coming at Florida.
Okay.
If you just know it's about to come, go to Lowe's, go to your Home Depot store, whatever it is, go to your supermarket, see what they already pre-stocked up on. Those are the first things to go. Then don't wait to the last minute to buy it. Buy it when you don't need it. That way you just have it. I mean, I'm not saying go out and buy 400 sheets of plywood to cover your house up, but hey, if you got the money, do it. But you got to keep it somewhere. But if you see what the general populace wipes out right before a storm or some catastrophic event that we know is coming, you see that those are probably some of the things you want to have, a fair amount of, water, food. I mean, just basics.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Because those are the things that kind of like when you see the news or anything news or video about it, you see that it's just like, that's actually kind of the first things to go off
batteries, flashlights, and food, water, toilet paper. Oh yeah, there's that toilet paper again.
And hand sanitizer.
What, Mark? Don't bring up that crap anymore.
I see what you did there.
I'm sorry. I had to throw that CR in there. But yeah, I mean, about the batteries, we were already talking about solar lights, right? So, yes, during a storm, you're not going to charge your solar lights, but
nope.
After the storm, it might actually be sunny. You might actually get this kind of like it go a couple days later, it's sunny again, and now you can dip back into that.
Now you can charge your AA batteries in it individually and put them into something else. You use, like, I don't know, a little radio.
Yeah, for example, right? Yeah.
So, all right, we're not going to get stuck in the batteries again.
Yeah, we've already charged that up.
Yeah, we do.
Where's my little drum kit? Boom. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Remember, everyone, morale is important.
The what?
I said morale is important, right? In terms of preparedness, or in life in general, morale is important, right? Because
morels are mushroom. Morals are your mindset.
Yeah. Okay, what do you say? But yeah, that whole, because it's in the mind, the willingness to actually survive or do something.
Spiritually prepared.
Yeah, because it's got to be high, or else start to go down the rabbit hole or spiral downwards, right? This is where the preparedness part gives you that hope, right? Okay, it's giving you this resources or gear, right? You supplement it with, or improved on it with skills, knowledge, and experience to back up said resources and gear, obviously, right? So that's going to give you
Shadow Scout's Matrix plug came unplugged. He has to plug himself back in.
Oh, he's back at it.
I know.
My back is
plugging. I can't think for myself.
Yeah. So stuff like that. What we've been saying, all right? The food, the water, and stuff like that. And focusing in on what's likely to happen in your own area. Especially, I mean, like I said, if you're on the eastern side of the U.S., even in Canada, okay, the whole eastern side of the Atlantic on the North American continent itself, right? Storms or hurricanes or tropical storms or tropical depressions, whatever you want to call those, happen, and they happen. I mean, it's just because you're not in Florida, you're down New York. Here in Canada, it would be on the Atlantic side, right? Storms happen, right? Those tropical depressions, tropical storms, hurricanes, depending on the strength, right? There's Sandy, there's Fiona here in Canada, right? And stuff like that. And just to tie into that OTC stuff, the over-the-counter stuff and all that stuff, you got to remember and the water and the food and, let's say, power, those are all consumables, right? You're consuming them. Unless you have a way to resupply it, eventually your supply will dwindle down to next to nothing in time. I mean, look at the fuel, right? I mean, here when Fiona hit out of the lines of Canada, a couple of days later, fuel was high demand, low supply, right? Because it's a consumable, because everyone's trying to run a generator for recharging some batteries, their light sources to power their fridge to keep it cold, right?
Hey, Vanessa, good to see you, ma'am.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, welcome. Always nice to see her around. I know she's got some knowledge and some experience to back up her gear. That's for sure. But yeah, those consumables, all right.
Yeah, that will
Insulin
be
and stuff like
up.
that. I mean, like, because in time, you will have to resupply that. It doesn't matter how much you have, in time, eventually you'll run down that supply if the scenario goes long enough without some way to resupply it, right? So in the beginning, I would say, stock up, right? But remember, if you are considering, what happens when the supply runs out, that's where the more intermediate stuff of, let's say, ways to replenish the supply. So with power, it would be an intermediate thing, would probably be a generator, fuel, solar panels, right? In terms of water, right? You source out different areas that you can get water from. For example, let's say a lake, a river, something like that, a body of water that you sourced out already, right? In terms of food, maybe it's growing your own stuff in time, right? To boost up those supplies, those consumables, right? For example.
Yeah.
Because right now I'm more in this intermediate step, right? So things like gardening, sourcing out air sources of water that are not, right? Not just storing the water, but air sources, let's say rainwater, rivers, lakes, and stuff like that I can source out if absolutely necessary, right?
Yeah.
In terms of power, now I'm starting to graduate towards a more intermediate step of preparedness. I have candles. I got a lighter to light them up. I got plenty of candles, matches, and stuff like that to light that up. I'm not too concerned about that anymore, right? I've squared that away. Solar lights, right? I'm venturing towards something more intermediate or more advanced, because it either takes more effort, more to learn, or more money to obtain. Like a generator, right? That's why I always say a generator is more an intermediate type of thing. Not everyone's gonna have the budget for that.
Take care, CB.
Right?
And get some
Take
rest.
Care.
Later,
Take care,
CB.
Yes. That's where I'm at right now. More intermediate kind of deal. Yeah, it's still trying to maintain the basic things that I started with, right?
If you are going to begin to grow some food, you should begin with those things that are easy to grow, like how it says radish.
Yeah, stuff that doesn't take long for your growing area, right? Because another thing is about growing something is you want to make sure you actually have a buffer zone, so just in case the crop, the first year isn't the greatest, you still have a stockpile of food that you can still, until you get that harvest going. If that makes sense. I think Gil has said that, and other people have said that before, and that makes sense, right? I think that's why I still consider gardening as more in the intermediate thing, because it takes time to learn it. It takes time to grow stuff, right? You're not just going to be doing it the first day.
I bought seeds. I'm going to grow a big garden. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of skill and some effort and some experience to start to learn to do it proficiently enough that you can rely on it. Because sometimes, and the thing is about the nature of it, you're growing stuff outside, for example, stuff happens. Droughts, hail, whatever, right? Overwatering, too much water, right? Stuff like that can happen, right? But if you have a buffer zone of the food beforehand in a pantry and stuff like that, at least it's not as bad. For example.
like Gil says, grow something. Just one
Yeah.
thing. Start somewhere. Learn a basic. Buy one tomato plant at your local whatever store and put it in a 5-gallon bucket with some good soil in it and drainage and just grow one tomato plant. Learn how that works. I mean, I can go down a million
see the
avenues on
whole.
growing tomatoes,
I mean,
but
then
grow something and make yourself feel good about it. I'm like, oh my God, I grew a tomato plant. Maybe next year I'll do 5.
yeah, and not only that, gain some the skill and experience of it, and then maybe, hey, I'm reusing, I'm reclaiming the seeds from them and growing them again, and then next thing you know, you got more seeds, right? And you've done this for a while now, so you've seen the whole life cycle of it. You've gained the experience of it because you've actually got your hands dirty, literally, right? And then next thing you know, it's like, so let's say you advance to more intermediate or advanced stuff, like let's say a dehydrator, freeze dryer, water canning, and stuff like that. You actually have a garden. You actually have the experience of gardening to put into that. You know what I mean? You actually have food to put into that. The tomatoes to make like a soup or something like that. If that makes any sense, right? It's just like the canning, right? You need, if you're gonna do anything like food preserving, right? You actually need food to put into it, all right? And if you're not buying it, you don't have to grow it, right? If you're growing it, that means you gotta get proficient at it so you can actually get good to be able to get a good harvest, right? Know what you're doing, gain the experience of doing it, right? And some of that stuff takes a bit of time, right? And that's just don't happen overnight. That's probably gonna be a whole year, the whole season to learn, to see it all, to experience it all. I mean, I know some our audience chat members heard it, right? Shawnee, if Tammy was here, she would, right? Howie, Huga, CB, obviously some of us have garden. Gil, hell, even Bob, he's growing stuff too, right? And stuff like that, right? Amongst other people, all right?
Yeah, it's just there's so much, and you gotta start somewhere. And that's really that is the number one most basic thing. You got to start somewhere. Start with water, and then work up from there. I mean, everything has a beginning and everything has an end. Start at your beginning. Don't try to start in the middle somewhere because that'll just make you crazy and you won't know what you're doing, and you'll wind up
exactly.
You'll gain lots of experience on how to fail real fast.
Yeah, exactly.
An eclectic mind says, learn to forage too. I'm currently learning about my area. I'm amazed how much is edible. Yeah.
I still consider that kind of, I mean, some people already know that kind of stuff, right? I still consider that as more intermediate because the thing about foraging is that it's seasonal. It's, for example, right? And if you don't have a way to preserve it, you have to eat it fresh all the time. And that makes sense. So I still consider that more intermediate, beginner intermediate, right? Because you need knowledge, the experience about it, especially if it's mushrooms.
Go to your local used bookstore and buy a book on, medicinal herbs and things. Just have it. Read a little bit. Foraging is great unless you live in New York City. And what are you gonna do? Go forage in Central Park for what? Grass, trees you can't eat, rose bushes that'll kill you. I mean,
that's the thing. That's the other thing about foraging, right? You need to be properly identified. Well, yeah, you have to properly identify things extremely well.
Oh, look, a mushroom. Oh, look, I'm seeing.
Well, because there's lookalikes, right? There's lookalikes, and you want to make sure you're gaining the right kind of knowledge and experience in doing it, right? So you don't mistaking something. Because the last thing you want to do is mistaking something that will cause you illness or worse, right? That's why I still consider them more intermediate, right? Because let's say someone beginning into preparedness, right? Unless you've already done it before, you're probably not. It might be confusing in the beginning. It's like, is this? You're always, hey, Sierra, is this safe to eat? Is this safe to eat? Mark, is this safe to eat? I don't know, right? You're unsure, right? And you don't want to, honestly, like I said, get sick because you consumed the wrong thing, because it's a lookalike, as they say, right? That's why even foraging for me is kind of, I'm slowly getting into it. I know a few things, but there's a lot of things I'm still trying to learn. I ask the gardeners out there, what's this, right? And they tell me, oh, this is that, right? Some things are easy, don't get me wrong, right? Everyone knows what the dandelion is.
Okay, Howie, take care, stay safe. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Take care, Howie. I know I just started talking about the gardening, but it's one of those things, right? In time, when you advance into preparedness, you start to get into it.
Yeah, peace. Fail isn't bad. It teaches lessons. Just better to fail and learn before SHTF. I agree with that.
Yeah. And hopefully it doesn't.
You learn by the mistakes. Yeah. You learn by your mistakes you do. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to learn by eating the wrong thing, but I mean, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially when it comes to mushrooms.
Every mushroom. Yeah, exactly. I was about to say
there can be 2 mushrooms that looks the same, but one of them are edible and the other one is not.
Yep. So I got mushrooms growing all over my property, all different ones, and I send pictures to my friends, and every now and then want to be like, well, it looks like a puffball. Well, it looks like a morel. And they bring it to me. It's like, okay, by the time I get it there to be wilty and dead, because I'm just a few hours away and I'm not leaving for a couple days. So I just don't eat them. Sooner or later,
because you're just not sure, right? You're just not sure, right? And
I'm not going to test fate.
Yeah, in emergency, let alone now, you're not just going to be like randomly try that without properly getting taught that.
Mushrooms
are a little bit more, even more advanced. So. Yeah, mushrooms are even more advanced than, let's say, foraging for let's say, wild berries or something like that.
I'd rather figure out, well, not that I need to figure it out. I'd rather figure out how to, trap a small animal and properly clean it, skin it, and eat it.
Yeah.
Before I worry about what kind of flavors I'm going to throw on there with some poisonous mushroom that might be around.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Only pick a mushroom that you are 110% sure is edible. And for me, that is chanterelles. I can recognize them and easily, so they are easy. That's the only one mushroom I would pick. Another type of mushrooms I would not touch.
Nope.
Because I don't have no idea what kind of mushroom it is.
I got one friend who's very proficient in mushroom hunting, and I keep trying to get him over to the property, but he's like 2.5 hours away, and he's got the kids and that, so he can't just I'll pop over quick. But he'll get down there sooner or later, and we can walk around different times of the year and see what's grown, and he can tell me what they are just by looking at it or getting his book out or whatever to see what it is and be like, oh, yeah, you got 1 million morels growing here. Pick them, eat them, and he'll show me what they look like, and I'll still be a little freaked out that it's something that I didn't grow that grew on its own that I'm going to ingest, and I'll still have a little bit of fear in my heart of I hope this doesn't kill me.
Yeah, because you haven't had it before, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
there's something about the unknown, right? Because if you haven't had something, you're kind of nervous. So
never done it for myself, so I'm still leery of trying to do it right off the bat.
Yeah. That's why properly identifying stuff, right? Some things are a little bit easier, right?
Oh yeah.
But then other things, it's just like there's
lots of green plants I can identify and be like, yeah, if I'm hungry, I'll eat that.
This is wild chive because I've identified. Oh, I've mushed it in my hands. I smell it. It has a deep onion smell to it. For example, like one of the indicators, because the lookalikes don't smell like onion whatsoever. Like I've learned that, right? I'm like, oh yeah, right. And I tried to tell people that it's like this is wild onion or wild chive. How you could tell is mush it in your hand, you smell it, it smells very much like onion. That's one of the main reasons, ways you can identify it. Because I actually have wild chives that grow outside, right? So
Yeah, we
While
call
our
it,
people,
we call it onion
our
grass,
people,
and we run over it with the lawnmower and the weed whacker. So, and you smell onions. It's like, oh yeah, just hit a big old patch of onion weed, but it's onions. It's edible, but nobody eats it. We throw plant killer or weed killer on it to get rid of it, so our grass looks nice and pretty.
but it's just one of those things that like a beginner wouldn't know, or someone that's not well versed in wild edibles, they'll be like, "There's nothing to eat." Then you look, it's like you would look and be like, "Well, there's wild chives. I guess that's not so bad."
You got chives, mint, lovage. You got all kinds of stuff growing in like weeds because they are technically, but they're edible.
Yeah, I mean, remember everyone, a weed is just a plant that you don't want in your specific area or patch. That's it. That's what it means, right?
It doesn't fit
A weed
your profile.
that you want in that space, right? Because the weed could be anything. I mean, a sunflower could be a weed too if you really think about it.
Yeah, one of my daughters planted chocolate mint about 15 years ago on the side of the house. I didn't know it. I got chocolate mint everywhere. It's now just an annoyance. But every now and then I'll pick a whole bunch of it and dry it out and send it to my daughter. Like, here's some chocolate mint. Go make some tea. She's like, oh my God, where'd you find that? It's like, you planted the plant and it took over my yard. But okay, sure, I'll send you some. It doesn't weigh anything after it's dehydrated. It's like just an envelope.
Yeah.
Yeah. How much did it cost? The cost of postage to envelope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I crack the FedEx lady up every time I show up with this big box. She's like, what's in there? I'm like, 4 gallons of chili. She's like, what? It only weighs 3.2 pounds. I'm like, yeah, it's mostly the box because it's all freeze dried. I send it to my daughter. She loves it because it doesn't cost me $1 million to send, jars of food out there. That's just weight.
Oh.
I send it to FedEx woman. Then we wind up talking about freeze drying food for like an hour.
I can just picture that, Mark. You're trying to pretend it's really heavy, and then you hand it over, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is so light."
No, it's the infamous. Is there anything liquid, fragile, or perishable? I'm like, well, it was liquid. Now it's not. It's not really fragile, but it could be perishable if you add water to it. And then what's it? Do you want me to? I'll tell you what's in there. I really don't care. You're not going to steal it. And it just turns into a big conversation about food preparation, which she's all on board there too.
Yeah. 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 Let's see. Let's reintegrate, trying to two things in the beginning are important, right? Because if you don't do them in the beginning, you're probably don't forget about them in the advanced.
Hey, Darren. Good to see you, brother.
Hello. What's up, Darren? Is rotating and checking the stuff. The rotation and checking of said preparedness items like food and water, right? I think it's really important to get that started right away as a beginner, right? Where it becomes second habit. You don't even think about it, right? You just do it. For example, right? Like for example, like that peach thing that you were talking about, or the rice thing you were talking about, Mark, earlier in the stream a couple of hours back, right?
Yeah.
Something you did a while back, right? I mean, there's other things that I've done too that I'm like, I should have actually been a little bit more proactive about that, right? Because some people just leave stuff in the back of the pantry, the back of the fridge, the back of the cupboard, right? And forget about it, right? Easily, because they're not.
It's rice. They say it lasts forever, and it's in the original bag, which has micro pinholes all over it. And by the time you find it, either the bugs took over or it's garbage. Yeah, you could probably cook it and eat it, and you wouldn't like it. It's just going to be mush and mealy and nasty, but it'll have some kind of nutritional value to it still, but not what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and rotating that food in to eventually consume in time, right? Because I've seen people with stuff that's like a year past its better before date, as they say, as I like to say, right? And they're asking me, they're like, CR, is this still good? I'm like, and I tell them, look at the ingredients. What would go spoil first, right? Usually it's going to be like the oils in the food that go rancid, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is this still good? Smell it, right? If the can, whatever, look at it. Is it bulging? Is there awkward smell as soon as you open up the can, right? And stuff like that. Things to identify with, right? things you want to know in the beginning in terms of preparedness in terms of food, right? Because that way you know it's still good, right? You're not wasting food because you think it's bad without knowing for sure. Does it smell bad? Is there a discoloration, a really bad discoloration? Is the can bulging? Is there rust on the can, for example, if it's canned good? Is there oils in the food?
Or is it a foul smell or something?
Yes, something like that, right?
The nose knows.
And now we know.
Yeah.
And now he knows.
Bob's gonna fire me if he showed up. I know he would.
Yeah,
But
please rotate and consume oldest with regular meals. Replace consistency. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with
because
that.
I've seen that with my friend where he had something like a year old. I'm like, dude, didn't you rotate this in? All right, instead of having that, the hamburger meat right away, maybe you consume this first, right? You can always have the hamburger meat the next day. All right, but this you probably want to rotate this in soon. Just because maybe it's losing its flavor, its nutrition value because it's getting older, something like that, right? And you don't want to forget about it anyways.
Here's a freezer rabbit hole for you there, CR.
Oh,
when you buy food that, like steaks and chops and ground beef and that, it comes in that pretty little styrofoam tray with the little diaper underneath it and some plastic wrap. Don't just throw it in the freezer unless you definitely know you're going to eat it within a day or two. Because it just freezer burns. You lose all the nutritional value and it tastes like crap. Then you feed it to the dog, maybe, if he'll eat it.
Yeah. Because you don't want to waste food.
Seal a meal it. Don't just, and my wife was notorious back in the day. She'd buy, the family pack of chicken breasts in the styrofoam pack. She would wrap that package in saran wrap. I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I'm keeping the air off of it. I'm like, there's already air in the package. You're not getting that out of there. That's when I bought a seal meal, 25, 30 years ago. And I'd throw 4 or 5 legs in there and seal meal it. Now they're good for about a year or so if there's really not much air in there. In the freezer, as long as it's a 20 below or better freezer. But other than that, stop in boxes of the pre-breaded food that's in a box. They throw that in the freezer. And a month later, it's all frost inside because it literally freeze dried itself the wrong way.
Yeah, the wrong
way. What I
way.
was going to say to kind of, because obviously we know that there's inflation going on, food prices are going up, right?
Yeah.
So the last thing you want to do is what they say, put cash in the trash because you didn't consume it in time. It went rancid, spoiled, or anything like that, because now you're just wasting that money.
Yeah.
Let's just say a $20 steak or something like that. A couple dollars worth of.
Hey, Kaylin, good to
good.
see you, man.
I miss Kaylin. Yeah, right. That's the last thing you want to do is waste food, and I'm a big proponent of not wasting food whenever possible, right? So, in terms of preparedness of the food, right, eat as much as you're willing to eat, right? Because let's say, I'll put it in the fridge, I'll have it the next day, and you don't even have it the next day. Next thing you know, it's in there for a whole week. It's growing mold. Now you just wasted that food because you decided not to eat the next day, and you made too much for that one meal.
I still fight that battle here. My wife will all of a sudden I'll open the freezer. I'm like, what are these 18 boxes of, I don't know, pierogies? Well, they were on sale. It's like they're in a box with no sealing wrap. It's literally a pasta in a box frozen. Oh, you're going to eat. I'm like, I can't unless you want me to eat pierogies every day for the next 3 weeks. Why would you do that? Well, they were on sale. Oh, stop with the on sale. Now we just threw it in the trash. So we threw less money at it. Is that what that means?
Yeah. Because I see that from time to time with people and just like, man, that's just, it doesn't matter how cheap or expensive it was, you're still throwing cash in the trash. Yeah.
I know.
Right?
I fight it. My wife's like, I know. I'm like,
hey, Luis. Good to see you, brother.
For the last 30 years, but you still do it. I know. It's like, oh my God, stop. Please stop.
Because it's one of those habits you gotta break, especially in terms of preparedness, right? Because remember, you're not be buying, quote unquote, buying stuff, right? Not just food, right? Other stuff, right? So the last thing you want to do is start wasting a bunch of money on food that you're not even going to consume, or you waste it and put it in the trash. or gave to the dog or composted instead, right? That's the last thing you want to do, right? The reason you're buying this food is to feed yourself with calories, the energy and nutrition that you need to keep going to keep living. So if you do everything with it, it's not doing its primary thing, feeding
Hey,
yourself
Louis.
with. What's up, Lou? I think that's an important thing too, because it's too like you said, Mark. It's too easy for some people to it's on sale and then buy a whole bunch, right? Realizing where are we going to keep this? How are we going to preserve it? How are we going to rotate this food supply in? Whatever it is, it could be anything. Shrimp.
She buys
it could be
stuff
shrimp,
now.
rice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Every time she buys like fresh meats and stuff that are on sale, okay, it was a good deal, honey. Not that we need it. I have like 800 pounds in the freezer, but okay. And I'll take it and I'll take it downstairs and throw it in the chamber sealer and get all the air out of it. And then eventually she'll be like, "Oh, where are those steaks I bought the other day?" It's like, "Oh, here, you want one?" "Oh, they're still." I'm like, "Yeah, they're still good, honey. I didn't throw the styrofoam pack in the freezer like you were gonna do."
Yeah,
but she'll do that. She'll do that, and I'll check the freezer before I go to bed or in the evening. I'm like, "Oh, there's another one. I'll take it downstairs and run it through the chamber sealer because I know damn well she ain't gonna eat it the next day or next week, and it's gonna go freezer burned because something else went on sale." Sorry, I'm venting here. Sorry about that.
No, but it's a good thing to remember because you see it at times, right? This food waste, right? And it's still a thing, right? And I mean, with food prices going up, that's the last thing you want to do is throw it in the trash, right? So fast, right? Because you didn't eat it, but you spent money on it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Because it'll cut into your bottom line in terms of like the household in time.
That's
right?
why when I bought the freeze dryer and the wife's like, "Oh my God, it was expensive." I was like, "Trust me, in about 3 years, you'll realize how much money I saved us by not throwing food in the trash." I mean, I'll freeze fry. I'll cook steak. I sous vide it. That's a whole other thing. I'll make steak, cool it, slice it, and throw it in the freeze dryer. So I got medium rare steak that has no water in it. I just add some warm water to it, and I got sliced steak for dinner. 5 years later, I made the investment because I knew what was going on for the last 30 years or 25 years. And I'm like, screw it, I'm buying one. And now I got whole meals and bags ready to go. She's like, "Oh, what do we want for dinner? I'll go around and buy some." I was like, "No, what do you want? I've already made it. It's already in his, and just boil some water, honey. I'll go get you something. Here's your chicken cacciatore with rice." "Really?" "Yeah, really. Yeah. Here you go." She takes it to work now. She loves it. She just has hot water and coffee, and eats for lunch. She's having a hot meal.
I mean, look what Lewis wrote. He's counting potatoes, dehydrating apples, and dehydrating eggs, right? So he's preserving said harvest or things he's buying, right? So that means the food's not going to waste right away because you preserved it or consumed it right away. One of the two.
Yeah.
To me, that's a very important thing because, like I said, if you're throwing out all this cash or money towards food and you don't consume it all, you're wasting some of that income that you work so hard to work for, right? At your job for an hour or two, right? I mean, no one wants to work 2 hours at a job site for free. But if you think about it, if you're throwing money like a $20 steak out every week, well, you might as well just work for free. Because that money just went right into the trash. It went from like working right into the trash because you didn't consume that food that you spent so hard to buy.
She'll crack up. I'll walk in the door with 2 cases, 40 pounds of ground beef, like 90-10 that I picked up from a friend of mine that has a restaurant and gets it super cheap from U.S. Foods. And it goes on sale. I'll buy it. I bring it home. Most of them go in the freezer for short term and they're already sealed up. And then I start cooking things and making things and preserve it. And now I got it. And I still got 20 more pounds of ground beef to work on here. I'll probably make more chili and have that conversation with the woman at FedEx again about sending freeze-dried chili in the mail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm remembering stuff like, let's say something at the freezer while you were gone on vacation for some reason or whatever, or insects or bugs or rats or mice get into the food, right? Yeah. You want to try to limit that as much as possible, because again, that's food waste, right? Because
Yep.
the rice got in, the mice got into the whole 20 kilogram worth of rice. I can't trust the rice because I have no idea.
Yeah.
You know, now I have to throw out that whole $20 worth of rice. Well, that's just
Peach Journey just spent $30 on local peaches. I spent $45 on what I get 25 pounds of local fresh strawberries. Most of those are already in the freeze dryer because they're a snack. We love those. Some of them I put in the freezer, and I'll make just a strawberry shortcake or something out of those in a short term.
Yeah.
But yeah, fresh food. If you got a way to preserve it, preserve it. Lewis has got it set, and Peace Journey's got it set. A lot of us have it set.
Well, another reason is to come back to the gardening aspect, because this is why I consider gardening as a more intermediate thing, because you can grow a lot of stuff, but the harvest sometimes can come all at once, or a lot of it comes all at once. You'll need to consume it as much as possible fresh if you can, but if you can't, you need ways to preserve, dehydrate, freeze dry, canning, all the stuff, right? Pickling.
You don't eat so many fresh string beans when you had 50 plants out there. Now you're sitting on.
I can only have so many tomatoes in one day, right? And so much in a week, right? So doing stuff like preserving in whatever method that you can, right? That way that food.
I got it next year. I got it later in the season. That's why canning and preserving came about. The harvest comes, you pick everything, you preserve everything, so you have food to make it to the next harvest.
Hey, Prepper for the Ages. Good to see you, man.
Now I have enough food to make it to the next.
Prepper for the Ages. Yeah, exactly. I think that's when, things like dehydrators and stuff like that are still intermediate or advanced, because if you don't know how to rotate the food or consume it, prioritize certain foods to consume first, so you don't waste food. Even if you have a freeze dryer or all that stuff, you're still wasting food because I didn't rotate it out or something like that. You're still making those same mistakes, right?
Hell, I made mistakes with the freeze dryer. I threw out a bunch of food out of the freeze dryer because the computer said it was done. And then I learned a new method to guarantee it's done. And I threw a lot of my first stuff in the trash because it puffed right back again, got squishy and freaked me out. And then I did a little more research and found a guy online that was doing it a different way. And I watched him. I was like, well, hell, that just makes sense. Duh.
But again, that was a more intermediate step, right?
Yeah, I became more.
You had to learn that. Yeah,
buy a freeze dryer, your food lasts 25 years. Well, it didn't last a month because it went bad because I didn't do it right. The machine said it was done. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you didn't have that knowledge and experience to back that.
Yeah, now I teach that knowledge to all my friends.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, because it happened to me before.
Right. Yeah, buy a scale, use it. Here, this is what you do. Oh my God!
I remember that live stream you did with Gil. You're talking about that weighing the difference of water, right? So you knew
1 gram of water is a half a teaspoon. That much water in there with no oxygen, crap goes bad. Bacteria grows.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the last thing you need, too, right?
Yeah, I prepped out a ton of food, and all of a sudden I go to eat it, and it's all bad. Wait, what? Why did I spend? Yeah, what did I do wrong? Yeah, and you can't go back once it's bad. You can't cook bacteria out of food. You may kill it, but what's left is still going to hurt you or kill you or make you sick.
Yeah, certain things like yeah.
I was a chef.
Wouldn't do it. Yeah.
I get it.
Exactly. Because this is one of those things that I don't hear much on the preparedness side at times about, not wasting the food as much as possible. People talk about preserving it, but the reason why to preserve it is so you don't waste the food.
Yep.
So you get this great season. Yeah. Yeah. So you get this great harvest. It's so plentiful, bountiful, right? But you have no way to preserve it. Well, you're not going to be able to consume it.
Look at me. I got 4,000 YouTube likes or 4,000 Facebook likes because I showed my 2 bushels of tomatoes I just grew. What'd you do with them? Well, they all went bad. Okay.
See, I've seen that with my other friend, right? They had, I was at their place and they had lots of tomatoes on their vine. I'm like, And I said, "Oh, did you?" A couple of weeks later, I'm like, "Hey, what happened to the tomatoes? Did you eat some of them?" And they're like, I had some of them, but the rest of them just rotted." I'm like, "Isn't that just a waste? You spent the money on fertilizing, the water aspect of it. Like, think about it in
It's your
terms of that, right?
time. It's your time.
Yeah, that too. The time that you took to baby it, to sprout it out, right? If it's fruiting something, you want to get that fruit per se into someone's body in terms of nutrition food, right? That way, it actually is doing what you want it to do, right? You're growing food to feed your family or yourself, right? If anything else happens, it seems like it's a waste.
Yeah, a lot of my
Because
friends are
it
like,
did.
"Oh, did you plant a garden this year?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got 48 tomato plants." And they're like, "What are you going to do with that many tomatoes?" I'm like, "Well, number one, it took me a few years to get to this point. But yeah, when they come out, yeah, I can them. They come out at different times. I'll just throw whole tomatoes in Ziplocs, throw them in a freezer till I have enough to make sauce. Then I'll make sauce, throw it in jars, can it, freeze dry it, whatever I want to do with it. Eat them.
Yeah,
You can only eat so
I
many
mean,
fresh.
I even told my friend, right? He doesn't have a dehydrator or freeze dryer or anything like that, right? But I said about the tomatoes, I'm like, well, blend them up, make a soup base out of it, and use it for later freeze it, right? At least that's a step that you can do.
Yeah. And you don't need
Right.
special pots to go on canning in a second. You don't need some special water bath pot. No, you literally need a pot. If you can put an inch of water over the 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 jars, depending on how big your pot is, for high acid things like tomatoes, just buy some jars, clean them out. You got to sterilize them. Put your tomatoes in there. I preheat mine and cook them a little bit. Put them in there. You just have stewed tomatoes. You can do whatever you want. It's a basic staple. You just cook it and make tomato sauce later. Add some ground beef to it. You have a thin spaghetti sauce, or make tomato juice. We used to just dump a jar in a pot, heat it up, and eat that. Little Parmesan cheese and salt and pepper on it. It was just a bowl of stewed tomatoes. Those were great in the wintertime.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, let's say if we go towards the stew or soup thing, all right, regardless if it's canned, freezed, or whatever, right? It supplements things like staple dry stuff like pastas and stuff like that. Because now you have a soup base or like a tomato soup base, dry noodles. Next thing you know, you get maybe add some meat in or whatever, some protein. Now you got a nice meal that you can have, for example, right? Yeah.
With tomatoes soup, you can do a lot of things with that. You can make it, turn it to a nice pizza sauce. You can turn it to whatever you like. It's all in your imagination.
I ran out of ideas last year. I had probably, I don't know, I do. I run out of, I'm like, okay, I don't need any more sauce. I don't need more stewed tomatoes on the shelf, all this stuff. And I had all these tomatoes in a pot. I'm like, I'm not in the mood to cook this now for the next 20 hours to thicken it up. So I pulled some out in the label and put it in a cup and showed my wife. She's like, what's that? I was like, it's tomato juice. She's like, ooh, I made her Bloody Mary mix. I got 14 quarts of Bloody Mary mix downstairs on my shelf right now. Yeah. So, yeah, now I got, okay, you need vodka, but I freeze dried some, turned it into a powder. So now I have Bloody Mary powder with all the flavors, everything in it. And yeah, my niece wants it because she wants to put a spoonful of that in a straight thing of vodka and do Bloody Mary shots. I'm like, okay, I'll have to send that to Colorado, but sure, there you go. It only took 50 hours to freeze dry 2 quarts of tomato juice because it's so much water, but yeah, okay, enjoy it. Not doing it again, but
because I'm gonna try to relate some things that people have said and about this financial loss or lack of income. Let's just say you're on hard times, can't pay the rent or whatever. Right? Next thing you know, the power's out. They've cut the power to your place because you can't pay for it, right? At least if you did something like canning, dehydrating, or freeze drying, in terms of that, that doesn't need refrigeration, right? So you still have food that's ready to go, ready to eat. You might have to rehydrate it or whatever, or heat it up if you want, right? But at least you still have that.
You out of your house or apartment, but
well, but yeah, exactly, right? Because let's face it, right? Some people, it happens to them, right? They can't pay the rent or they can't pay the power, and for whatever the reason is, right? So, not everything is in the freezer. not all their eggs are in one basket, right? They diversify a little, so it's like, okay, well, I have no power, so fridge is out. I've consumed the stuff. Thank goodness I had this canned stuff, dry stuff, freeze dry, dehydrated stuff that I don't need to refrigerate or use power to keep it going. So now I still have that, so it's not too bad, right, of a situation for what it is, right? But you still be worried or all that stuff, right? But you wouldn't have to worry about, oh, where's my next meal coming from now? Because, I don't have a fridge for whatever reason.
Yep.
Or I can't power it, right?
Yeah, and as Kaylin says, you can make salsas with those tomatoes, especially if you mix the colors of the tomatoes.
I got more salsa in jars right now, and I just need nachos to go with it, or put it on a salad or something. Yeah, exactly. I ran out of ideas for my tomatoes. I got way too many on the shelf downstairs in the last 2 years of all different ways, shapes, and forms, which it's a good thing. I can handle that. I can do that. I have the space for it, and I have the knowledge to do it. I just run out of ideas. This year, no, I'm back to just regular tomatoes again.
I mean, in terms of tomatoes, you can easily get like a cheap blender to blend them up, and let's say freeze them, can them, something like along the lines of that easily, right? And again, that would go through the whole winter until the spring at least, especially if you have enough of it, right?
When I do my tomatoes, when I have that many tomatoes, I literally I take the core out, wash them off real well. I throw them all in a pot, break them up, cook it. Then I run it through a fine strainer. Now I just have like thick sauce, but there's no seeds in it and mostly no skins. And then I do whatever I want with it. Or I put whole tomatoes in jars, and like the Romas, like the whole plum tomatoes you buy in the store in a can. I put them in jars, can them whole, and I forget what make of a blender it is, but the ball jars have the same thread as the blender attachment. So I screw that on there, flip it over on the blender, and I'll turn those tomatoes into sauce, seeds and all. And I'll dump that in ground beef or chicken or whatever, and make some kind of a meal out of it.
Yeah, because coming back to this food waste stuff, Shadow, remember how Paris went through New York has gone through this too, where they went on this sanitation strike. So garbage wasn't picked up and all that stuff, right? What happens if you had bounty of harvest, right? And you're like, oh, I don't have a way to preserve it, or whatever reason, and you have to throw that out, but there's a sanitation strike. Now it's got to be kept on your property for longer periods of time. Wouldn't it be better to actually preserve it so you don't actually have to throw it out? So you don't have to worry about it getting stinky in a garbage bin or whatever, right? Because they're not picking it up because there's a sanitation strike. Just to think about it like that, right? You're not adding to that problem, making it worse, right? Because you've been more proactive in terms of preserving said food instead of wasting it, right? Because it doesn't happen, right? I mean, like, there's been sanitation strikes in New York, Paris now, and stuff like that. It could happen other places, probably here in Canada too, right? And stuff like that. So realizing that how to preserve it is important too, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Growing the food is one thing, but preserving it so you can keep it long periods of time. Because you can only eat so much, certain things so often, right? Before you get food fatigue. So eventually you want to change it up, right? I can't eat rice every day. So I'll switch it out to noodles or something along the lines of that, right? Maybe I don't want a soup all the time. Maybe it's really hot out and I don't want a soup right now. It's too hot. I don't want a hot soup. Right? So I'll have something else, right? I'll have the so-called fresh salad, cool fresh salad, right? Then again, right? But in the winter time, I want that nice hot soup. It'll warm me back up on a nice cold winter day. It'll be nice, something like that.
Hey, Kaylin, I went down and looked. It's an Oster blender. Most blender companies stopped using the standard thread pitch that fits ball jars about 10, 15 years ago. New. Because people were flipping their jars over. They didn't want you to do that. So that's what it's an Oster. I picked it up on Facebook Marketplace like 10 years ago, and because it fits ball jars. So that's what it's not a Vitamix or a Ninja. It's an Oster. And some of the older ones, Norelco and that, they all did the same thing. But good luck finding them unless you go to a secondhand store. And you might find one as long as the blade is good. You can still buy gaskets for it.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, because they want you buying their own brand of it.
Oh yeah,
a generic.
Like the Ninja blender, yeah, whatever. And they have a plastic, and it says ball on the plastic container. Yeah, it's different threads. You're like, oh, it'll fit my ball. No, it doesn't. Sorry.
No, it's proprietary, or it's just slightly different enough that you can't fit something more generic or something else on it. You got to buy its own brand of it.
Just like phone charger cables were back in the day.
Yeah, right. Now you're now universal, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Now you more or less can. Yeah, they are basically universal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Most of them, anyway.
Yeah, what Caitlin just wrote, right? There was another reason, right? During a flood or whatever, roads are closed or whatever, impassable or something like that. Sanitation pickup is none be rare or less likely, right? Yeah, that comment that she just wrote. So that's another reason why food preserving is good, right? That way you don't waste any of the food as much as possible, right? There'll probably still be some food waste because we're still human, but try to limit that to very little as possible, right? Because you put the energy in terms of gardening, the fertilizer on it, the money involved, the water involved, right? The last thing you want is to waste the water because you threw out the food later, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. I grew all this stuff, but some of it went to waste. Yeah.
Hey, Shadow, I'm going to hop off here. I got a lot of stuff that I've been doing for the last. Thank you for sending me the link. Let me know what we're doing.
No
I'll
problem.
see what you're doing next week. And yeah, just send me another email link and be more than happy.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Take care, Mark.
All right. See you later, guys.
Take care, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark is really funny guy.
Yeah, he brought up some pretty good points too.
Yeah. Most of the streams where he is on the panel, he always has good points, no matter what kind of topic it is. Yeah, there's a lot of
what Peace Journey said about diversity in the meals. Yeah, diversify. So in the same way they say in terms of fire starting, like fire lighting, all that stuff, having multiple ways to start a fire, for example. I'm not bringing this right. They
have at least 5 ways to start a fire. That is
right. Right. I always try to diversify it because, like, I'm going on a tangent here a little. The stream's not really meant about fire lighting, right? Fire is one thing, but because lighters have their pros and cons, right? Lighter, you get instant flame, but a working flame right away compared to a ferrocene rod. But you got to remember that unlike a ferrocene rod, the lighter can get wet, it can break, it can be too cold for the fuel level to want to come out, right, to get a flame. You'll get a really small, narrow flame that's barely usable, right?
Yeah.
So if you had something like matches to supplement that, solar maybe to supplement that, a ferrocene rod to generate sparks, for example, right? It's more diverse, right? So depending, if it's in the middle of the winter, it's sunny, I can use solar. I can use the ferrocene rod. Oh, the lighter's too cold. That's okay, I got a ferrocene rod and it's sunny out, right? I need this instant flame right away. I got the lighter or stormproof matches, right? The tinder's not that great. Oh, it's sunny out. I can dry it out with solar. Use this open flame from matches or a lighter, right? Or it would take a ferrocene rod a little bit longer because it's got to dry it out, right? So diversifying in terms of like, let's say, food preserving, right? Maybe you start off with just freezing something, right? Then you diversify towards canning, dehydrating. Maybe a more advanced level where you have a freeze dryer like Mark does, right? I know Caitlin would probably chime in about someone else in Iowa that has a freeze dryer now too, right? So they're diversifying, right? Because I know that they're gardening right now, but the freeze dryer now gives them the ability to preserve that food that they can garden a little bit longer. So if they grow, pretty much they can grow almost as much as they want and still be able to preserve it. So none of that food that they've harvested from their crops, from their garden, goes to waste, or at least very little of
Yeah.
it, right? That's an important thing. Because when you
Yeah, I agree.
diversify yourself, it covers the pros and cons overlap, right? So you have our options, right? So you have a dehydrator, you have a freeze dryer, you have canning, right? You can mix and match that to a certain degree, depending what it is, right? So some foods that generally work better, dehydrated versus freeze dry or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
the tomatoes for Mark, I think he says like, yeah, canning or is usually better because
Yeah.
not the consistency, but the texture thing from.
Welcome back,
Uh,
Shannon.
Welcome back, Shannon. I hope that makes sense. I mean, that's why I tried to relate it into the fire lighting thing or a
Yeah.
fire starting thing, because I've always been a big proponent of like diversifying the fire starting, just because things covered multiple areas, you know. So if it's too cold, I'll use the ferrocene rod. Oh, there's solar, I'll use that, and so forth and so forth, right? It's just like in terms of water, right? For me, it would be having options like not just a filter, well, not just having the physical water and knowing where water is, right? But filter, installation, and maybe water treatment or water purification treatment type of system, whatever,
Yeah.
right? Even if it's with tablets, iodine, aqua tablets, chlorine, um, and those other ones, right? You know, and you're
Yeah.
diversifying it, right? So you have options. Remember, when you diversify, you tend to have more options. And when you have options, you can pick the best option at that time. That works.
Yeah.
Hence the example of fire lighting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that comes back to squaring away the basic stuff at first. At least having one method, or at least one to start with, right? Then trying to diversify out from there a little. But that also means that you're probably then step into a more intermediate step or advanced
Yeah.
preparedness, I guess, in this case, right? You know, so maybe you have canned stuff, dry stuff, in the fridge stuff, right? If you think about it,
Yeah.
that's a diverse supply of food, because you have stuff that's dry, you have stuff that's canned, you have stuff that's, let's say, frozen, for example, right? Or cold, right? Power outage or whatever, you can dip into the canned stuff, the dry stuff, for example, right? Let's say it's a major heat wave. You still got power, right? But you don't want to have a bunch of warm, hot soup, right? So you have the colder stuff first, right? Something like that. Let's just say water is a big issue, so you don't want to be using a whole bunch of water to cook dry stuff like pasta, rice. Hey, I got this canned stuff that I can just heat up and eat, for example, right? So you have
Yeah.
options depending on the scenario.
Yeah. I agree.
You know what I mean? It's just like, let's say one of these wind-up radios, right? They got a solar option. You can crank it, right? So you have different ways of powering it. I mean, like the one I have, I can plug in a USB power bank into it to charge it up, too, right? So I'm solar. I got a hand crank. I can power it through an external battery. So 3 different ways to power it up. So whatever works better at the time, right? So I got solar today. It's Sunday. I'm gonna charge it inside, for example, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we can go from there.
Yeah.
Hope that makes sense. Yeah. Something like what P Story just wrote. That second last comment on the chat right now. Something like that, right? That way you've diversified those options a little bit, right? That way, and basically, if you think about it, you're not having all your eggs in one basket only, right? You're not just having dry stuff, canned stuff, refrigerated stuff, right? Because even with home canning, right, they're in jars,
Yeah.
right? If you think there's one thing to consider, jars can break. If it's an earthquake-prone area, right?
Yeah.
If you only had food in jars and there's an earthquake and it knocks the shelf over, you got nothing because it's all over the floor, right? But if you have some dry stuff, fresh stuff, refrigerated stuff, you still have something, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? So it's not like you still have something, right? And again, not all your eggs are in one basket because you've diversified to expand the basket to have different baskets. If that makes any sense. I'm really hoping this makes sense because I'm trying to word it right, but that's why I'm just throwing in some examples or some metaphors or some analogies in there for everyone to kind of get your brain around. You almost uploaded your video twice. Well, at least there's a backup of it, right? Yeah, Kaylin. Spicing it up, different varieties of seasoning and stuff like that. Not just salt and pepper, right? Maybe dill, thyme, or things to kind of change it up every so often. So you don't get food fatigue and something like that. Spice, different flavor, right? Changing the texture, right? Keep it fresh.
Kayla says, I love having a large variety of seasonings and condiments to change up the flavor of otherwise condiments. Thanks for correcting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Of otherwise bland food. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, everyone, I'm speaking from actually doing it right now. Right? It's just like I'm diversifying my lighting a little, right? So it's not just candles. I have some older friends that only have candles, right? But I tried to persuade them to maybe have some solar lights too that you have in your garden, but you can bring them back inside, for example, if absolutely necessary, right? So you don't always have to rely on said candle, right? Because obviously candles have their own pros and cons, right? It's a consumable. You're burning something. It releases stuff and stuff like that. So you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, keep that stuff in mind whenever possible. Because like I said, I have candles too, but I'm charging solar lights now, right now. And, I have disposable type of single-use batteries, but I have rechargeable batteries too.
Yeah.
So it gives me that option. Whatever option works better in that scenario, yeah, I have those options, right? Because if you only have one option, you only have one option.
Yeah.
Right? If you only have candles, you only have candles, right? And stuff like pets and stuff like that, sometimes candles are not always the best option. You have cats. I know Kaylin's got a cat. I know you got a cat, right? So, or you have kids or whatever. Candles might be one of those things you want to limit, right? But having options like solar options or battery operated stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
It's good to have too. Yeah, see, exactly. Kaylin was saying is her last resort because she has cat. She has pumpkin, right? And that would be a last resort. For her, it's going to be the lantern, stuff like that. Her battery system backup that she has, that she just keeps charging, right? She doesn't run it off solar, but she just tops it off. It's like what you have, right? You just keep it topped off. It's ready to go. You just bank the power just in case, right? It's like similar to having UPS, uninterrupted power supply. Right?
Yeah.
You know, grid goes down or power outage, you can dip into that, right? Right away, that you
Yeah.
don't have to deal with. You know, you can go to the next priority, right? You don't have to worry about, well, you know, you've already squared away the lighting. You know, something happens, it's like, okay, I guess I'll have to use the solar lights or whatever, right? You're working on the next thing already, right? The next thing, next priority in that scenario, right? Because if you think about it, look at 2020. A lot of people prioritize TP over food and water.
Yeah.
And that's right. And that happened. I'm pretty sure we know a lot of people that did that. We probably even know people that we know personally that did that. Right? And like I said, it happened in pretty much every country. Didn't matter where you were. There was always stories about that, right? People prioritizing that over that, right? Now, in terms of on the preparedness side, people that were more prepared or had an adequate supply, they weren't worried about that. They didn't have to scramble to a shopping center or a mall or a store to get that. They were in the food aisle. All right, they weren't in the
Yeah.
TP aisle where there's mad chaos to get TP. They were in the food aisle getting food, maybe seeds to grow a garden. Right, people were gardening more, right, and
Yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, for me, it was just like I was trying to get more food. I was good on this TP thing, all right, which I've shown you before, right? ShadowScoutSwede. I mean, when you're beginning in preparedness, in my opinion, you know, you'll start to see as long, especially if you maintain and rotate and
Hey,
all
at
that
a
stuff.
glance.
Hello. That in time that it saves you hassle later on, right? Because you don't have to scramble at the last minute to get something, right? Or panic buy something, or be less you'll be less worried about where's the TV? Oh yeah, I got some. I'm good, kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing, right? Because you've already squared it away, or stocked it away, or something, or have a buffer zone of it. I always, yeah, because this is why I like to say it as a buffer zone, because TP's TP is a consumable, food is a consumable, the power you're using is a consumable, right? The candles you're using, the water, those are all consumables. In time, you need to replenish that, right? But if you have next to nothing or very little of it, that's where it gets kind of serious, right? Because, you know, you get concerned about it, right? You get worried about it because, you know, where's my next meal gonna come from? But if you were a
Yeah.
little bit more proactive in the past years before leading up to this situation, whatever it is, could be anything, earthquake, whatever, right? It doesn't really matter the scenario. The result is still the same, that you still don't have that food when you need it the most at that time. Hence, being proactive is better than being reacting later, right? Because if you think
Yeah.
about this, the people that rushed out for TB, they were reacting instinctively, most likely,
Yeah.
right? If you think about it, like, I know all you folks out there seen the videos and all that stuff. Some of that stuff was crazy. That was reacting. No one, they weren't thinking more long term or being proactive before that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because I've seen the videos. I mean, only the videos only show so much, right? Because I didn't actually physically see that Insta-war in front of my eyes, but you see them piling out the TP, yet there's like no food in the cart, or barely any food in the cart, right? You know, they weren't prioritizing certain things first, right? And besides, you don't need the TP if you got no food to put in, I guess, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, they were reacting more than being proactive about the situation, right? Because if you
Yeah.
look in the preparedness community, right, we just, generally speaking, we just keep talking about food, water, and other things, right? And being more proactive, right? Being ready in advance as much as possible. Or as I like to say, the buffer zone of stuff that you have, gear and resources, right? And of course, skills, knowledge, and experience supplement and kind of reinforce the gear and the resources, right? Because it works hand in hand. Those kind of things, right? It's like gardening, right? You can have all the seeds you want, but have you ever planted any of the seeds? Well, no, you got no experience. Have you ever read a book or looked at a video on how to grow any of this? No, so you don't have the knowledge. And since you've never done it before, you don't have the skill either, which means that you have to overcome this learning curve of everything, which takes time, right? That takes time. To learn something the first time, it takes time. You have to learn it. You'll make mistakes, right? I think who said earlier, it's better to make the mistakes now before the emergency comes, or SHTF, or before the power outage happens, right?
Yeah, when it happens, it's too late to learn something.
Yeah, because now you don't have. Oh, I can't just. Because if it happened, let's say you didn't have a harvest now. Well, okay, let's say in September from now, right? But but it's not an emergency yet. You realize, oh, well, the stores are still open, so I can still get food. So let's try not to let that happen again. But if you really rely on that harvest, and something happens or whatever, you'd be like, what am I gonna eat in November, December, January? Oh, and the stores are closed for whatever reason, or you don't have the money for it, or something along the lines of that. Yeah. Yeah, do a little step at a time. Yeah.
I agree about that. Don't get all the things at once.
You don't need to dive in the deep end right away.
No,
of the pool. You can
take it step by step.
Yeah, or as Gil from Camp Compound has said, prepping is a marathon, not a sprint. All right. Because the idea is you want to be able to sustain this activity for long periods of time, right? And hence, it becomes more a lifestyle than something that you just do. Right? It just becomes part of what you do, kind of deal, like a part of your lifestyle, what you do. It's like, you bring in more food, you put the fresh stuff in the back, you bring the stuff from the older stuff to the front, kind of deal, right? So you're rotating it.
Yeah.
For example,
exactly,
right?
Galen. Exactly.
If you're buying, let's say you're buying stuff to put in a deep chest freezer or whatever, try to put the newer stuff, put it at the bottom, and some of that older stuff that's at the bottom, put it to the top, so you start consuming it, right? And you're rotating it and stuff like that, right? For example, because my same friend, I haven't spoken to him for a little bit, but I've been trying to persuade my friend to rotate the food better, right? This is the same friend that always likes to call me, and the same friend that I mentioned about the tomato plant, where he grew a lot, yet didn't consume it all, or much of the harvest went to waste because he didn't pick it off the vine, off the plant, right? Off the tomato plant, right? So
yes, Kaylin. Yeah. And CR, you have a question. Hey, CR, you know of any place in Ontario where I could get kerosene oil?
I don't live out east. I'm not sure. What's up, Bob? I see Bob's in the house.
Hey, Bob. Yeah. Hey, Bob. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
My mosque got rid of the chest freeze we had because it was harder to organize stuff in it. Plus, it was too deep for us shootist to go into it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's a pros and cons, right? Chest freezer holds the cold better, but you're going to be able to go all the way down into it compared to one that slides out like on the bottom of a fridge or something like that. Those are easier to organize. For example, like I'm opening mine up right now because you can see everything. There's racks to pull out, right? But
yeah,
the cold seeps out every time you open it because the way that so yeah. Yeah, so they got to upright that it's much easier to store and organize stuff. So
It
I mean,
is.
it's the trade off of it, right? Because I know some of the in the preparedness community prefer the chest freezers, right? But these uprights, there is some pros in terms of organization and ease of access to said frozen food, whatever it is, right? Because you can access all parts of it easily. However, it's less efficient in terms of keeping the cold in. Because every time you open a slide out, right, the cold just piles out. Because there's a big opening at the bottom. And the cold's going to seep right out every time. While a chest freezer, it's not, the bottom's going to stay cold even if you open it. Because heat rises, right? The cold's going to sink down to the bottom of the chest freezer. So, yeah. Hey Shadow, can I mention something? I don't usually do this, by the way. That's why I always ask you, right? I'm doing a stream tomorrow, everyone. Just before what the time is right now. That's 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern, by the way. And yes, I will dive into this topic too, because it's part of it. Remember, I don't usually promote my content over here, usually, but it is applicable. It is applicable. That's the only reason I'm saying it. All right. So join me if you can.
Hey Bob, good to see you.
What's going to be the topic of what's going to be the topic of your live, CR?
Before remember to delete that Shadow right away. Yeah. Sorry, Bob. He's been having issues with the trolls over here, so limited amount of time. Yeah, so that's why we gotta make sure that's squared away right away.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it'll be.
I don't want any more trolls.
Yeah, we had issues last week.
Yeah.
We had issues last week with it. It was bad. Yeah. So that's why you don't see it pinned at the top anymore, and you probably won't see that anymore.
Okay.
It's just too risky for. Yeah. So. Like for me, he has to, he has to message it to me through Instagram now. It's just too, or else you gotta email him, something like that. So no, it'll be more about preparedness too, to a certain degree. It'll be parts of the topic will be about preparedness. Yeah, that's why I was gonna do it today, but I decided to do it tomorrow. But yeah, it'll be at for you, Bob. It would be at 1 p.m. 1 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah, so drop by if you can, right? No obligation to anyone out there, right? I just come by because you want to, not because you have to. I want you guys to come by because you want to, not because CR is forcing us to come by, right? If I don't, he's gonna be mad at us. No, I'm not mad if you don't come by. But come by because you want to add to the discussion about it, right? Because I will be talking about prepping to a certain degree. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll see if I'm around. If I'm around, I'll come.
Yeah,
over.
that's cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So we're just talking about this basic preparedness thing. You know, nothing too far intermediate or advanced, right? You know, just certain little things to start off with, right? Because we all start from somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And not everyone has all the money to blow. Not all of us have a big 100,000 YouTube channel, or we won the lottery, or we got this big inheritance, or we make all this money from work, right? Some of us fixed income, pension, whatever, a limited amount, right? Fixed income and stuff like that, right? So we're gonna do what we can, right? I wish I had money to get a freeze dryer. No, right? I wish I had that. That'd be nice, but in the meantime, right? You know. Things like a generator, I still consider it as more intermediate because not everyone can afford a couple $100, let's say $500 generator that they don't see them using all the time anyways, right? Oh, I'm buying a $500 generator for emergencies. That happen maybe once every 10 years or something like that. It's like, but I don't have any food on the table. I need the food on the table first, right? So you would prioritize towards the food over a generator in the short term.
Well, I sure did. You know, when I first started doing this stuff, I thought a generator is way out there. We're not even going to look at that for a long time. And that's just how I started with the basics of food and water, and be able to protect my family.
Yeah, the security aspect, and doing what you
Mhm.
can with what the resources you have, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, in terms of the water, right? I mean, I'm reusing containers that actually had water in them, so they actually never had pop, juice, or milk in them. They actually only had water in them because these were the water containers that you would use, let's say, at an office setting with those water coolers, water
Mhm.
dispenser things. So they already had water in them. So I knew they already had water in them. What I said earlier was I just keep them in a cool spot and I put a garbage bag over them so light doesn't get in, for example, right? That's what I do. That's what I do, right?
Good
Simple
enough is
enough.
good enough. Good enough.
You know,
Yeah.
they're not fancy like the water bricks that you can stack, right? But that's a
Mhm.
resource, that's something that you have to buy. All right, for
Yeah.
example, right? If you were starting off, right, because you see all these products, you go on YouTube or oh, you can get these wire bricks or whatever, right? I always send the channels that give you these more budget friendly options, or because let's face it, not everyone's made of money, so it's good to have these other options. So at least people are on a budget, fixed income can still prepare to a certain degree, right?
Mhm.
That's important, right? Preparedness should be available or doable for pretty much anyone. Pretty much anyone, no matter what the budget, right? No matter what
Right.
the budget. Yeah. Or else, yeah. You don't need to always get the latest, greatest set item all the time, right?
That's right. Prepper for the ages. I agree with you there 100%. If you can, just use a lantern or strike up a candle. Good enough.
I mean, for me, yeah, like you, Bob, I have the candles too, right?
Mhm.
I
Yep.
think I've shown you guys, I don't know, I think it's
Yeah.
here on your channel, Shadow. I've shown a few things. I haven't even shown it on my own channel. That's how much
Mhm.
I love this channel. I show stuff that I don't even show on my own channel. But I've been
Yeah.
supplementing it more the emergency lighting with solar lights now, right? Solar garden lights, for example.
Yeah.
Relatively speaking, most people can afford that. Relatively speaking, right? And I mean, even on fixed income income, you can afford it. Save a couple bucks here and there or whatever, right?
Mhm.
Or I'm not going without Netflix for the rest of the year, this whole year. I'll wait till next year to get a new subscription on there, right? And that time,
Mhm.
oh, the money, now I can get these solar lights that I want. Right? Oh, the power went out. Now I have these solar lights I can use. Right? So,
Kaylin says a first floor resident of my building made the mistake of getting a generator, but not a long extension cord to plug anything into it. Oh boy, that's a big mistake.
yeah, see, that's why I still believe that a generator, a freeze dryer, for example, are more intermediate or advanced because for two reasons. You need to know how to use them, and you need to actually have something like a fridge with food, anyways, or for a freeze dryer or dehydrator, let's say, something to put in it in the first place, like food, right? If that makes any sense. Because if you don't have a reason for it, like to store
Yeah,
food or to dry or dehydrate or freeze dry food, you have nothing to use in it. Okay? So it's just gonna sit there without being used. And then what's the point, right? If you had a big garden full of stuff, you'll be like, oh yeah, and you want to get a freezer as a more intermediate stuff, yeah,
yeah.
go with that, right? Because now you actually have the food to put in said freeze dryer, for example, right? Or
Well,
you
at
actually
least
have a
stores
fridge
in the
full
US
of.
have those solar lights for $1.25.
I mean, I have these aerosol. I've shown it earlier, but
Yeah,
because actually they're sitting outside in the sun right now charging, but they're a little bit more expensive than a Dollar Tree, but a little bit better quality and stuff like that. But I mean, anyways, I like
Yeah.
them. I
I
mean,
just I just like to buy the solar motion sensor lights on Amazon. They're about $30 for two of them.
they have those solar floodlights too now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've got. I've got them overseas and here. I've got extra ones sitting right there for our next trip overseas. I'll just carry them with me. They're
Yeah,
handy because you can just
they
slip it
are.
out of
I
the
mean,
hole and bring it into the house. Plus candles. with my candles, I used to buy thrift store candles. You can get a bunch of them for next to nothing at secondhand stores. Burn them down to a butt. Then I bought the tools on Amazon to make my own candles, and I've got a couple of bins full of candles. You know,
I mean,
it's
even
just a
with the candles,
slow progression. Slow progression.
even
you know?
even with the candles, Rick, I can get those secondhand. I mean, there was
Okay,
this one time.
Joseph, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Take care, Joseph. There was this one time I
And
actually did
stay
find a candle.
safe.
I actually I actually found one of those filler candles. I don't know. For some reason, it must have fell out of someone's vehicle. I saw it on the side of the road. I picked it up. I'm like, oh, see, there's a free prepping item right there for me to use if necessary in time, right? Some sort of grit down power. Hey, I could dip into that. I feel like I didn't even break the bank because I didn't spend anything on it, right? But again, it supplements the solar lights, for example, right? I mean, for you, Bob, candles and solar lights, right? So you're diversifying the lighting options that you can have, right? So whatever is better in the situation. Let's just say there was a gas leak. Yeah, I'll use the solar lights, right? For example, right? Maybe it's a little bit colder or something like that. Maybe I'll dip into the candles. Oh, there's lots of pets around, kids around. Maybe I'll just dip into the solar lights first, right? Something like that.
Yeah. I've also got propane lanterns, camping lanterns too. So if one fails, I can go to the next, go to the next, go to the next. And same with the ways of cooking. Ways of cooking. I've got more than one.
It's just like fire starting. I was mentioning about the diversifying because in the bushcrafting community and the preparedness community, when people talk about fire lighting, it's like, and I mentioned this to him earlier about having different ways to fire lighting. All right, I know some of the quote unquote teachers out there that teach it or whatever. I always say have a flame source, a way to make sparks and way to generate heat, such as solar, like a lantern or whatever, right? Because it gives you you're diversifying the options, and you just pick which one will work best at that time.
Mm-hmm.
That way they overlap depending on the variables. So if it's in the middle of winter, it's really cold, my lighter's not lighting up because the fluid level is just really, really cold. Oh, but it's really sunny out. Well, I'll use solar as the option now. It's raining. Solar's not the option. It's too windy or whatever. I'll use the storm-proof matches, the windproof matches that time, right? So I have these options depending on what's going on. If I'm just lighting a birthday candle, of course I'll use the lighter, right? I'd have to spend the time using the kerosene trying to spark up this candle at a birthday party.
I use the leftover wax from secondhand store wax to make wax fire starters. The candle butt, nothing goes to waste. Nothing. But I'm pretty well set up. I'm pretty well set up here. For almost anything. And this is an election year, and so they're bound to have some insanity going on. At least here in the U.S., that's a fact.
Yeah, and we have elections here in Canada next year,
definitely.
2025.
Mm-hmm.
You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, sorry. It's because I have to charge my headset. Sorry, I always have to ask because I can't tell. Anyways, keep going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Cotton rounds, twine. Yeah. You just using wax can hold all those items together, and it's flammable. Yeah. Yep. You can use almost anything. I've experimented with almost everything that's combustible. Almost everything. Well,
get that pyro.
I got a box of them sitting over here in front of my little desk. That my wife's work uniforms, they wear out pretty quickly, and so I take them and cut them into rags, and then the seams, I tied a couple of popsicle sticks onto the seams, the doubled up edges, and drop those in paraffin wax, and that's what I'm using to start my trash fires. Yeah, almost anything will work as long as the wax helps to feed the fire. Plus, it also binds all the different parts together. Yep.
Wait, there's more. Okay.
Yeah, you have a lot of stuff there, CR.
Mm-hmm.
No, and the thing is about this, I just got this secondhand from like a yard or a garage sale. Real, couple bucks, right? But there was like, it was cheaper than going to the dollar store, for example, right? For a dumb
Yeah.
like that. I was just like, this is just a backup thing, right? If I need the lighting or something like that, yeah, I got that option available to me right away.
That's right.
Amongst
Yeah,
other
I
things.
remember during the George Floyd riots, when they came out to my area and started, first thing they did was cut power. That's the first thing they do, cut your power off.
Yeah.
And it was a very good comfort for my daughter, because I gave her a battery operated lantern for her bedroom, and down in the living room, I had a propane lantern, and it was comforting for her to not be in the dark. Especially teenage girls get scared, and that's a thing to consider. Make sure that your family feels safe during different events like that. Yes, secondhand stores have got tons of those candles.
Yeah, I got this for like a dollar, right? I was just like,
$1. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a dollar
Mm-hmm.
that pretty much most people can spare to a certain degree, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, for anyone that does anything like pick up ball, anything like metal scrapping, yeah, you'd be able to pay for that instantly. Pay that off instantly, right? Reallocate the funds towards something like that, for example, or canned beans, like we said in the past, right?
Yeah,
that's all I did, right? I was just like, oh, how can I justify this? Oh, wait, I'll just do this. I'll make it back in that same day, and to me, then it'll be free, because pretty much all right, and dip into it. I'll be like, well, that was well worth it.
Yeah, Shannon, have a look on like Amazon, and you can get proper wicks when you're making your own candles. Don't supplement it with a piece of string. That's bullshit. It just doesn't work. Get proper wicks on Amazon, and then I got some proper molds for making my own candles. And that's on my channel if you want to take a look. Yeah.
Hey, Bob, that was pretty wicked advice there.
That's one. That's one, dude.
You should have seen what I said earlier, Bob. You would have fired me.
I'm in a generous mood. Yeah, I am in a generous mood today, so one won't get you fired yet. But
keyword yet.
Yet. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And give me 10 minutes, everyone. Give me 10 minutes. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, those candles.
At the old house, CR, we would use candles like what you just showed frequently, because like if I was out in the garage, like I always am, I would have just a candle burning in our living room and turn all the lights off, and then when that burns down, melt it back down into a candle, and if anything's left over, use it for waxed fire starters.
Yeah, exactly, right. Because I always just see that as a consumable and stuff like that, and there's always a little bit left over all the time, just because it doesn't fully consume. The wick doesn't consume all the wax, so there's always a little bit of wax left over.
A little bit wax, yeah. I recommend to anyone listening, if you're using candles in your house, get a very sturdy glass container to put it inside of, one with a large open top, something that's cylindrical, not oddly shaped. But put a little water down in the bottom, about so much water, and then light your candle, because then the wax runs down and it stops and it cools it off, and it makes it easier to get that wax out of there. If you put water in the bottom, it'll come right out. But if you've got a container that's shaped like this, narrow at the top, you're not going to get that wax out of there.
I mean, I've shown floating candles on water. I mean, like.
Yeah,
for that reason and for a safety reason, because if it tips, there's still water somewhere in there, so hopefully it'll put it out. Yeah,
that's right. That's correct.
Yeah, because let's always remember, everyone, it's still a form of flame. There's still a risk a degree of risk in there for what it is.
Right. If you've got pets and kids, and candles may not be an option for you, then solar or battery or something like that may be an option.
Even hand crank, right? Get the kids hand crank the whole radio. It's like, keep cranking. You want to see in here? Keep cranking.
Yep.
Keep winding.
I've got 2 big powerful spotlights now. That I've got one on the second floor, one on the first floor. I got them on Amazon. They're about so big around, and they're solar. I just set them in the windowsill, one on the first floor, one on the second floor. Those I got it as a tip from a local guy. He uses them for home security. When a crackhead would go into his yard, he'd turn that spotlight on them, and he said they always leave, day or night. As soon as they get that spotlight on them, they realize that they're not hiding anymore, and they turn around and leave.
Yeah, they're not under their cover up the darkness.
Right. They think they're getting away with something, and pow, you lit up with about a zillion candle.
Well, I think it's because if there's neighbors looking out, they can actually see it. Other people can actually see that then, right?
Yeah,
it's not just a silhouette.
I told my neighbors, if you see this powerful light sweeping across my yard, that means I have seen something out there. So take heed. If you see a light,
you come outside, take a look, and be like, "What's up there?"
Yeah, or just be aware that I have seen something, and I'm going to shine the light right on it, whatever it is, raccoon, person. So just be aware.
Yeah, I mean, I think nowadays having a flashlight is just, you can get at the dollar store. You can get candles at the dollar store, so there's almost like no reason to not have something along the lines of that. And beyond just your cell phone or your smartphone to use, right? Because the thing is about, in an emergency, sometimes you don't want to kill your battery on your phone just to run the light function.
Right.
Just to see, right? Because maybe the grid's down, but the towers are still operational for whatever reason, right? So at least, right, stuff like that. That's why I want to have an independent light source, right? That's independent from the phone. That way, if my phone's dying or low on power or whatever, or an extended period of time,
that's a strong magnet on that flashlight,
isn't it? Yeah, it holds the weight of the. I bought one of these, and it's USB rechargeable, so I can sit here and shoot the shit with you guys, plug it into a USB and recharge it, and it's got.
The benefit of having something like that too, Bob. Hey, I can stick it on a piece of a surface like an overhead vent or on a fridge so now I can directly shine this light in certain directions.
Right, and if you're working on your car too, you put it on the hood of your car.
Another thing is, not everyone knows about this. Well, I don't know how it is in the U.S. but or other countries, but what I've seen here is sometimes these corners in homes and stuff like that, sometimes in apartments too, these corners are reinforced with a steel reinforcement to reinforce the corner. Like on walls, you can put a magnet on there. I've shown it on the channel, right? You can easily put a magnet on there. Let's say you use one of those rare earth magnets or hard drive magnet. I can hang a light right off of that, and boom! Now I got a light source that I can hang up high, see the ground, see this hallway that I'm going through, right? So for something like you, Bob, you can hang, let's say, off the shower curtain rod in the bathroom if you had to.
Yeah, anywhere.
So exactly, right? So it gives you the versatility of, you can put it in different spots, hang it different places, put it where you want it, right? And stuff like that.
My wife liked this thing so much, she said, "Order me one." Okay. So, and she's got it sitting next to her bed, on her side of the bed right now. Rechargeable. But that's one thing that I think everyone should maintain, is a flashlight right next to your bed.
Yeah, see, the bed. See, those are two places. One to two places: the bedroom and a washroom, because those, like I said, you might be on the can, you might be in the shower in the dark, and I don't like that. Or just waking up, or something happens, or power outage, and you realize the light's not turning on, or something happens and you want to be able to see it right away.
It seems you and I have a question, Bob.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know how deep. I think that would be regional specific. because I know that
Yeah, because the frost one.
Yeah, that is what I think too.
like where you two guys, Sweden and Canada, it probably a shallower depth than here, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you would have to look directly towards people that live in your own, relatively in your own
In your
state,
area,
province.
yeah,
because
you'd probably
they would know better.
or
We can give
just
you guidelines, but remember, basically, even what we're saying is just guidelines, right? You could still have to adapt the information to your own situation, the scenario you may face in your own area, right? Home, apartment building, whatever, right?
Well, you're welcome. I'll tell you, we're here. All of us
Yeah.
have got some experience in preparedness at different levels and different places, so it's a good resource.
Yeah.
Good resource right here.
Yeah, and adapt the information what we're saying, right? You know, don't take it as black and white, right? Remember that you need to adapt it to your own situation for the situation you may face, right? You know,
In your
consider these as
area.
options, more options to consider, right? Use the
Yep.
option that's best suitable for the situation at that time. You know, like I said with the candles versus solar lights, right? If you got kids, bunch of pets, candles are probably going to be the last resort. So have flashlights, solar lights, for example, right? You don't see a lot of solar, and you don't got kids or pets. Hey, have the candles, for example, right?
So what fits good in Bob's area or your area, see, or will probably not fit in my area.
Yep.
Or
Yep.
be
Yeah, something
suitable
along the
in
lines
my
of that.
area.
Yeah, exactly.
And
right.
what fits and suits in my area might not work in your area.
Mhm.
So-
Same with product specific. The products in Europe are different than the products here in the States, you know, and Canada.
Yep.
They're different.
Yeah, yeah.
But I'd say that just anyone who wants to begin doing this stuff, which is a good idea, it's election year. You know, a few days of food and water. So how I organized at the beginning was I store food that we eat every day, but it's canned and dry. Right? We'd
Okay.
make a meal. We would make a meal, and I'd turn around to the empty containers after making a meal, the empty plastics, the empty cans. Take a picture of it. Next time you go to the supermarket, go over your photographs, and okay, that worked out as a fast, easy meal. So they'll get this type of spaghetti noodles, this type of spaghetti sauce, this type of canned meat.
Yeah,
and buy
staples.
it twice, one for putting
Yeah, the
away and
staples
one
that
to
you-
put in your pantry.
Yeah, things that you normally would consume and you do enjoy, right? Because,
Yeah.
like I said earlier, you do not want to get food that you're not going to consume because you don't want to waste money on food that you're not going to consume or not
That's a fact.
finish eating.
Yeah.
That's the last thing you want to do, right? Food is expensive enough as it is, right? You don't want to be wasting money on food that you don't eat or throw in the trash right away because you didn't consume it all or eat it all.
Yeah.
That's the last thing we all need.
And to be specific, like location specific, I'm in the Seattle area, and during the George Floyd riots a few years ago, I would recommend that everyone get some food and water and keep it in your car, because what the radicals do, this is hard experience. They go out and they block the state highways. Now, okay, if you're stuck in that traffic, okay, number one, you're tired, you're coming home from work, and these assholes have got the highways blocked up. So now you're a little hungry, and you're easier for you to lose your temper when you're hungry. So
Thirsty, stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, especially when your blood sugar drops.
That's correct.
Everybody gets cranky.
Yeah. Just go open up the back of your car, grab some peanuts and a bottle of water or some raisins, and go back in your car, lock the door, and have a snack, and wait and you have to wait it out, you know.
Yeah, it'll kind of at least raise your spirits to a better level.
Yeah.
Not all the way, but a little bit more.
It's important to keep a cool head no matter what the circumstances are. Stay calm, you know.
And that reminds me, look, and there, on the opposite side of the situation, right? Now being blocked off, But look at what was that, I-95 in the U.S., right? During the winter time where there was a pile up and people got delayed. They had to wait for 24 hours. They were in
Oh,
the
yeah.
vehicles for 24 hours, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Having some water and obviously some blankets would help too, but
Yep. Mhm.
yeah, on that same way, right? So it's not just your scenario, but it could be in the winter time or, something along the lines of that, right?
Yeah, Caitlin, in your specific, in your, you'll come up with some way. You should carrying a
Yeah,
little
do
bit of
what you
food and
can.
water with you if you have to ride the
Do what
bus.
you can. Do what you
Yeah,
can, right?
do what you can. Yeah.
Hey, a bottle of water and let's say some sort of granola bar will still give you a little bit more than nothing at all. It'll still give you a little bit of time, a little buffer zone of time before you start getting hungry and thirsty again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But staying calm, staying cool in an emergency it's hard for some people to do that, but for some, it's like, for me, like, it's just like, what's next? Okay. Let's just get over this.
Oh, here we
hurdle.
go
What's
again.
next?
Here we go again.
I don't react at the time. I react later,
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. I mean, those. Who was asking about the core calorie bars? I mean, there's brands like Cliff Bars and all this stuff. These kind of energy bars or whatever, right? I mean, good for the short term. I mean, I wouldn't want to sustain myself for a long period, extended period of time, like weeks and weeks off only that. But in the short term, you can every day carry it, put it in your purse, put it in your backpack if you go to school or something like that, right? So at least you have somewhere to start with. If something happened that kind of prevented you from being able to get food from somewhere else or delayed you from work, school, on the road, or whatever, right? Because those things can actually happen. And, Bob gave an example. I gave an example that actually did happen, right?
Yeah,
it's not like
happen.
they didn't happen at all. It happened. It's just sometimes we're just lucky that it doesn't happen in our own area right now. It happens in other areas, but
Good thinking, Idaho. Yeah, I in my get home bags I bought secondhand laptop bags. Carry your they're $1, $3 each, and each one of our cars has got one of those. And overall consistency is a couple of Cliff Bars. Those last for a long time. A can or jar of peanuts, a couple small bottles of water, a few other things like a sharp knife, just real basic shit, real basic stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Some tie cord, real, and a rain ponchos, real lightweight stuff. I think I got some snap lights in them also, but yeah. Oh, and they consistently have Cliff Bars, raisins, and peanuts.
Yeah, and for the most part, most people, even depending on your budget, could get their hands on. Oh,
yeah.
When I first read that, I just read igloo first. That's cool. Yeah, that'll help too.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's smart. Keep the sun off of it. Yeah. But I made sure that everything that was in our get home bags or stuck in traffic bags was affordable. So if some thief broke into our car and stole it, which happens a lot, no big loss. Can replace it all within $20, $25, $30,
Something along the lines of that. It's not that make or break you, but if you have to use it, it will definitely help.
Yeah, I think a couple of my bags I've got some dehydrated mangoes, something that's sweet, can give you some energy,
Yeah, something to pick you up a little, right? Keep you going.
Something that lift your mood a little bit. Well, oh man, this is yummy, because you don't want to dwell on being what the circumstance is too much. You start getting upset about it, especially getting stuck in traffic. That sucks.
Yeah, or something like that. Some sort of accident way ahead that's close the road down, and you gotta wait and wait and wait because they're only letting so much traffic go by, if at all.
Yeah.
For whatever the reason is, right? It doesn't matter if it's because of flood, some sort of landslide, some sort of whatever, right? Whatever caused it, the result is still the same. You're still in traffic behind, and you're not moving anywhere fast, and it's either hot or cold, right?
It's almost always hot here. That's the loony season is summertime here. When everything's dried out, they can light stuff on fire. Assholes.
Yeah, that sucks. Definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, even for me, like, I'll even pull out a version of a bag that I have here. I mean, like, I just got simple things that I can consume, right? You know, I got some instant coffee here, instant teas, some sort of bar type of food, right? Nothing major, right? This is more for in the short term, right? Within 72-hour window. This is not some long-term bag or for long-term duration, right?
Yeah, it's good thinking, Kaylin.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I got something like that in this container too. I have teas and stuff like that. A piece of candy, so keep stuff like that. So I'm not thinking about food while I'm walking. I could just be like, okay, get to the next checkpoint, as I say, in my adventure of stuff. Fairly lightweight for what it is and stuff like that, And this is just something I just have, right? Nothing too expensive or whatever for what it is, but easily I can still place it after I consume it or whatever, right? Because obviously this food items I need to replace in time, right? Because either it goes bad or I consume it.
Yep.
So I want to be able to replenish this in time if I really have to, right? I mean, this... Actually, I'm going to open it up right now. Actually, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I got some stuff that's still good in here. I might have to check on it. I might have to check on it soon, though. I think I have to actually do an inventory check on this by the end of the year. But yeah. I mean, and Bob Shadow doesn't... This is just stuff I have in a bottle. That fits in a bottle.
Yeah.
In a larger bottle that I just keep it for organization, to be honest, right? Don't get me wrong, I have an actual bottle container for water, right? This is just to keep the quote-unquote food items dry and contained. Just so anything like randomly getting into it, bugs or whatever, randomly just crawling into it, they're not to be able to crawl into the food itself because I have it sealed from the outside. Stuff like that. Yeah, because this stuff like this will pick up your spirits, or especially if you're hungry or cold or something like that, it'll pick up your spirits right away.
Yeah.
It'll give you something to look forward to, right?
It's real important not to get too hungry. Yeah, it's getting to get short-tempered. Stupid stuff can happen.
Well, not only that, your
You
energy
don't think rationally.
Well, yeah, your energy decreases, right? So you're thinking, your less energy is going towards your head, towards your brain. And you're not thinking correctly, like you guys said, right? You start making mistakes, unfortunately, and hopefully you don't. But we've seen people, like shows on like alone on the History Channel have shown people made mistakes because they were hungry.
Yeah,
like if they were fed nicely fresh, they would never make that mistake. And people look at these videos and they're like, "Oh, I would never make that mistake." Well, have you ever been as hungry as they were?
Right.
Eaten for 2 days, been working your ass off trying to hunt or get something, make shelter, right? That could take a toll on someone, right? I mean, there's a few times I've been really tired, really hungry enough that I was so tired that I wasn't thinking as well. I'm like, yeah, that's just the start of it. It's just like just having a headache because you haven't drank any water for 2 days. That dehydration headache, that's just the start of it. It just gets worse and worse. once you haven't had water for more than 2 days or had food for longer, let's say 3 or 4 days, right? Forget about that 3 weeks without food. you'll be hurting way before that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Excuse me for a moment, guys. I'm going to go get a coffee.
Okay, Bob. No
Be
problem.
right back. Be right back.
See, like I said.
MREs in my cooler too. Handy when you're out and about and forget to eat. Yeah. Prepping meals ahead and getting them in a freezer helps when you are too tired to make something. I agree with that too. Sometimes it's better to prepare the food before something happens. My coffee maker is leaking. That sucker is 30 years old. That's an old coffee maker. Well, it was pretty good, actually. But I had 14.
I hit the wrong
my
key. I
schedule.
was trying to turn my camera on, and I went back on the browser. Like, damn it! I believe I just did that. No, because I was trying to show something. That's why. Yeah, there we go. See, the container I was talking about. That's in this bag.
Yeah.
Quick glimpse. See, I got stuff in here. So yeah, I just use it as a container to store the food. I mean, this is like I said, this ain't no long-term situation for this kind of thing. This is something, you know. Depending on the situation, maybe I could add more in if I really wanted it. This is just stuff that's in here right now. You know, I just have a container of water in there that I just replace the water every so often, right? Try to keep it fresh. Because I've decided not to go with bottled water in this setup. Personally, for me. Oh, love that. Welcome back, Bob.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying that, you know, I don't actually keep a bottle of water in this big that I haven't shown. I keep a metal canteen with water in it, and then I just replace the water every so often, keep it fresh. That way, I'm always actively going through it because I actually have to actively cycle the water. Because if I just put a bottle of water in, yeah, it'll be there, but I'll forget about it in time. The next thing I know is just like, it's been sitting in there for like 2 years. I didn't even use it. For example, right? Because I'm trying to make this preparedness kind of like just part of the lifestyle. Just something I just do. Not think about, right? I just do. Where it becomes like second nature, I guess, right?
Yeah. And you know, if you continue to do that, gathering up some more stuff and putting it away, put it away, make an improvement, put it away, make an improvement, put it away, get a couple more, put it away. Next thing you know, you're kind of like in my position where we're solid. You know, I have confidence. We can get through quite a bit, you know. And we could come into the house here and stay here. We don't have to go out, you know. That's a primary thing that was one of my primary goals is we can come here, stay here, and we'll be okay. We'll have enough to eat, drink, and be able to protect ourselves. That, you know.
Yeah, I'll buy you some time until the next step is available for you, right?
Yeah.
The next step.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely.
Yeah, these backpacks, just the gear is just to buy me time. Buy me time so I can get to the next option, next checkpoint. The next, be able to wait for the next harvest, right? That's all that is to buffer the time, because during situations, time's not to be on your side, right? Because as the countdown counts, oh, I got no water. Well, that timer's counting down, right? If you don't find water within a couple of days, you're done. You're done. It doesn't matter who you are. Right, a couple of days, you're done. You don't feel it, all right?
That's a fact.
Yeah, so at least having some water with you, right? Even if it's about 1 bottle of water, a liter of water, it'll still buy you a little bit of time depending where you are, right? If it's in the middle of the heat, maybe not as much as you would like, but
and my experiences globally is staying out of sight is a good idea. So if you can just go into your house and stay inside your house, that's a good idea, because it doesn't open you to some knucklehead, attacking you, taking your stuff. I'm not talking about marauders or whatever. I'm just talking about even just normal street crime. If you can just stay out of sight and keep a low profile, it's to your benefit.
Or someone that wants to jump you because they're thirsty and you got a bottle of water in your hand.
I'm
not saying that happens, but that something along the lines of that, right?
It could happen, just staying out of sight.
Yeah, because when people are hungry and thirsty, they may do things for survival reasons that they don't normally do.
Well, it's just like the old saying, out of sight is out of mind.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind. That's what our plan is for the next rounds of insanity.
Yeah.
It's just
stay low key, gray man, gray woman, gray person kind of thing.
Yeah, just stay right here at home.
Whenever possible, only venturing out when necessary. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need an awful lot of stuff, but just stay quiet. Be aware of your surroundings. Just be quiet.
Exactly.
That sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah.
That's why I make things that like where if we get burned out, and say if we can't drive away. And if we get burned out, we can, the wife and I and the kids can walk out of here with safety. We'll be armed, but then we can get behind some camouflage netting that's portable and easy to carry. And if we have to bunker in for a short period of time, out of sight is out of mind. That's part of our plan if we have to leave, but we're not going to leave unless we get burned out or flooded. That's it.
Yeah,
we're staying right here.
Yeah, I think those are two of the more likely things. I mean, there could be a gas leak, but if there was a gas leak or something along the lines of it, you would probably just venture to relatives or friends. You wouldn't, per se, bug out, right? Or evacuate out totally like that.
Yeah.
That'd be a different thing, all right? Because in terms of flooding and fire, there'll probably be more of it than just your place. It could be your friend's place or your secondary location, which would force you to leave the area totally, right?
Yeah,
and you can't get a hotel. You can't get a hotel because even the hotels they're getting flooded or something like that. So that's an option.
I see a lot of stuff on YouTube where the people will load up with all this stuff, and I'm going to go run off into the woods. Oh boy, that's the last resort, period. I hunted for years, and let me tell you, I came home with nothing more times than I came home with meat. So if you're going to go out there and get your whatever and shoot rabbits, really? Are you really?
You might get lucky. You might get lucky 1 or 2 times, but remember, like a lot of things out there, things are seasonal.
Yeah.
Things are seasonal. Wild animals are seasonal.
They are.
Oh, hey, there's always this migration of whatever comes by. You just missed it by a week. That was last week.
Well, sorry. No more blueberries, no more blackberries. Those are all gone. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what, because That's why I was saying about foraging is more of an intermediate thing, because
Yeah.
you're gonna learn this is seasonal. There's lookalikes that are poisonous, that are not edible, and you don't want to confuse them. And mushrooms are not
Yeah.
something I want to mess around with yet without proper instruction, right? I'm like,
I could see foraging to supplement your diet that you've got put away.
yeah, that's how I see
You
it.
know what I mean?
That's how I see it. That's
mhm.
how I see it. It's like gardening,
Yeah.
right? It's
Mhm.
like because foraging and gardening, there's still unknowns. Like, what happens if it hails right before the harvest, right
Yeah.
before it blossoms? What happens
Mhm.
if it's out of season, right?
Yep.
You still need something to kind of buffer that if that does happen or
Yeah.
would happen. Yeah, because other people have said that too.
Yeah.
I was just like, yeah, that makes sense, because that way you actually have more of a for sure thing, right? Because gardening and foraging is not a for sure thing unless you can see it in front of you and it's in your hands.
Yeah.
Right? If it's not in your hands, it's not in your mouth, it's not a for sure thing. It's not like the food in your fridge that's a for sure thing, right? I can go in the fridge and be like, here's milk, real milk, I can get it out. It's a for sure thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
This cow that I'm seeing, I don't know if I can milk this. You know what I mean? That's not for sure thing.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people, there's so much nonsense on YouTube, and I mean, yeah, you can grow a garden, get some extra food to supplement your normal source, but here's the thing that people never mention. Okay, you plant a seed. How many months does it take until it bears fruit? You better have something put away in your house.
In the meantime, right?
In the meantime, yeah. Oh no, I'll just eat out of my garden, dude. It's March. There's what are you gonna? There's no carrots, dude.
Yeah, right. This is why I say Bob and Shadow and other people. This is why I'm a big proponent and like a get home any type of bag, regardless of the reasoning for it, is to actually have water to start with, because you cannot be certain about the water sources
That's a fact. Mm-hmm.
everywhere else, right? You cannot be certain about the garden, the wild edibles that you supposedly are in your area, right? It's not a absolute for sure thing. But the water in the bag, I can see it, I can taste it, right? The food that's in the pantry that I have inside in the fridge, that's a for sure thing, because I can physically touch it, feel it, taste it, right? The gardening stuff, by the way, I don't even have the tomatoes in the bed, let alone growing, or let alone harvest, let alone fruiting, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not a for sure thing,
yeah.
right? That's why right? That's one of the first things I look at when I see these kind of bug out bags or get home bags. I'm always looking, there's two things. Where's this first aid kit located, and where's the water? Do they actually have water ready to go? Because you don't, like, cause even during 9/11, right? When people had dust in their eyes and all that stuff, water, if you had water ready to go, you were good. You had something, right? If you didn't, you had to source it out, you had to find it, make sure it was, clean enough, right? To use.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Atta Galantz asked, is it true? Okay, well, read the comment. I'm a hunter and everything, but I heard if you field dress an animal wrong, you do it right. Okay, if you cut the gallbladder open on an animal, you don't want to do that. Or if you cut the guts open and the fecal matter gets inside of the meat, you're going to have to find a source of running water to wash that shit out of there.
Literally.
Literally. Yeah, you have to wash the shit out because you pierce the gut. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a degree of contamination now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This is why I said.
Yeah, you need running water.
Comes back to the water, right? Comes back to the water.
So, I hear a lot of people on YouTube, I'm going to run off into the woods. And those are things that they have never thought of or have never done. Well, there's a lot of people out there who have never butchered an animal before. I'd say the majority of people who are, the guru, the all-knowing, you've never butchered an animal in your life, You don't know how long that takes. And it takes a while. And it's not easy. It's gross. It stinks, and it's nasty. But
Oh, and you're trying to do this without anyone noticing, or without some wild bear or coyote just stalking you because there's a fresh kill. Right?
Yeah, that's why I'm a strong proponent of staying in your home as much as you possibly can. Yeah.
I think something like hunting and something like that would still be more intermediate, right? Because there's a lot of skill and knowledge you need with that.
Yeah.
It's not just as easy as growing. Yeah, well, it's probably a little bit more challenging than just growing a garden, right? Because there's uncertainties.
I mean, honestly, the most sensible type of hunting, because most of us live in the suburbs setting, the most sensible kind of hunting for suburban people to supplement is shoot your neighbor's cat and eat it.
I was going to say a rabbit, but that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to say a rabbit.
Yeah, that's meat right there. If you have to, there's meat,
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to pick and choose and deal with everything afterwards, but
Yeah, I don't like the smell of gutting an animal. I've gutted a lot of animals. It stinks.
So it takes guts to do it.
That's twice, and now you're fired, CR. You're fired.
Good time. But yeah. I mean, I'm growing a garden, but like I said earlier, I even said this before you joined, right? If your garden's growing a lot of stuff, the harvest is going to be really good, right? You're going to have ways to preserve it or keep it going, right? So it doesn't spoil, right? Because you put all that effort, the money into it, the water to put in, the fertilizer, right? That you had to pay, right? And stuff like that. You want to make sure you get the most out of it because any waste just affects your bottom line in terms of like money or time, energy you had to put forth into it, right? And stuff like that. Something, it could be as easy as, hey, for example, I said with the tomatoes, remember, Shadow, where I said, maybe make a soup out of it, right? Blend it up, make it into soup. Even if you're going to start off with freezing it first because you don't know how it can, or do all that stuff, right? Well, start with that. That way, at least, hopefully you can still have it later, right? That's the idea. Preserving it is so after it's fresh by time it's done, for everyone to start fresh fruits or vegetables or whatever, right? After that time's gone, you still have something preserved in a different way to keep it going. That way you don't waste that food, and you can still have that food later. Which also means that you might not have to buy, something else later to replace it. If that makes any sense, right? Because, if I have a soup now that I made last fall, that means I don't have to dip into something else I bought, like, let's say, commercial can of soup. Which means that commercial can of soup I can have later now. So I allocate that for later now again. If that makes any sense. So, yeah, because I've seen way too much food waste. See, everyone, I like food. This is why I hate food waste. Because I see it too often at times.
Yeah. For me, I've been able to take some of that leftover rice and stuff like that from my kitchen and turn it into fertilizer. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that would be the next best thing. But honestly, consuming it in terms of for survival related reasons is probably ideal. All right. Something like composting should be always secondary.
Yeah.
Right, because you have to wait for a while to get that food energy back into the ground, back into a plant that you consume back again. It's going to take a long time for that. Over a year for that to cycle back around again, right? And eating what you, not just eating what you prepare, storing what you want to eat, but grow stuff that you want to actually eat, right? I mean, I'm all for challenging yourself and growing something, right? But, you still need those staple items that you grow well, you do consume, let's say tomatoes, for example. It could be squash, something like that, right? Make sure you have those ready to go, right? Try everything. And then try a pepper. First time doing it, right? But remember that something like tomatoes and squash are your primary thing, right? You want to make sure those are absolutely gonna be good to go for you. Something like for me, for like a pepper, it would just be a side thing, experiment, right? It's not the make or break me, but if I don't get those tomatoes or squash, that's a lot of food that I don't actually have at the end of the season. I must really like Shadow here. You notice that Shadow? You notice how like Marcus left, PB's left.
Yeah.
I'm still here. 5 hours later. Oh, by
Yeah,
the way, I've been here since before the stream started.
Yeah.
I must really love this guy.
I'm just here doing a little bit of Amazon shopping here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get I've got a very extensive project coming up in my backyard.
Okay.
I'm getting one of those carts on wheels that can haul a few things and more comfortable for me to sit down on.
So not quite a wagon.
It's like a wagon with a seat built on it, but it's got some storage compartment on it or some shit like that. But
oh, I think there's
you've seen them.
Laura.
Laura.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. She has one of those. Yeah, I remember she showing that when she was, I think, transplanting. I'm trying to remember the video title, but yeah, that's where I saw it from her. Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
I sent her a private message. Where did you get that? She got it on Amazon, and she almost all of her videos. It's somewhere around and she uses it. So it's like, okay, enough said. She's
yeah, I can understand it. If you have weaker knees or stuff like that.
Yeah. Man, I'm over 60, so crawling around on my hands and knees all day just ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it's like done that a long time ago.
Yeah,
I'm over it.
Yeah, I'm not
Been
screwing
there, done
floor.
that.
Yeah, I'm not screwing down floor panels on a 737 anymore. So I'm not. And I did that to get paid. This is something that I want to do, not to get paid.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
It's about $100. I'm gonna go ahead and all right, buy now. Here you go.
Well, everyone, stay tuned because Bob's gonna release it on his channel really soon.
I might, because I had bought a bench thing to sit on to do my gardening, and it looked nice, but in the inside of it was all plastic and it all broke apart. So I put a piece of steel across the top, and now the whole frame is starting to lean because it's like, oh god.
It feels like that cash in the trash because it's just like you didn't really get a long-term use out of it.
Yeah, not really. About a year maybe, and even the steel is soft and it's starting to.
How much was that?
This was not a cart. It was a bench. It was probably $30, $50, something like that.
$50, and you barely even got a year out of it.
Yeah, something like that.
That's not really cost effective for what it is.
Yeah, right? I showed it on my channel. Buyer beware that this happened to me with this. It's a nice bench and it still works, but it's not going to hold up much longer.
Yeah.
But I'm not that big. I'm only 200 pounds. So.
Yeah, you're probably like, I should have just fabricated something. I could have built something for cheaper and would have lasted longer. Yeah.
Yeah, I could be. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of looking into, Idaho, something like that. It's a rolling seat that's got a handle on it, and like what Laura has on her channel, Idaho Girl, Garden Girl.
Yeah.
I just placed an order for one of those.
Yep. I'm just actually outside right now, giving some water to my plants. It's sunny here today, so I actually gotta make sure they don't dry out. That's the last thing I need, or else I won't get a harvest in the fall.
The weather here in the spring is so crazy, man. It just like today the temperature is moderate outside, but we've got such high winds, it's freezing, man.
Oh, it's one of those, yeah.
Yesterday was raining all day, all night. Now it's raunchy weather outside, and that's why during the spring and summertime, you guys don't see me online very much because I'm outside improving,
Yeah, trying to grow something from the soil and most areas that you're trying to do.
Yeah, what my primary is to maintain the property and dress it up little bit by little so it looks really nice, so that when we get ready to sell and move overseas, it'll sell fast.
Yeah, because people will be like, "Oh, wow, there's a tree.
Right.
There's an apple tree, and it's actually fruiting fruit, and it's big apples. We got to buy this place."
Well, mine is appearances. I got those bonsai trees things that I made in the backyard, so that stands out to the buyer. Remember that place with the bonsai trees?
Yeah, exactly.
And then neat and tidy. I've got some weed barrier and along the fence, and that's one thing that is going to be a long-term project, is level all that soil out, get it all weeded and level, put down weed barrier. Then I'll probably call in a landscape contractor to pour beauty bark over it all, and then neat and tidy.
So if someone wants to buy it and like gardening, to be like, "Oh, look at this, we got stuff ready to go," right?
Yeah,
so more inclined to getting it versus the place that doesn't have good upkeep. It's like, the ground's all uneven, and it's like, the house looks nice, but the backyard looks like crap.
Yeah, that's one thing. That the outside of the house is sell to the man of the house, because the men are usually responsible for the gardening, But I'll tell you, I'm married to a Filipina, have been for 20 years, and we're going to go retire in her country. You can look at my channel if you like, and shows years and years of me going overseas to be with her family and stuff. So that's where I'm going. Shadow, tell your wife she's fired. Tell her she's fired.
Did I miss something? Remember, I am not by my.
She's noisy, hon. You're noisy. You're fired.
I can always hear her sneeze on like every single stream we go to.
Yeah,
I can always hear her sneezing somehow. I always notice that.
Well, I notice his wife's a lot like mine. It's like, that's your hobby, Bob. I'm not going to be on camera with you. It's just, she's like, no, you just have your hobby. Do whatever you're going to do, but don't put me on a live cam. Don't you dare.
Yeah. Next thing you know, it's like, what are these papers for? Yeah.
Well, that's I'll answer a question in the side chat. That's true. As a foreigner, you cannot own property or a gun. Okay, but if you go through an attorney and go through the courts, I am half owner of the house and property. I'm half owner.
Yeah.
And in our will, if she passes away first, the house is mine. Okay. With the co-owners are our kids, who are half Filipino citizens and half U.S. citizens. So basically, I just say it's mine after they pass away, and that's what a lot of crazy fuckers on YouTube. You can't even own a gun over there, Bob. That's true, but my wife can. And who do you think trained my wife on shotguns and 45 automatic pistols? Right here, that's me.
That guy on the screen right here.
And because I did my research before I decided, I went to gun stores over there. Okay, they got Mossberg shotguns, they got 1911 45 9mm, they got everything we do. They have every gun we do. And she can own a gun, but I can't. But guess who taught her how to use these things? Yeah, me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so she can get the gear, but you got the skills and knowledge and experience of it.
And the firearm cannot be in my name, but it can be in hers. But what do you think I'm going to do if somebody's kicking in our front door? Oh, hon, I wish I could stop the guy, but my name's not on the license for the
My
shotgun.
hands are my hands are tied.
What do you think's going to happen? I'm going to jack around it and I'm going to put him in the dirt, Boom! And the national police will go, who shot him? Well, I did. I'll be honest. I shot him. Yes, I did. And the national police are, they're going to go, you protected your Filipina. Right on, dude.
Open the check case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that'll be our last house. That's our last stop,
Yeah. For that, you will have a nice retirement fund from your house you live in now.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. In the meantime, gonna make the steps to get to that
Right. Yeah.
destination,
That way,
that place and time. Right.
yeah. Put the place up on the market. I know it's away from but it is a type of preparedness because I'm preparing for another event. Doll the house up, make it look nice and neat and tidy and clean, and that's preparing for sale. So it's kind of preparedness. Don't you agree?
Yeah, right. Because I guess so, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you're preparing a different location now, almost like you're preparing a bungalow location or a retreat, whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah.
So to a certain degree, you can relate. Somehow we're all relating this to preparedness somehow today. It's not just the food and water, but other things too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm lucky I got married to a very smart lady who's thinking about our future too,
Yeah,
I wouldn't have
not just
married
the
her.
short term.
Wouldn't have married her if she wasn't smart. I don't deal well with hysterical dumb people. I just don't deal well with them. Yeah.
Actually, who does?
Oh, not again.
Only
Not
other dumb
again.
people. Only other dumb people can pair up with a dummy.
What was I thinking? No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jumping back into our actual main topic about basic preparedness, right? I mean, it could, in terms of the food, right? I can't believe I'm talking about food. I know you guys, I'm talking about food. I'll probably get self-induced hunger pains to myself.
It's okay, CR. You're already fired. You're done, man. You can talk about whatever you want because you're fired.
I'm done. I'm done like steak. I'm done like the piece of meat.
Done. You're just done.
I'm more done than the piece of meat.
That's freaking 3, dude. That's 3. It's
Shadow. Okay, that was okay.
Shadow,
I didn't even mean to do.
Can you review Shadow? Can you review the rule book? Is there such a thing as 3? What's the rule say for 3 puns?
I thought it was
well,
like
that
baseball.
stakes things up.
Oh,
baseball.
God.
I thought I just fouled out. I thought I just kept fouling out. But having like, I know in homesteading and some of the preparedness community having a working pantry of stuff, right? Staples that you can work in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say sugar, salt, flour, stuff like that, right?
Yep.
And there are staples that you commonly, traditionally eat throughout the year, right? Just like what you said earlier about taking a picture of it. That way, this is actually something I like this. I can eat this for quite a period of time without getting food fatigue and within time,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's good to eat. It fills me up, right? Relatively, it's in our budget to get, right? And stuff like that. Easy to prepare. I can vary it up. I can eat it cold. I can eat it warm, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And building upon something like that kind of thing, right? Instead of like building upon, what is this? Some wild vegetable you never heard of before. It's like never tasted it. But it was on sale. I got it for cheap.
Yeah.
It's
buy it once. Yeah, buy it once. Try it. See, then buy more if you like it. Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Idaho. See, there's these ration bars, like these brick bars that you can get, calorie brick bars that you can. I actually got one part of a giveaway that I won. Right, I tried it out. It was just about to expire. It's just before it was about to come up. It was actually back in 2021 in May. So I was trying it out. I gave some to my friends to try it out, right? I was just like, yeah, it's kind of dry. I don't want to live off of that for any significant amount of time. It's one thing to happen in a bungo bag or a go bag or something like that to get back home, but I wouldn't want to eat off of it at home
every
all the
day.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
every day.
It was very dry. I actually had to have water afterwards. I was like,
Yeah.
I think I had some with my yogurt and stuff like that. I was just because I've seen people try it out for like 3 days straight, only eating that. They always say, yeah, you need to drink lots of water, and you start to don't want to eat it because it's just like, it's the same thing again. It'll keep you going because it's food. But
that's a fact.
Yeah, right.
That's why my energy bars are Cliff bars. I know I like them, and so does the rest of the family.
You want to be able to eat something you want to eat, right? Because if you regret eating it or don't want to eat it, people always say, "Oh, if I'm hungry enough, I'll eat it."
Yeah, you don't want to rely on that. Yeah, you don't want to depend on that. Yeah.
That's a recipe for something bad happen. You'll be like, right? Because you might get this like, why did I eat this? I feel worse than I did earlier. I don't feel hungry, but I feel worse than I did earlier. I'm like, yeah. So good. Store what you will and want to eat. Whatever the food item is, right? Doesn't really matter. Vegetables, meat, whatever it is, right? Because that way you're more likely to want to consume it, finish it all, and not waste any of the food, right? And not waste money because you spent money on food that you didn't even eat because you threw half of the dish away because you didn't like it. But just like what you said earlier, Bob, about trying it out beforehand, right?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with trying stuff out, but don't add it into your main staple of items or main preparedness of food items until you're certain that, oh yeah, I do enjoy this. This ain't so bad. I do enjoy this. I can mix it with this. I can mix it with rice. I can mix it with noodles. I can mix it with tomatoes.
Yeah.
Right? And I do enjoy it. So that's something to consider in.
All right, that's the thing is, once you get some food and water put away for a few days, you're halfway there, and maybe have more than one way of light, like candles and flashlights, and then more than one way to cook, and just build on that. And food and water start off with, you're halfway there.
Yeah. Well, I was relating this earlier, like a circle, right? In the beginning of preparedness, your circle is very, very small, right? As you grow the food, water, and other categories of survivalism and preparedness, right? That circle expands, right? Then the circle starts to...
Yeah, it kind of turns into a spider web, doesn't it?
And the circles start to overlap.
Angle out, angle out, angle out,
Yeah, and you're widening that circle. And like I said earlier, some of these events, you name the event, there's always common things, right? Food and water is probably going to be always necessary. Oh, absolutely.
That's
necessary.
Your top, yeah.
Those circles will always overlap any scenario you think of, right? It doesn't matter if it's man-made, natural disaster, hurricane, tornado, whatever. You're still going to need food and water.
At a glance, I agree. Side chat comment here. Can't go wrong with soup, stews, and chili. I agree 100%. I know this. I like the Campbell soups that have got the big chunky things of potato and all that. I got those put away. I've got my favorite brand of chili, which is Nally's chili. In fact, I had ordered a couple cases of it. Got that stored away. And soup, stews, it's and if you get a bag of like pancake mix, you can make your own bread out of pancake mix right there. You can open up a can of chili or a stew. Pancake mix is quick and easy to make, and then you've got a little bit of bread, a little bit of something hot to eat, and man, it'll fill your gut up pretty quick.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, You know, if you don't like certain flavors or whatever, then you know, I mean,
Yeah.
in a household, some people are more picky, right? So you
Yep.
know, it is what it is. But
Yep.
if you live on your own or whatever, you don't like certain flavors or whatever.
Yeah, I
Don't
remember when
store a lot of it, right? Don't store a lot of it, right? Because
yeah,
you're probably just gonna throw it in the trash because you don't want to
yeah,
consume it in time.
when I first started doing this, my daughter was vegan, and I asked her, "What do you want me to store?" She said, "Beans." What kind of beans? Do you want, she said, "Any kind of beans, Dad." And so I went and got a couple of cans of different types of beans, and I handed them to her. Eat these.
Yeah.
And she made them into a nice, delicious dinner. And she goes, "Yeah, those are good. I'll buy more of them, Dad."
Yeah.
Okay. She didn't care for dried beans, but I did buy dry beans. But she,
Okay.
and she made her vegan dinner thing out of, and she liked this brand name. They were delicious and fresh, good enough. So okay, I'll get some more, stuff them away.
Yeah. And that's where being proactive, you can do this now instead later and be like, I just realized I don't like beans.
Right, yeah, because
Right.
you gotta take a consensus of everyone in the house. What do you
Yeah.
want? What do you prefer?
Yeah. Yeah. Because some people live alone, some people have multiple family members and stuff like that. Some people
Hmm.
are picky, some people are not, right? I
Yeah,
mean, like,
exactly. Yeah, my daughter was picky because she was vegan. She wouldn't eat anything processed with meat or whatever. But so we just worked around it and came up with a solution. So
yeah, and now you have something you tested out, tried it out. They've
hmm
tried it out, right? They like it, right? And
right, yeah,
providing you can keep it going or stock it up, you're good on
yeah.
that.
Then once again, it took out my phone when she got done cooking. Took photos
Uh,
of the
yeah,
empty packaging. Went over, bought more. You know, but I
yeah.
remember asking my son, "What can I get for you? What would you like?" He came up right off. He goes, "More water." Yeah. No, he just right away he said, "You need to store more water, Dad." But he's pretty private guy, and I see him once in a while carrying into the house a gallon of drinking water, and he puts it up in his room. So it's like, yeah,
Well,
yeah,
since Idaho Garden Girl's still here, like I said, right, you don't have coffee without water, and water equals life.
it does. Yeah,
Yeah, right. Because you're pretty much you got nothing. You're done without it. It doesn't.
without water,
I,
you're done. Yeah. Mhm.
yeah, with in an area, right? That's how it goes. I mean, like without the water in there, you might as well just move on, right? You might as well just move on because you're
Yeah.
not gonna last long. There's no gardening. You're not cleaning anything at all. You're not washing your face up or brushing your teeth, whatever kind of thing. You're not eating this freeze dried food. You have freeze dried food that you have to hydrate and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Those instant noodles, yeah, you can eat it dry, but it's gonna be dry after
Hmm.
a while.
Yeah, I've got some cases of those instant noodles, the ones that we all agree on that are really delicious. You know, and one thing I would recommend anyone who's starting out is eventually work on a locker or some way of being able to lock your food away, lock it up. Because I was adding some more stuff when I was first starting to a utility closet, and I noticed this someone was eating those delicious noodles. I said,
Sorry,
"What
Bob.
yeah, well, yeah. And I
Sorry,
went,
Bob. That was my bad.
oh, yeah, the wife and the daughter, they were sneaking in there grabbing those noodles, those little cup of noodle things. What the hell? I said, well, they're here. I cooked them. I said, no, 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 you don't understand. This is for emergencies. This is in case we can't get to the store anymore. You know.
Mm.
So
I mean,
after a
if
while,
you have to do that, if you have to do that, right? If you have
yeah,
need to do that, right?
yeah,
I don't have to do
that,
that here, but
yeah.
I have
After a
restraint.
while,
I have restraint on stuff, right?
hmm
I'll eat stuff that's like more. It's better before date is coming up sooner.
yeah.
Try to
So
rotate the older stuff, so I'm eating it today,
yeah,
and what I bought today, I'm eating it 2 years later, kind of deal, right? That way, keep
yeah.
that rotation going as much as possible, right?
Yeah, so I can weld. I can metal fabricate right here. It's on my channel if you want to look.
Why
I
am I
made
holding a bag of instant noodles?
I made a box, a lock box for that stuff. I made a box that locks. And if I have to, I'll lock it away from the family if we have to ration.
Yeah. Yeah. Why am I holding a bag of instant noodles?
Because you're a freaking criminal. Because you're a freaking criminal. That's why.
Well, at least that's got CR in it, so that's good.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. It's actually because I'm actually
That's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. Criminal.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, there. Okay, there. No, it's actually because I'm actually gonna cycle that stuff into a separate bag for emergency use, right? That I just cycle the stuff that's almost supposedly expired, right? It's just it's I followed this other thing that someone else said about having a kind of a food bag ready to go. So I've been trying that out, but I've been rotating the stuff that's in it, right, with fresh stuff as much as possible. So it's just like putting one to use and storing one away kind of deal, right? So I have because I have more of them, right? But that's the emergency use, or let's say if I want to go camping or whatever, I can bring that along with me, for example, right? That way I can have something, right?
Yeah.
But it's something I will actually eat, for example. Because let's face it, not everyone can buy a bunch of freeze-dried stuff. Not everyone, right? And stuff like that. Not everyone has these MREs, too, right?
Right.
Some people just have to do what they have, right?
Yeah. It brings up kind of a side shoot of this is I got some neighbors that I still get along pretty well with them, but something to put in the back of my mind is that they constantly want to borrow something from me or borrow and lend, and it's like
Wait,
I
tools?
have not, tools and different shit like that, and I have not told them anything about me storing food. Nothing. Because it seems like they worn out the other neighbors borrowing tools. So now they're coming to me, and that's a mentality you've got to
Bob,
be
do they
fucking careful,
Bob, do they offer anything in return though? I'm not talking about like money or anything. Maybe they're offering, let's say, seeds at least, or something, or offering it to help you out or something like that at least.
Right? Because it started off last summer. You can use my chainsaw to cut down that tree, and I said, no, it's okay. I'll handle it. And so there has been offers made, but that's a different mentality than me. I don't depend on other people. They depend on other people. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And if things get hungry, I haven't told anybody in our area that I have food. I haven't told anybody. Nobody.
Let me ask you this, Bob. Do they garden?
That.
Do they garden?
They grow some onions and herbs. That's about it. Yeah.
Okay. I was just curious, right?
Oh, it's certainly not enough food to be able to feed themselves. It's just like a fresh salad or something, yeah. Still
something, but it's not a 4-course meal.
Yeah. So, I just don't talk. In fact, the more time goes on, the more times that they want something. I'm getting to the point to where I'm gonna, like, cutting the grass. The neighbor lady is a fucking pervert, and I'm gonna have to do like I did last Sunday when I cut the grass out front. I'm gonna have the wife out there with me, because if my wife is around, they don't come around.
I mean, okay, well, let me be perfectly frank here. I do borrow stuff from a neighbor, but I mean, I try to offer something back in return. So it's not just a free game or hand me out kind of deal, right? If I borrow something like a tool or something, I'll help them shovel during the winter or something like that. Return the offer, so next time I ask them, they realize, hey, they did shovel the snow for me, so I'm trying to
But
make sure it's not just totally one way kind of
you're right.
take, right? I'm trying to get back to.
Yeah, that's okay, but it's when you have to borrow something every week.
Mm. And
Yeah, you get
it's
it.
something that it's, hey, aren't you borrowing this all the time? You use it all the time. Wouldn't it just be more convenient if you actually had it?
Yeah, it's a different mentality than mine. I'm pretty
Okay.
self-sustaining. Same with my wife. We don't borrow. I'll just
Mm-hmm.
do without until I can afford to get it myself. And I it's I don't know where I'm going with this conversation, but it's like the longer we live here, the more I know about the people who live nearby. Um, like example is he was gonna go work on his son's car. It's a Mercedes Benz, and he dropped a bolt. And he says, "Hey, you got a machine shop? I'm sure you're the guy." I said, like, fuck what now? You know. And he said, "Oh, you must have some dropped a bolt on a Mercedes Benz." Okay. And he goes, "It's metric." I said, "I don't have any metric. I have imperial." Now, for me, my mentality
Okay.
is there's a hardware store not too far away. They have metric. You get it?
Yeah.
I would have gone there and go, "This looks like about it, but I'll get a couple more." All right. And it cost me all of $5 or $6. I'd rather spend $5 than ask for a fucking bolt. Do you understand the difference in the mentality?
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I do
Okay.
not I do not want you to depend on me, and I will not depend on you. You know, it's just a different mentality that I'm aware of, and that's why I haven't told anybody that I've got food and water. I don't, and I won't. You know, in fact, none of the neighbors have been in our house. My wife and I are pretty private. I was going to have a get together this summer with some of the neighbors, but yeah, it's
Kind of
getting
iffy
weird.
about it. Kind of
Yeah,
iffy about it.
especially with the guy's wife, the drunkard. Uh,
So maybe it just maybe if they were more nicer or something else, more offering
if
stuff.
you know what I mean, be honest with you, if they were
Okay.
freaking sober, they wouldn't borrow anything because they'd be able to provide it for themselves. But they'd rather spend their money on weed and booze than what they need. You get it? I mean, that's
Okay.
the bottom line. That's the bottom line of it all. The neighbor lady. I had to pee in the middle of the night, and I was out here, and since I had bladder cancer and surgery and procedures, when I got to go pee, I got to go. So I just opted to open the garage door, step out around the corner in the dark after midnight, and pee. You know, she was in her front yard after midnight. She was outside, okay, hanging out there, and I hear this kissing, sucking sound.
Oh,
And I
Lord.
turned around, and she's standing there looking over her bushes, going, "What the fuck, man?" I went right back in the house, and I closed the door, and I told that to my wife. I said, "Hon,
That's maybe
no,
hey Bob, I'm starting to understand why you don't want to offer anything to them or
yeah,
lend
well,
them anything.
you're not coming into my home. I'm not going into your home." And I I
Yeah.
I I, I told the wife, I said, I'll if I can do it, I'll cut the grass on Sunday, um, and and I want you around. And she said, "Yeah, no problem. We'll do that." And she said, "If you must talk to these people, talk to them in front of a camera and record it, because I don't see anything good coming out of this shit." Smart
Yeah.
enough.
Well, because I know in the preparedness they say about mutual assistant groups or mutual assistant
I
communities, right?
I'll
Getting to know your
never
neighbors, but
I'll never do that
sometimes,
mutual assistant. Yep.
but with that said, sometimes some people aren't the right choice. Some people, like I mean, I know someone since I was much younger, right? So they've known me for a long time. right? So maybe that's a little bit different because I've known them for a while. These people you haven't known for a while, disturbing things have happened. They're always boring something, so it's just like, I don't want to connect with them on that level, right? Like these people I've known since I was young, right? I mean, like seed exchange. I mean, he's even offered to like, hey, I'll sharpen some tools for you or something like that. So maybe it's just a different kind of relationship, right? I get it. I think I get it now.
Well, for me, a stern warning to anyone out there into preparedness: avoid people with addiction. Avoid them. Avoid them. Get away from them. If they're alcohol, drugs, avoid them.
Bob, can you pause this for me? I need money for rent. And what's her name?
Well, you're breaking up, CR.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I was sorry. Can you hear me?
She is a pervert, Idaho. She is a fucking pervert, and it was the woman, and she's the one who's been throwing. She's been, I hear you. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, sure.
But she's been throwing her ass at my way ever since we moved in here.
So those alarm bells, red flags are just Yeah. What I was saying earlier was it'd be like saying, "Oh, hey Bob, can you help me pawn this? I need some money so I can pay my car payment," which turns into something else. Yeah.
Or
that kind of thing.
Or here's the more realistic thing. They see that my wife and I travel. Okay. So they know that we have some money. Okay. We're not rich but they know that we have some money.
Yeah. If you're traveling, buying an airplane ticket, you get some money.
Let me finish. They are alcoholics and drug addicts. They're smoking pot every fucking day and drinking every fucking day. And they see us with some income. Lawsuits. All it takes is for me to walk in. All it takes is for me to walk in their house, and they can gang up and say, "He tried to rape my wife," or and I'm.
Oh yeah.
People here in the U.S. People here in the U.S. are lawsuit happy, and they all see dollar signs in their eyes, and every one of them I've been sued so many fucking times here. Every one of them is an addict of some kind.
Yeah.
Pills, booze, weed, all of the above.
Someone they can scam, get some easy money that they don't have to work hard for.
In fact, I was going to do some fence repairs, and as more time goes on, we're going to call a contractor to fix the fence, because I am not going to step a foot in their backyard ever again. Ever. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. Next thing you know, it's like, oh, my herbs and my onions died suddenly after you fixed the fence. Something BS like that, right, would happen. You'll be like, damn it, why did I do that?
Well, in Idaho, we're going to move, so in a few years, but everything is starting to gel together now, because when we first moved in, they had problems with the people who lived in this house. Okay. And sex was involved. Like, example is, here's the housewife telling me about, she's standing there with her can of beer in her hand, and the guy who used to live in your house got kind of out of control, because I guess his mom died, so I gave him a big hug, and I gave him my phone number. And I went, what? Then I heard from the husband saying that guy used to send my wife text messages that were grossly inappropriate about sex with her. Okay, now all the information's coming together. You get it? And
well, Bob, that explains that other video you did. Now, a lot more.
That's why I have integrity. I do not fuck around on my wife. I never do that.
Yeah, well, like I said in my
because it was bothering me that these people are, they're trying to tempt me with sex, Well,
like I said in the comment section, it's corroding your core. Like, it's just corroding you down.
Right. Right.
It's
right,
wearing you
right.
down, right?
And okay, here
Those
comes the
kind of people
daughter.
you don't want. You don't want these kind
No,
of. You don't want people corroding your core,
yeah.
because it's just like
You stand,
it
yeah,
doesn't go well.
stand next to your loved one. My wife will never leave me and never leave me hanging out to dry. But here comes their daughter, who was a pure American hottie. I mean, she is a good-looking young lady, but she got drug into her mom's sex addiction and the neighbor thing. Okay, because apparently the guy who used to live here was looking over the fence and sent the mom some text messages. Oh God, your ass looks so great and shit like that, and it freaked her out, the daughter. And I said, hey, don't worry, I am not a goddamn pervert. This all does blend into preparedness because it's like all these people on YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Let's form a group. Bullshit.
Well,
You ain't getting nowhere near me and mine because if you got 20 people, at least 4 of them are fucking addicted to something, and they're looking to scope and see what you got. That's what let's get together.
That's called operational security, right? Off spec, right? Sometimes
Mm-hmm.
you don't want to show everyone all your hand.
Never show
right?
what you got. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to show your full house when they're just like, I just got this little 2 pair here. Can you help me out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would say
as
as a stern warning to anyone who's getting into preparedness or is into it, avoid the addicts at all costs. They have no limits. They will steal, lie, cheat, and steal. They will do anything to get what you've got.
Yeah. Yeah, so if your neighbor asks, hey, can you help me plan this? I need to pay the rent. Be like, yeah. Next thing you know, that was stolen, and next thing you know, you're in jail because you just pawned illegal stuff under your own name.
Yeah. Or you've been hit with a civil suit for sexual harassment of my wife, and if you can settle this out of court, well, we'll be happy to drop all. Yeah.
Let's milk this money out of him.
Now their son is like in the same mentality. He doesn't live with them, but he comes over to his dad's house to fix his car, and he's asked me every time he's over there in the driveway, do you have a needy people? These are fucking needy people. Watch out for them. And it's all directly linked into addiction. His wife is an alcoholic and a sex addict. That's where his guidance is coming from. Just don't trust people, man. I don't trust people. So let's get a YouTube get together and talk about preparedness. No,
I think it's just one of those things you got to feel it out. If it doesn't feel right, then don't do it.
Triple S Bubs.
Yeah. Like I said, some of these people I've known for like 10, 20, almost 20 years, right? So that's different. That's different compared to how these people, right? You haven't known them that long, and red flags are coming out of the ground all the time now, right? A little bit different, right? A little bit different, right? So you're gonna feel that out, right? Only the people out there, whoever's listening to us, right? You gotta feel that out. If it doesn't feel right, we understand why you don't continue on, but let's always remember, not everyone's an addict, right? Sometimes. Not everyone's bad, what to say, right? But unfortunately, not everyone's good too. So sometimes you just gotta feel that out, right?
Yeah, it's just it's becoming uncomfortable with it's actually sexual harassment is what it is. It's what is becoming sexual harassment. That's why I don't allow them. I don't borrow nothing from them because I don't want to have that I owe you.
Oh, I
do not want to owe you a favor.
Yeah, I don't need this over my shoulder. Oh, by the way, Bob, when I you borrowed that blah blah blah, can I borrow? Yeah, and next thing you know, it's like great. Now, might as well be like a loan shark, right? Or
Yeah.
something like that. Oh, great. Now I own this, right?
Yeah. I don't want to feel that I owe you anything. Just
Exactly.
every person on this planet that I've ever had problems with is because they're an addict to something. Alcohol, booze, pills, whatever. Everybody,
Yeah, something along the lines of that.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
hard to find people that are not. Honestly, it's hard to find them. People who don't, not all fucked up out of their mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. That won't just like stab you in the back like 2 minutes later.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of deal.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah. I just don't let people in my house, man. But that's kind of situational awareness. It is to be prepared.
Yeah, because I think that's important too, in terms of beginning preparedness, right? So, that operational security, do have to
Yeah.
factor that in, right? Because unfortunately, not everyone, you're not going to be on the same page as everyone else, or
Yeah.
they're not going to be on the same page as you, right? So,
Right.
be careful out there what you divulge out, what
Mm-hmm.
you say, right?
That's a
Always,
fact. That is a fact.
always remember. It doesn't matter if we're on social media, a public space like here on YouTube, stream or whatever, right? Only say something you're willing to let it be out there in the public, right?
Yeah.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, if
That's
you don't,
true.
if you don't want this known, don't say it all to anyone, right? Or if you do tell someone, you only tell someone that you really, really trust, whoever it is, family member, whatever it is, right? That's the only time, right? But every other time, you don't hush hush, right? Loose lips sink ships, as they
Mm-hmm.
say, right? So you wanna, yeah, because too many people get burned that way, like
Yeah.
that time, right? Because the next thing you know, people are stalking you to your bug out location, following you around. It's like and all this stuff, and the next thing you know, it's like you turn the corner on your like retreat or cabin. It's like,
Yeah.
why the hell are you here? How the hell did you get here?
Mm-hmm.
And you realize it's someone but you know where you are. It's not a family member or a friend, an actual friend, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and next thing you know, red flags, red flags, red flags. Yeah. Because it's hard to get out of that after it's already started already. It's very hard to get out of that. Unfortunately, even the big YouTubers go for that too, right? Some of the bigger
Mm-hmm.
channels that have been doing preparedness for a while. Unfortunately, who was it? Well, anyways, someone followed them to their bug location, and next thing they know, now that you got to change everything out because slip of operational security, and now they can't trust this location anymore because unfortunately someone knows about it.
Or
Right.
what you had at that location is all gone. Yeah.
Or even if it's still there,
Mm-hmm.
for now you can't trust that to be safe.
Yeah.
You're gonna spend all this extra money to move everything because obviously you gotta drive everything and rent a U-Haul to move everything and all this other stuff. So, which all comes back to, and you're wasting money because technically you didn't follow operational security too well, and someone followed you.
Guys, I'm gonna bounce off here and go get something to eat. So.
Yeah, I think I have the idea to wrap the things up. I'm
Bedtime.
tired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really tired now. So,
Shadow, are you going to fire the wife or just warn her to be quiet? Which one are you going to do?
haven't decided yet.
Decide tomorrow. Yeah. Right. Peace out, you guys. Take
care,
Take
Bob.
care, Bob.
Bye, everybody.
Stay safe.
Yep,
Okay, guys. We wrap things up.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, by the way,
bye.
Is there a topic for next week yet, Shadow?
No, not yet. But I have a lot of things to choose from.
All right, I'll keep I'll keep my screen open to see the notification for it.
Thank
Hopefully
you
it'll
guys
be
for
as
stopping
exciting
by.
as this stream. I appreciate everyone dropping by.
Appreciate
And of course
it.
inviting me. Yeah. Lots
You're
of
very
lots
welcome.
of different points of views, things for us to all consider, even people that have been doing this for a while, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Take care. Stay safe. Stay vigilant. Stay prepared. God bless. And I'll
Be
see you next
proactive.
week. Yeah, that too. My birthday is on Tuesday next week.
Noted.
Okay, guys. I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Next Saturday evening. And
Cheerio.
yeah.